Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry for being late. I've been really trying to make it a thing to be punctual for my own streams. That'd probably be a good thing. With that being said, the day got away from me a little bit. Day got away from me a little bit. Yeah. Got away from me just a smidge. Okay. Alright. Didn't the UPS tell you it was dying 2 weeks ago? Oh, yeah, of course it did. Yeah. Then my tooth fell out. Or cracked into a bajillion pieces. Yeah. Yeah, no. It was trying to let me know. Just old tooth fiasco. Kind of had to let it ride. So, hey, Ren, what's going on? Give me 1 second. Oh. It's been a day. So what's the third thing that will go wrong as they come in threes? What was the first thing? Take a look at this mission con ops on page 7. It's interesting stuff. Okay. We're playing a little behind today, guys, because I started 2 hours late. So let's just make sure Star Raker ain't gonna build itself. What is this? Oh boy. I'm talking to my sister, and she's asking me what she should do about getting rid of the pain of having a tooth pulled out. I have a lot of experience in that, because, yeah, if you didn't know, my sister cracked the same tooth. Strangest thing ever. Same tooth, same spot, had to be pulled. Weird. That's very strange. It's gotta be genetic. It's gotta be genetic. Dude, that's so bizarre. I want to go ask my parents if their tooth cracked like that too, because that's just weird, man. Oh, hang on, gotta fix the screen. There we go. Alright. Have you told Brimo that it's contagious? I don't know. Also on a burger? I don't know, Tessa. I don't know. Yeah. No, it's been weird. I have a 1500 volt 900 watt power supply. UPS. It's a cyber power again. That's all they had, and I frankly did not feel like driving into Boston today. So, if that one should be sufficient. This one here, the one that finally kicked the bucket is, let me take a look. Where are you? Input 125 volts, 12 amps at 60 hertz. Model 1325 VA. Somebody can go Google that. Outlets 125, 10.8 amps, 60 hertz at 810 watts. Total output current 12 amps. Dude, this thing is super heavy. I think she's kaput. I think she's kaput. This is a lot heavier than I remember this thing being. I think it kicked the bucket. You seriously, you try to press the button, turn it on, turns right off. Might be worth hooking up an old car battery into UPS to see if there's any life left, and it could be useful as a backup. Maybe at some point, dude. Did you see the guy from Varda is making his own LK99? I did, yeah. I'm gonna wait for more peer review for LK99. We'll when someone publishes that up, we'll see what happens. That's a dragon on a heavy. All right, let me take a look at these ops. Example. So, all right, I need to see the context here, Phil. What are we talking about here? Prospects for future human spaceflight missions to near Earth Your old one's listed as 800. Yeah, cool, sweet. So, near Earth asteroids. Okay. So, Starship, propellant. So, the tanker, then the refueler, then the tanker, then the refueler. Additional Starship tankers as needed. Then it will boost up to a high Earth orbit at 7,800 by 113,000 kilometers. Cislunar? Okay. Cislunar apogee right there. Alright. Hey Dak, what's going on? High Earth orbit departure taxi for near Earth asteroid mission. 3 crew. Notional. People on a Falcon Heavy. Dock. Near Earth asteroid Starship. That looks a lot like HLS. This looks like Lunar Starship. Outbound, because it has the docking port on the front. So Dragon docks with that. Outbound crew transfer. Near Earth asteroid arrival Delta V is 2.8 kilometers a second. 16 days at an asteroid. Unpressurized NEA operations craft. So little probe there. NEA departure Delta V is 2,800 kilometers a second. 90-day transit. 46-day transit out, 90-day transit back, which means it's, yeah, okay. That's 90-day transit back. These are low energy. That's a high energy transfer to the asteroid and a low energy coming from. Meaning that they're hitting the asteroid when they're trying to rendezvous when it's near an ascending node somewhere, I think. Or, well, yeah, near an ascending node would probably be the right way to say that. Earth departure, Delta V, is 0.694, NEA arrival. So, interesting. Okay. High Earth orbit arrival, Delta V, is 34. Actually, this seems pretty... It's a 90-day transit for the same amount of Delta V, which is interesting. How long are they staying at? 16 days at the asteroid? It sounds like they might be getting it through perigee here, not over an ascending node. High Earth orbit arrival, 0.391 kilometers a second high Earth orbit insertion, and 0.243 kilometers a second HEO raising. NEA arrives in high Earth orbit. Inbound crew transfer, potential reuse of NEA Starship, sending it back to Leo, entry, descent, and landing on the capsule. So, it says 3 crew here, so this sounds like 3 crew are going to go up, 1 crew goes down on that Dragon capsule, and then up here, 1 person launches on heavy and 3 come back down. Or it launches uncrewed. Or, yeah, Dragon might have 3 on board, 3 come back, or it goes down by itself, then it launches another one uncrewed. That's a lot just to go to an asteroid. This is a lot of this is a lot of concept operations. But it's doable. That'd be kind of cool. I'd say in the meantime, you use this bad boy right here to put more stuff up there. Send more. Just send the unpressurized craft out there first. But once again, I don't know. What do I know about spaceflight architecture, right? I'm just a Twitch streamer. I'm just a curious little rhino. Cool. I guess just keeping the capsule on orbit would be too tough to get it from deep space. It needs power, Hellfish. The reason why the Dragons can stay up there for long periods of time is because they're tethered to the ISS. They basically put the Dragon in standby mode. And it's tapping into ISS power. The space shuttle did that towards the end of its tenure as well. They could get the shuttle to stay up for longer by putting the shuttle's 3 fuel cells in low power mode and then tapping right into the ISS power through the docking port. Power transfer through docking ports is a big deal in real life. It's something that's kind of really, really overlooked. In Kerbal, they all have power and fuel transfer. But fuel transferring and power transfer through docking ports is actually a big deal. And nowadays, especially on spacecraft, data transfer is huge as well. So Dragon can really only stay up there in low power mode for not a long time by itself. That's one of the reasons why, like, people say, oh, Dragon, why don't we just use Dragon to get out to the moon? It literally would not survive. Orion can. Orion's designed, that's the difference between Orion and Dragon 2. Orion's designed to stay out there for a long time by itself. And if you tether Orion to something, it can stay out there even longer. Time for a SpaceX way station? Yes. Yeah, Aqualex. I mean, it's a high energy transfer. I mean, that transfer out is high energy because it's not very long. If NASA backs it, I'm sure SpaceX would crew rate Falcon Heavy. Rev, I think. Yeah, I mean, crew rating Falcon Heavy I don't think would be that big of a deal. It's not, guys, it's not that Falcon Heavy wasn't built for crew rating. It's that they never applied for crew rating. So, like, let me give you an example. If you have a car, right, and you build a car, say you build a kit car in your garage, right? It's a cool car, right? Like, say you're building a Shelby Cobra kit car, right? You build it. You build the car is good enough to drive on the roads, but that doesn't mean anything until you go and get, make sure you have your license, make sure you have the registration for the car, etc., etc. You can go drive it on the roads all you want, but on paper, it's no good. And, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea having NASA look through that for a human rating certification. They're pretty good at that whole human spaceflight thing, even now. I mean, SpaceX has gotten monumentally better at it in the last 3 years, but you know what I'm saying? Like, just something to think about. Falcon Heavy could be crew rated. They just never went through the certifications for it because SpaceX, why would we do it? There's no point. I think SpaceX did that with the anticipation that Starship is going to fly people before that. I will say this, though. I honestly think there's going to be a Starship that's going to end up looking a lot more like the Space Shuttle than we think. Meaning that I think that there's going to be a Starship with like a crew tank up in the nose by the header tanks. And a smaller payload bay. So like if we looked at Starship right now, like let's just find my Starship model. You think it will sprout wings? No, not that crazy. So, you look at Starship right now, I think we'll still see the flappy wings and whatnot, but I think there's going to be something akin to, like, this. Up here. Like, I have no way of proving that or no way of saying it, but, like, you want to launch people on this thing, you're going to have to change some things around. What's the internal structure of Starship? Do we know? What do you mean, AP? It's stainless steel stringers, but I think there's going to be something like a crew tank that probably resembles Dragon in some way, shape, or form up here, like this. Like it probably, maybe will have windows. Like, it's windows. Probably won't look like the shuttle or anything, but, and then a small payload bay behind it. I think we'd probably see something like that sometime in the future. Maybe not like the shuttle, but there would be a space for crew and a space for cargo, or a starship that's just designed for crew and a starship that's just designed for cargo. It might be more reasonable to think that you'd see something like a like there's an MD-11 right there that's designed for people, and then there's the KC-10, which is a very similar airplane. I mean, it's technically a DC-10, but KC-10 is a very similar airplane that's just designed for tankers, you know? You probably, it either is going to be like this, or it's going to be like what I'm talking about. A starship with white thermal blankets and black tiles would look so good. Agreed. Yeah. So you reckon 4 starship designs? A crew payload deploy, uncrewed payload deploy, mass transport of personnel? And there's going to be more than that. There's the lander variant, there's the HLS variant, Tessa, and there's the tanker variant and the depot variant. I don't know if depot... Oh, you already said tanker. So the depot variant is the one that's the big one. The depot variant is basically a starship with no wings that's just a gigantic fuel tank. The whole thing is fuel tank. The Mars one would technically be the crew one. The crew variant would be the Mars one. According to NASA NSF Spaceflight, the hot staging ring is being tested now. Cool. Yeah, there's HLS, there's tanker, there's crew, depot, and payload. I think the crew one might end up looking more like a shuttle than we might think. So if they can get a working variant. I think right now they're focused on getting... None of the variants really matter if you destroy the pad every time you launch. I think that's... SpaceX is really focused on getting a starship to orbit so they can get some EDL data. Get some data on entry, descent, and landing. So how the thermal protection system is going to fare up. Nothing... It's really hard to simulate re-entry. You can do it, but it's difficult. Let's go over here. I think they really want that EDL, and they really need the ascent data. And to do that, you need the pad to not grenade itself when you go to launch. They're working on getting the HLS tanker and cargo variants first. I think they'll start with cargo, Tessa, then move to tanker, and in parallel they'll design HLS. I think that's how that's going to work. It would give them the forward mass that they need, and didn't NASA realize they didn't need as long of a payload bay as seen in Venture Star? Also, we've always seen crew, starship, and renders. Their crew design seems to be well fleshed out, including internals.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Never seen technical internals on it, Aqualix, but they are working on it. Hey, Box of Pins, 25 months. Would it be easier for some fake windows, like using cameras? Like the submarine from Meg? Some space, it's always a trade-off, isn't it? A window is much simpler to make than a camera. Seriously, just a pane of glass, or a couple panes of glass in the case of a spaceship. A camera is a little bit harder to get working in space for long periods of time. It does work, but eventually the camera gets irradiated, and the DSLR chip gets fried. You see that all the time on the space station cameras. They look like they have little pixels all over the place. It's because they're literally being microwaved constantly. Well, not just microwave, they're being everything waved all at once. The X-59 is using cameras for visibility, Sumo. Yeah, but that's an in-atmosphere plane. We're talking about Starship here. So maybe, I don't know. Get one to orbit and then make a tanker. That's why I said tanker's probably high up on their list, Josh, because there's no other way you're getting HLS up there. So I think crew stuff is kind of on the back burner for now because HLS is the priority. That just makes sense. All right. We're into Star Raker today. Why are these Kerbal maintenance videos speeding? Well, they got stuff to do. They got stuff to do, man. There was some more limited confirmation of LK99 by a Chinese lab earlier, but as pointed out by another researcher, just because LK99 can do some of the things a superconductor can do doesn't mean it's a superconductor. Water is liquid at room temperature, similar to gasoline, but can't run a car on water. Yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Well, hopefully we get something useful out of it, Tessa. Hopefully there's some material science advancement. Okay. Novoraptor, hey, 16-month resub. Insert stupid comment here. There's no such thing as a stupid comment, unless you're Tessa, then it's pretty much every comment. Okay, Sumspace, you have another honest question. How does the Hubble keep working? Is it not a chip capturing the image? It's rad shielded. Hubble is heavy, man. The reason why it's shielded is because Hubble is derived from a spy satellite, and it had that DoD money go towards it. So Hubble is derived from a series of satellite called Keyhole, because you kind of spy through the keyhole. It's the spy satellite. Those types of satellites, I mean, they operate inside of the magnetic sphere, first and foremost. They're in lower Earth orbit. They're probably about 500 kilometers up, or about 370 miles. They're inside of Earth's magnetic sphere. Now, with that being said, some spy satellites and the types of orbits that they're in do cross through they do go over the poles, because they're in sun synchronous, so it's 97 to 98 degrees inclined, depending on what you're doing. Yeah, those spy satellites from the movies are in they're in retrograde polar, or like almost polar, little past polar retrograde orbits. So how do they stay up there like that for long periods of time? Well, the funny thing is that the first satellites that were up there were analog. Believe it or not, they were... And the spy satellite would jettison a film capsule. The spy satellite would take pictures, and then the film would get rolled into a canister, and that canister would go into a reentry pod the size of a basketball, and the spy satellite would jettison the reentry pod. And then the reentry pod would parachute down, and a C-130 would fly past it and snag the parachute and pull it in. It's actually really freaking cool. It's actually really neat. But with Hubble, because it's spy satellite derived, it's defense derived, we'll say, that thing is hard shielded. The thing's a tank. Those satellites are gigantic. I mean, some space. It's a good question, but here, check this out. I'll show you. Like, let's see if we can find some footage of Hubble on the ground. I mean, because it is an absolute monster of a satellite. The thing's freaking huge. It's way bigger than you think it is, because these things are chunky because they're designed to stay up there for long periods of time. I'm trying to see if we can find a picture of one of the Hubble servicing missions. That should get the point across. Some space. Look at this, dude. Look at the person. Now keep in mind, that's inside of an EMU, so... The EMUs are big. They're big suits. That suit weighs like 300-400 pounds. Look at Hubble compared to it. Nuts. It's absolutely gigantic. It has a bunch of shielding on it to basically prevent to keep the images clear, and that's what keeps it working. It'd be rad to have fake windows. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. I've seen When We Left Earth. When We Left Earth is a great documentary. Yeah, that's a great series, dude. The soundtrack's fantastic, too. Yeah, When We Left Earth's awesome, man. I actually watched a PBS, Apollo 11 PBS documentary with my dad over the weekend while we were cooking food. I know what happens, but this PBS documentary had a ton of archival footage of like Charlie Duke, Jim Lovell, and Fred Hayes sitting at Capcom, like, and then Deke Sladen was next to him too, and then Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft doing their thing, and oh man, it was so good. You know what? I didn't even bother to get the name. I was just locked in, sitting there watching, and I was explaining to my dad that Neil Armstrong brought the LEM in manually because the computer had a stack overflow because it was being fed too much information because they kept the CSM docking radar on. It didn't shut it off. Buzz forgot to. Or he thought that it would be fine keeping it on so they could know where the CSM was. Dude, I know what happens. I've read about Apollo. I've watched the footage a bajillion times. It still gets me fired up. Okay, 15 down at 2. You got 20 seconds of fuel left. Okay, contact light. Okay, engine stop. Command bus override off. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. A lot of guys down here turning blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot. Since EJ's not covering Kerbal 2, will Kerbal 2 fail? No, not at all. No, it just needs more time in the oven, Journey. I actually talked with, I was talking with the community managers the other day. It's in good hands. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't lie to you about this. Don't you think? I ain't getting paid by them or anything either. If I didn't have confidence in KSP2 being amazing sooner rather than later, I wouldn't be saying it. Right? Because think about it. If Kerbal 2 is not fun, if it sucks, don't you think that kind of affects my bottom line a little bit? Think about it. Like, if we're gonna reduce this to its base element, right? Like, think about how much that would screw me. In terms of, like, streaming content. I'd have to completely rethink how I do things, right? We'd have to pivot off of Kerbal 2 being the main game, right? So, just give it some time, dude. They have to basically do all the complicated stuff that they did in Kerbal 1, but with like multiplayer and base building infrastructure built into it. It's going to take some time to get that right. Fortunately, the developers have plenty of runway. Seen the runways in KSP2? They're gigantic. They have plenty of runway to get this done. They're committed to the project long term. I do know that for sure. So that's good to know. Some would say that incentivizes you to keep KSP2 hype, but I think we know better. It's hard. It's hard right now because there's not a lot that you can do. But I think after maybe we do Star Raker, maybe we'll go back. Maybe we'll go back and play it a little bit more. I do miss KSP2's load times, but I would really like to. I still like KSP1, man. I still really feel comfortable in this editor. Just give it some time. It took KSP1 10 years to get to this level of, like, dexterity where you could do what you need to do with it. You know? It's gonna take some time, dudes. That's all. Oh, nice, Nova. When We Left Earth's music is on Spotify. Yeah, so just give it some time, dudes. I'm not giving up on KSP2. I'll put my money where my mouth is after this build and go play it if you guys want. I mean, I thought... See, it's really annoying. It's really annoying on my end, and I probably shouldn't put too many eggs in this basket. If I go play KSP2, every other comment in chat turns into KSP1 is better, KSP2 is bad right now, or are you going to play KSP1 anytime soon? And then when I play KSP1, all the comments are, did you abandon KSP2? Did you give up on KSP2? When are you going to play KSP2? Like, I don't know what to do here. Like, I'm not really 100% sure what to do. Like, I gotta figure out something. But don't worry. We're smart. We'll figure it out. This is, here, I'll link it up, Dragon. It's good music to build stuff to. Peak Twitch chat exposure, right, Occident? Dude, like... I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, dude. I play KSP1, everybody asks why I'm not playing KSP2. I play KSP2, Everybody asks why I'm not playing KSP1. I don't know how to get around this problem. So my solution is literally just do what I want to do, play what I want to play. Maybe we'll try to build Star Raker in KSP2. When we get the right parts, if they can get Kraken Tech working, I will give it a shot. We have air brakes. We can make articulatable Kraken Tech with using the old separate vehicle Kraken Tech method. I'll tell you what I do, man. Play both Kerbals at the same time, man. Like Hot Shots, yes. Play both at the same time, side by side. Yep. Play KSP2 while KSP1 loads. You got 3 screens, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I thought that I wanted to make Star Raker in KSP2, but here's the thing. The procedural wings would make building this thing's wings way freaking easier. It'll be so much easier to do it in 2 with all the wings. But I started thinking about it. There's no cal controllers. We can't screw with engine thrust. I can't tweak the rocket engines to do what we need to do. We can't make the articulatable nose, which basically makes the entire project useless, right? Here, I can make the mechanism to open up the nose, to load stuff into the cargo bay. Heck, we can make the cargo bay loading mechanism, right? I can tweak the engines and propulsion to get where we need to get, to make this lumbering beast actually take off the runway. I mean, like I said, we have like a wire mesh of the vehicle. It's an absolute monster of a vehicle. This is going to be up there with one of the biggest planes that I've made in KSP1 or in any KSP at all. This thing's absolutely massive. So yeah, I mean, I think this project was better suited. The Star Raker project is better suited for KSP1 than it is for KSP2 right now. So yeah, like I said, I ain't abandoning KSP2. We'll go back and play it more. But I'm telling you, next time you see me play KSP2, everyone's gonna ask, when are you playing KSP1? And then if you see this conversation and you just kind of eyeing chat and lurking in the background, watch how many times this conversation comes up. Keep track of it. And then you will know my pain. It doesn't bother me, guys. I'm patient. I like to explain myself. I think I owe you guys a certain bit of transparency here because you pay my salary. I think that's important. Gujar, what did I think of Oppenheimer? Loved it. Great movie. Great movie. Maybe the C5's opening chin would be worthwhile modification to explore. How? On a tangent, how long do you think until a live streaming service supports streaming multiple displays in parallel so a multi-monitor streamer can fill multiple viewer screens at once? I don't know. That'd be one heck of a capability. Oppenheimer is the Avengers for nerds. Thanks, Mavans. You buy that Coronet yet? You had an opportunity to buy the car from my summer car, and you didn't, wimp. Barack, 52-month resub. Thank you. Pigzig, what did you say now? One day you've got to do a lineup out next to the SPH of all the cool space planes and vehicles you made. Rip frames. Still do it. So you guys are screwing with me right now, but also you're doing exactly what I said people do. You guys are doing it as a joke, but it does happen. I'm telling you. Keep track. See how many times I get asked about KSP2 today. I don't really keep track of it because that's gonna make me go insane. I just explain what's going on and we keep going. Alright, I'm gonna get to building. So, if you're unfamiliar with this project, what we're working on here is a project called Rockwell. It's Rockwell's Star Raker concept. Let me give you a quick background here. Star Raker was a project that was basically born out of the oil embargo, 1973 oil embargo. Ironically, it was proposed by the same company that made the space shuttle, and theoretically, it could have made the space shuttle obsolete. Let me take a look. Or let's take a look at some pictures. So Star Raker was basically an SSDO, a gigantic SSDO, I should say, that could quite literally take off on a runway, fly up to supersonic, and then go past supersonic with turbo ramjets and go into hypersonic and up into orbital. It is a jet rocket hybrid, so it has air-breathing jet engines on it and rocket engines on it. Star Raker is insane for what it is. Like this, I will say, it's a little bit nutty what I'm about to tell you, but the more and more, when I first looked at this, I was like, this is dumb. Why would someone do this? This is not going to work very well. But the more you think about it, the more contrived this actually is. It's actually pretty well thought out. So check it out. Star Raker would have done air-breathing operations, so flying around like an airplane with 10 motors. We have 10 liquid hydrogen air-breathing turbo ramjets. So these are basically SR-71 engines running on hydrogen instead of JP7 like the SR-71. Those would accelerate this thing past 2,100 meters a second on a huge ballistic arc, and then in the center, if you know, how much complication do you want? Here, have all the complication. In the center, you have 3 RS-25s. Those are 3 shuttle main engines and 2 orbital maneuvering thrusters. This plane is an absolute beast mode of, like, craziness. I mean, first of all, the complications of air starting liquid hydrogen fuel-rich stage combustion cycle motors has its all that's complicated in itself, right? But on top of that, you're on an SSDO with 10 SR-71 liquid hydrogen motors there. They're actually bigger than a J-58, but whatever. So, Star Raker would fly up. The front falls off. It would open up the nose. The entire nose would pivot like a super guppy, and the cargo bay inside of the plane is basically the size of a C5 Galaxy. In fact, that's where it was derived from. That was the payload requirements. I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit. Music is a little smidge loud. The payload requirements were basically a C5. Why was this thing never made? I'm getting to it. Axiom 3 is net January 2024. Cool. So, this is a little kind of PDF about some basic analysis about Star Raker. And how the thing basically works is that they wanted C5's payload capacity and a C5 Galaxy's cargo bay. Now, if you've never seen a C5 Galaxy, you don't know what that is. C5s are the largest transport plane that the United States Air Force has. It's bigger than a 747. It's bigger than an A380. The only planes that are really kind of either equal to or bigger than a C5 is a AN-124, which is its Russian counterpart, and the AN-225, which is the plane that was designed to move around the Buran orbiter. Oh, that's hard to look at. C5s are absolutely massive. They're about as big as you can get for a cargo plane. I mean, the 225 is the one exception, but 225 don't exist no more because we're idiots. But whatever, it's another story. This plane is gigantic. It's about 4 stories tall, give or take. The C5 has cargo capacity to move. That's a DSRV right there. That's an MH-53. That's a broken one. It can even move other C5 parts around. It can fit 2 tanks in there. 2 Abrams tanks can fit inside of this thing. You could put multiple Chinooks in there. The crazy thing about it is that you could fit 2 tanks in this thing, and the tanks will meet your max payload capacity, but not max cargo bay capacity. The cargo bay is big enough to fit like 4 tanks in it, but the plane literally can't lift them. Well, maybe not 4 tanks, but you get the idea. C5s are gigantic. And Rockwell basically said, yeah, let's take that and make it fly into space. Yeah, that's a good idea. So, the nose would have pivoted, and payload could be deployed out of a gigantic cargo plane, cargo bay. it is absolutely a ridiculous idea. Now, once again, I said that this plane kind of came about because of the oil crisis. The U.S., after we got embargoed by OPEC in 1973, we were looking for better ways to generate power. One idea that was proposed was building gigantic solar panel arrays on orbit. And in order to do that, in order to build solar panel arrays on orbit, we would have needed something that could fly into space really, really fast and make a lot of trips. And when I say building solar arrays on orbit, I'm talking about solar panels that are the size of like solar panel arrays using ISS-derived truss mechanisms that are the size of small towns. These solar panel arrays would probably have been, I don't know, like 3 miles by 5 miles wide. At least that was the original proposal. Star Raker is basically designed to go up here and just keep dropping off components back and forth and back and forth. They would have needed 1,100 flights to complete that 3 by 5 mile, so 15 square mile solar panel. The idea here, there's a thing of the engine, cross section of the engines. The idea here is that you have this gigantic solar panel up in space. You don't have to worry about gas diffusing the sunlight. The solar panels work better up there than they do down here. There's less stuff in the way between them and the sun, right? And then what they wanted to do was beam it down via microwaves. So this proposal started in earnest in the mid-'70s, and by the late 70s, Rockwell had a proposal for it. But when the malaise era kind of ended and OPEC kind of said, all right, just kidding, we're good, and fuel prices started to go down again, they abandoned the project because of the space shuttle. But that wasn't without a pretty high degree of analysis being done here, meaning that they really actually started to try and figure this out and figure out how to make it work. Yeah, those solar panels wouldn't have been just in LEO. They would have been way up there. The solar panel arrays would have been not in low Earth orbit, but up in like geosynchronous. These solar arrays would have been gigantic. Really, really cool. Really good idea, but... So, this is what we're talking about here. We're talking about, that's 6 miles by 4 miles right there. So 5 by 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers is 6 miles. 5 kilometers is 3 miles. So 6 by 3. So we're talking about 18 square mile solar panel arrays and it would beam the power back down via microwaves, which still to this day, not a bad idea. I will say it's not a bad way to do things. Yeah, Clayton, we could do something like this, sure. It's just we still don't have something that can fly into space like on a daily basis. We could. I wouldn't be surprised if there were defense aims for the project as well. Well, being able to get to space faster than the other guy, Flux Point, I mean, you got to remember, we're in the middle of the Cold War when this is all coming about, right? Being able to get into space a lot faster than the other guy means more, I mean, yeah, basically, look, we have something that can fly into space all the time. We're better than you. That literally can sum up basically the latter half of the Cold War. Look at this thing that you don't have. We're better than you. Oh, yeah? Well, look at this thing that you don't have. We're better than you. That's basically the Cold War in a nutshell. We could kill you really quickly if we felt like it. Oh, the hell you can. We could kill you very quickly if we felt like it. Yeah, that sums up life. Oh, boy, you're not wrong. Wouldn't the cost of operation be so high, it would be unfeasible to operate this aircraft with all those engines? Well, Bandit, that really depends. 747's expensive to operate, yet we still see them everywhere. So what, you know the drill, what would have made this useful? Either A, flying this thing a lot, or B, making a lot of these and flying them a lot, right? Economy of scale is the winner here, because the more you fly it, the better it is. The more the price goes down. Cost of operation will go down if you fly the damn thing more. I mean, same argument could be made for that thing that they're comparing it to. This is comparing, it's looking at isotherms of peak surface temperatures during ascent, and that's during ascent? Wow. Huh. I wonder if they have the same for descent. Whatever. Beats the modern version of the Cold War, yeah. Being able to beam power wherever you want on the planet, yeah, no way to use that for defense. Well, energy independence is a huge component of defense, silly. Your army ain't going anywhere if it doesn't have fuel. The Germans figured that out the hard way in 1944. If you can't generate power, you can't generate energy. It doesn't matter what the energy is, nuclear, electricity, whatever. In the Germans' case, it was petrol, it was gasoline and diesel fuel. You don't have the fuel, you don't have defense. It's that simple. Like, I hate to reduce it to a cynical base element like that, but that's the idea. You can't generate power, you're screwed. Also, if the cost savings by the amount of energy versus the normal way to get that energy, maybe. But anyway. Yeah, it's like in Hearts of Iron. You could have the biggest army in the world. If they don't have enough ammo, that army is useless. Right? What's that saying, guys? Losers discuss tactics, winners discuss logistics in warfare. Logistics is the key. You could have a bunch of really super trained super soldiers. If they don't have guns, they're going to get killed by people that have a week of experience, that have ammunition. That's the idea. But I digress. We're getting into defense policy and stuff. But anyway, that's what Star Raker was supposed to do. Project ended up getting canceled because the OPEC turned the taps back on in the early 80s. Imagine just powering your army from space. Yeah. Your best. Losers go home and whine about their best. Winners go home and get the prom queen. Carla was the prom queen. Yeah, so like I said, there was a lot of pretty good analysis done on thermal protection systems, how the thing flies. There's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good math was done. This project actually reached a pretty decent, went a pretty good way into development here. So we got everything from like orbital capabilities. That's orbital capabilities for a smaller Star Raker and RASV, which are competing. They were competing projects, but still, really enough information here to basically understand how the vehicle flies in real life and take that and build it in Kerbal and make it work like the real one in KSP. Would this have used a hydraulic power unit? I don't know. I'm guessing, yeah, probably. I'm not going to sit here and say you have garden variety control surfaces here, but you pretty much have garden variety control surface. In theory, we could build Rectrenas into aircraft wings, no need for aerial refueling. I mean, what's stopping your enemy from doing that, though? You know? If you're just beaming power back down, your enemy can grab it too. But either way. So, that's what we're working on today. Star Raker, there's your kind of thing into what Star Raker is and what it's designed to do. It would have been a massive undertaking. And I don't think, to my knowledge, I'm pretty sure nothing was built. Nothing came out of this. They did analysis. They did the math, basically. They did the math. They did the math for how the project could come together, but I don't think any parts were ever made for this thing. What's cool is that this document was probably typed. Yep. Would it maybe be a good idea to do a subscale demo to figure out where the flight characteristics and issues might be before dumping too much time into the full scale? We already did up all the dimensions for the big one, Tessa, and it's not like we're playing mission mode here. If we were playing mission mode rules, yeah, building a smaller one would probably be a good idea. But I think we can spring right for the big boy. I'm not too worried about it. Like I said, if we put it out and it blows up in our face, I can figure out really quick where it needs to be fixed, and we just build it. The thing is, guys, Tessa, ironically, part count's going to be high. Let's not pretend like it's not. I don't really see any particular thing here that's going to limit us. I can make the nose pivot. We can put the hybrid tech. We can get the hybrid tech working correctly in there. Yeah, stealthy. If it's targeted microwaves, then yeah. But yeah, who knows? I mean, if they have a phased array microwave, then yeah, it's omnidirectional. You could just point it. Yeah, just change the phasing on the array, and it could move in a different direction. You're most worried about drag. True, the power is using a phased array for beam forming. You can steer it. Yeah, okay. ETA on test flight with the new bird. Sal, give me a week. A week, probably. The big... Like I said, I was just saying, I don't see anything insurmountable that can't be built here. The big thing that I'm worried about is twofold. Propulsion. Which, propulsion is not that big of a deal. The reason why it's not that big of a deal for me is because I can overclock. We can overclock whiplashes and make it work. Not too worried about it. But we are going to need to build something that has some... We're going to need... In order to get the mass balance on this correct, we're going to need to build out a 1.8 meter jet engine. Or something. We're going to need to build something out here. Because... So, the jet engines on Star Raker are turbofan... They're turbo ramjets. Now, don't get me wrong, the Whiplash is a turbo ramjet, but in order to get the mass balance on this thing correct, those turbo ramjets probably would have been pretty heavy. So I need something that's relatively high mass. That and putting a bunch of 1 point or whatever diameter this is, 0.675, or 1.25. That's that diameter. Sorry, I forgot. That's 1.8. Putting a bunch of these back here, I basically need to design a Kerbalized version that's similar in mass to this thing. Look, if you look, those turbo ramjets are like shoehorned into the very back of the vehicle, and we got to take that into account. So propulsion is going to be a big one that we need to figure out. That and the shuttle motors. I honestly think I don't want shuttle motors. I was thinking either, Chad and I were talking about it the other day, we either need an overclocked Whiplash, or not an overclocked Whiplash, we need an overclocked Wolfhound to get what we need, because that's the right diameter, or use a Mastodon. I'd prefer to use the Mastodon because it's not as cheesy, and this, once again, the Mastodon is way heavier than that Wolfhound motor, and I'm honestly worried about mass distribution. In order for this airframe to fly correctly, your center of mass needs to be like right here, so we need to build some beef into the back to counteract that huge front, you know? Can I get your opinion on this? What's up, Ox? Trying to decide whether to just keep the transporter erector permanently with the pad like you did with Venture Star and have a more part count render, have more parts in render range, or have it work like real life version and have to deal with the removable pins and thermal bearings for hydraulics. So yeah, those are the two. That's the first one. The first one is propulsion. This looks awesome, by the way. The first one is propulsion. The second one is structure. The hierarchically building this is going to be difficult. Getting it to move the weight and shift the weight around correctly is going to be big. We really have to figure that one out. Like how all my wings are going to go together, how the stringers are going to go together. That's really complicated. We got to get that one right. I actually right click to move around in the SBH here, Ox. All right, so is that the Haze video, Bandit? Yeah, I have. Mastodons also give a Star Destroyer vibe, so really cool. Yeah, definitely. All right, Ox, what do you got for me? You're trying to decide whether to just keep the transporter erector permanently with the pad like you did with Venture Star and have more part count in the render range, or have it work in real life, have it work like the real life one and have removable pins. Well, Ox, I will say that 39ATE looks amazing. You did a very good job. That looks really good, dude. Yeah, very pretty. Here, let me show you something. Hey, Nazlik, I'm great, dude. How are you? I'd go with 3 Mastodons for you, 20 to 70K. For the ohms, I'd say a pair of nerves. Stick with 5 whiplashes on each side and overclock the suit. Yeah, Tessa, big things. We need to build the engine into a power pack and have it have a nozzle that's 1.8 wide, or at least look like it is. I'm not sure how we're going to do that with the whiplash thrust transform, but I might make a nozzle out of a fairing or something to make it look right. Also, yeah, we need a lot of pre-coolers, so yeah, we're gonna need to make a power pack, dude. We're gonna need to make something, not just, you know, whiplash with a bunch of pre-coolers and an intake at the front. I'm talking about making something that fits the size and volume of those things in the right spot, or else we're not gonna get the right mass distribution. Also, I want it to look nice. I want the back to look like the renders. Give me 1 second. Okay, that's a trailer that I made. Give me 1 second, Ox. Let me go find something. I'll show this to you. Might be a stupid question, but what does a pre-cooler actually achieve? Apart from looking cool. Pre-coolers cool the intake air on the engine, Doom. If you can cool the air going into your jet engine, think of a pre-cooler at high altitude doing what a turbocharger does to a car. If you cool the air down going into your motor, you get more oxidizer in there. More oxidizer in there, more fuel, more power. Yeah, pre-coolers are used for jet engines. They're used at high altitudes. Now, don't get me wrong, the air up there is extremely cold because it's at low pressure, but the air is getting compressed when it goes into the intake and it heats up. Basically, pre-coolers are there to make sure you don't get entry heating going into your jet engine. Because if you're preheating your intake air, combustion doesn't work very well. Think about it for a second. Think about it like this. If you say your combustion temperatures inside of a jet engine are like 1,000 C, right? And your intake heating, your intake air is ionizing, right? And it's coming in at like 1,600 C. That's probably bad for it. Yeah, that's probably not going to get good performance out of that. Pre-coolers are like the intercooler for a car. Yeah, there you go. Yep, yeah, Tessa, that's probably a better way to say it. It's an intercooler for a jet engine. It's an air-to-air intercooler at high altitude. Well, it could be air-to-liquid. It depends. So, Ox, I'll get back to you in 1 second. So check this out. There are closed-loop helium pre-coolers that are being worked on right now for hybrid jet rocket engines. It's a helical intercooler. So what this thing is, Doom, is a Sabre engine. The Sabre engine it's a hybrid air-breathing rocket engine. So it could work like a jet engine, but it can also work like a rocket motor. You could do either one. The Rapier in Kerbal is a Sabre engine. You could switch back and forth. Now, in real life, the Sabre, you have a jet engine that's up at 100,000 feet. There's not much air up there. The air that you are getting is cool, but it's not at very high density. And you need a certain amount of oxidizer to spray with a certain amount of fuel to get a certain amount of thrust to keep the thing going, right? To keep the plane moving, right? Or whatever you're flying. So, the Sabre engine has a closed-loop helium pre-cooler. This closed-loop helium pre-cooler essentially works like an air conditioner in front of the jet engine. It's an air conditioner. So the air goes in, it goes through the cooling vanes, it gets super cooled, it gets super chilled, then it goes in, then it gets compressed and goes into the intake and out the back, right? Like you can see that this is it's half jet engine, half rocket motor, right? So so you're using helium in the pre-cooler. So think about it like an air-to-water charge cooler. So in an air-to-water charge cooler, you have water being trickled through a radiator that air is being sucked through, and that cold water basically exchanges all the heat with the incoming air on a car, right? And you get a cool charge going into your turbocharger, right? This thing has liquid helium flowing through it. Liquid helium. And you get basically supersonic or hypersonic flow going through here, right? And it goes through, and that intake air gets super chilled by liquid helium and then goes into your combustors, right? Now, okay, so what does the liquid helium do? From there, the liquid helium goes through, it turns to a gas, basically, and then gets recirculated back into a tank. And from there, actually, it doesn't even go into a tank. From there, it exchanges the heat with the propellant. So a Sabre engine would need to be run with a cryogenic propellant, so you'd need liquid hydrogen. Because hydrogen and helium are very, very similar to each other, you have liquid hydrogen going in, and after the gaseous helium gets heated up with the cooler here, it goes through another air to water liquid exchanger, right? And the hydrogen turns to a gas and it atomizes for the jet engine, right? And the helium goes back to liquid and goes back into the pre-cooler. They're using cryogenic propellants. Sabre engine runs off liquid hydrogen. They're using cryogenic propellants to keep the intake air cool. So they have a jet engine that runs off liquid hydrogen, and what it does is it has a closed loop helium pre-cooler, and it takes the chilledness of the propellants and swaps it with the intake air using helium. Helium is super, super conductive of heat. It's a very good heat conductor. Yeah, like that's why it's like an air conditioner and not like an intercooler. Intercoolers are just air to air, and an air to water intercooler is an open loop system. Basically, once you heat up the water, it turns to steam and boils out of the system on a car. This would be like having the water, a closed loop air to water intercooler that's being chilled by an air conditioner on board the car. Could that be done? Hey, Tourniquet, 56-month resub. Did you see my tweet about Kerbal Lego? Yeah, Heli Pilot. I know about the Kerbal Legos. I haven't seen your tweet, though, but that's cool. Yes, but why? Well, you have an air-to-water intercooler. You're just going to boil off all the water in a car, so you have to constantly refill the water tank on the car. If you have that steam go through a charge cooler, or basically an air conditioner, you could have a I mean, the air conditioner's already on the car. Happy birthday, RJ. Bucket. There's no way the air conditioner would be able to keep up with the CFMs that the turbocharger needs, though. That's probably the bottleneck, if I had to guess. You literally need a gigantic air conditioner attached to the car. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, Ox, back to what you were saying. Let me show you something. Ox, are you still here before I talk your ear off? Okay, cool. Just wanted to be sure. Alright, here, I'll show you how I did it. So your TE looks great. And yours is probably going to get better performance because you're using a lot of physicsless parts to hold it together. Mine is detachable. Actually, this version doesn't... Oh, it has a docking port on hinges with no hybrid tech. That won't work. that won't work. That could work if the hinges were hybrid, but you're gonna attach one docking port. That's okay. This is probably when I was still figuring out hierarchies. That's a really stupid way to do this. So long story short, I had mine detachable, Ox, but I ran into some really hard problems with reattaching the hydraulics, getting the hydraulics to reattach, and getting this thing centered. With pins, you can do it, and hybrid tech pins they could work. It's possible, but difficult. Yeah, I'm also using multiple docking ports here, and then I had shielded ports for logic purposes. And the docking ports are holding this thing up, so this design would never have worked correctly. It would have been pretty damn difficult to get this thing to lay flat here. You would need same vessel collision and stuff. Long story short, Ox, what I'm trying to tell you is I had a movable one. The movable one is really difficult to solve. It's a really hard problem to get right because it's really difficult to roll this thing on landing gear and get it to line up. I did do a little bit of cheating, though. Well, not cheating. There's a trick here. So if you look right here and you use Mark IIIs as your pad base, see that little channel right there? Landing gear will ride in that channel, and you could basically use it like a track. It does work. That absolutely works. That was my secret to keeping this thing aligned. But even then, I'm using just straight docking ports to hold the hydraulics in place. That's not going to work. Solar panel pins were the best solution. Those things worked, man. They worked really well. Yeah. And so I built it as all one unit, dude. The frames were atrocious, but it does work. I started building pads when you did, Condors, but I haven't done one since breaking ground, so things have slightly moved away somewhat from using a vector to verticate. Yeah, this thing will move. It'll verticate it. Not this version, but the 5C variant will absolutely do it. Maybe we can go grab that one real quick. I don't have the 5C variant loaded. What's 5D3? Let's see. Yeah, this is a whole launch complex. The integration cranes are over there. Those are non-hybrid tech integration cranes. Dude, yeah, this is an explosion waiting to happen. The fact that I launched anything off of this is pretty impressive, actually. What inspired the name Condor? I didn't want to call my Falcon 9 copy a Falcon 9, so I picked another bird and put 9 after it. It's the truth. This is the other solution that I did, Ox. These have this has a hybrid tech hinge in it. Or actually, that's a straight Kraken tech hinge. Yeah. This solution basically docked the TE right to the hydraulics, and that just held that in place. Not a bad idea, except your hierarchy going through like 30 or 40 hydraulics like that is really not a good idea. Because you're flipping the hierarchical flow on these things. That's not a good way to do that. We learned that from the SSTO pads. Don't do that way. Yeah, Jim, of course. It's around. I'm not going to sit here and say that I could make this better nowadays, but I could make this better nowadays. We could use pins and stuff to do this, and we could use OC to hydraulics. See, my solution at the time was just to stack hydraulics on hydraulics. We have... I could do this better. We could do this better nowadays. We'd run into some binding problems with the hydraulics because they'd be stacked on top of each other, but it's still doable. Yeah, this thing was absolutely insane. It's just getting the load, getting it to settle, RJ. I'm sure I could find a solution, dude. Maybe after Star Raker, what we can do, dudes, is build the transporter erector and pad for MLV. Maybe we could do that. MLV, I'll admit, I did build MLV to be built vertically, but I suppose it's just easier to be plumb with gravity when you're trying to line stuff up. Man, you could have built the station so much more quickly with the MLV, but it would have had no crew access, dude. I never built a crew capsule for this thing. It is a great launch vehicle. This was like at my peak of being like hybrid tech. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not exactly where I was. I'm still remembering how to build stuff in KSP1 because we've been away for a little while. And literally, all the last project that we worked on in KSP1 wasn't very systems engineering intensive. It was just a crack and drive shooting Grissoms around the solar systems, right? Around the solar system, there's no multiple ones. Doing these hard integration projects we haven't done in a little while, so I'm still remembering how to put it all back together, right? But dude, this is like peak. This thing, I designed this thing to be reused a bajillion freaking times. And because the vehicle is 400 parts, and that first stage ends up being about 300 of them, because it's super complicated, because the landing leg deploy mechanism works exactly like SpaceX's. We Kerbalized it. A simpler, this would have favored a vertical integration. It would have favored a much simpler pad. Non-detachable probably would work, Ox, but that means your integration cranes need to be completely plumb square with your TE and your pad, or else you're going to have some really bad problems. Like, it has to be perfectly straight. Getting that right is not easy. I don't know what a 375 crewed spacecraft will look like. Hey, Gull, what's going on? Popping in from the middle of nowhere, camping in Wales. Nice. Cool. Anyway. Let's get back to it. So, we need to start figuring out structure for this thing. Obviously, we have the fuselage kind of figured out, but there's still much to do. So, let's get going. I'd say we should continue building out the shell and then work on propulsion, because it's really hard to kind of estimate how heavy this thing is going to be with all of its tanks and whatnot. So yeah, Ox, systems engineering is tough, dude. It's tough, hard to do, especially in Kerbal, because Kerbal physics don't work exactly like real life. But yeah, still fun and very rewarding. That's why I do it. I really like working on projects like this. Graphic design is my passion. second, dudes. All right, enjoy your camping trip, Gall. All right, structure. So, in order to do this, I'm going to go look at how we made the K90. The K90 stays pretty damn firm. K90 is the probably the closest plane that I have that's going to be the most similar to this. This plane is not designed to fly up into space. It's just a cargo plane. I just want to see how we ended up making this. So, okay, the wings have a central attachment point right there. Everything is attached to that one piece. So that means that, because this is highlighting only this part of the wing right here, and this one, it highlights the entire wing. That's the root part of the subassembly there, and I'm going to assume that the bottom is the same way. Now, what are these attached to? Okay, there's a central spine going on the top of the vehicle. That's the structure. The structure is these Mark II cargo bays. And the wings are attached to the Mark IIs. All the wings are attached to a single Mark II cargo. Oh, okay. All right. Now, what are the tanks attached to? The tanks are attached to the same thing. Okay. What about you? Same thing top to bottom. K90 didn't need that many struts. Yes, it did. It needed these cross braces and stringers. Yeah, or else it would have just flopped itself to pieces. This is basically connecting all the branches of the hierarchy together. It absolutely needed all this. I know, because we built it and the wings just went. Why is no one playing KSP 2? It just needs more time, Morgus. It's kind of limited right now. It's like when KSP 1 came out. That's one for the people keeping track. Yeah, the K90 is a beast. It's a monster. But we're going to be doing something similar with Star Raker. Star Raker's skin is going to be very similar to this. How long did this take to build? Month. Yeah, good month. This was tough. Star Raker is going to take us that long until we get it like really fleshed out and good to go. These are hard projects to do. You have to take your time. If you don't take your time, it's not. You're going to put it together and it'll blow up right on the pad. You really have to sit here and think about how the thing goes together. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, but you know, we have all of August open with the exception of rocket launches, so let's do it, you know. I used fairings for the wing leading edge here, and that did give us a good amount of side slip, but it still does work. The upside down cargo bay spine might work well. Could probably do better than that. Save on some parts. SRBs in the upper parts of the fuselage would probably be a good idea, Hellfish. Come on now, Dead Crew. Can we see it fly? Morgs, you want to see this one go? I mean, yeah. I kind of want to get back to working on what we're working on, dude, while I'm just kind of... I only had this up because I wanted to see how it was put together. Now, where does this wing leading edge part go? What is that attached to? It's attached to the same piece. Yeah, everything is attached to that. That's the thermal exhaust port of the entire design. That Mark II cargo bay. Yeah, Morgs. If you're around in a little bit, maybe we'll fly a little bit later. And my engines and my landing gear are all attached to the tank. That's the fuel tank. We have excess intakes, extra fuel tanks over there. The landing gear is attached to that. And my power plants are attached to it as well. And because I didn't estimate fuel right, I just added another fuselage back here with more fuel. This thing is designed to basically fly around the entirety of Kerbal. You could take off, you could fly down the runway, take off, get up to 10,000 meters and just go straight, and you'll come back to the runway and land with 18 tons of payload in the payload bay. It is a hardcore plane. If you want, you could move 36 tons around, but you'd have to land somewhere on the other side of Kerbin and refuel. With what you'd refuel with, I don't know. But this plane is capable of landing on land, and it's capable of landing in the water. It's a gigantic seaplane, too. That's why I opted for this hull design. Now, if I remade the K90, I would reshape the hull a little bit. The hull would look more like the... It would look more like the H4 with the blended wing. Because it turns out that when you make a seaplane, you basically have to have the hull, the boat hull needs to take up about half of the plane, and then the back part of the plane needs to be airplane, right? The reason why is because if it goes boat hull all the way to the back, there's no way for the plane to rotate in the water. You can't nose up. If you go to nose up and the back of the plane seeps into the water. So if I remade the K90, it would be more that fuselage shape than anything. But with the blended wing. Blended wing would probably go back to about here and then zip back that way. But that's another story. Yeah. The H4 beast mode of a plane. Really freaking cool. So, yeah, see what I mean? If I had made the fuselage follow the contour of my wings and came to a point back here somewhere instead of a point that goes down like that, this plane wouldn't need the hydrofoils. We wouldn't, because right now this thing hydrofoils up out of the water to fly. We need to deploy like deflectors to deflect the water up. That doesn't work very well. I've read about that, Hellfish, yeah. Ed Mana linked it the other day. Okay, so we need to start off with a central spine for Star Raker. Now keep in mind, Star Raker is going to be introduced to loads that are way higher than this. This thing is not designed to fly more than like 150 meters a second. It's really not. It's like a U-2 versus an SR-71 or an A-12. Either one. Take your pick. Alright, so we have our center spine here. Hey Jacobs, what's going on, buddy? Alright, so let's set these to grandparent. And then there's the aft tail cone right there. So let's get the fairings off of mouse over. And I suppose we'll start in the cargo bay. We'll start by doing up the interior of the cargo bay. So I have this piece right here. These I-beams are a template that's supposed to represent my usable area. Working and thought you'd throw the stream up on the other monitor. Thanks, man. Alright, so we need to do the spine piece. And let's think about this for a second. This is what I mean about thinking about structure. The entire nose cone of this thing will pivot off, right? The whole nose cone is going to do that. If the whole nose cone is going to do that, we're going to need some type of... I mean, the fairing to build... The fairing that's the cargo bay needs to be hollow up at the front, but we're still going to need some type of structural piece there to hold this whole thing in place, right? What if the cargo box was the spine? Well, I'm gonna probably build something into right here. No fish. It's probably what's gonna happen. But I gotta be careful here because when we go to make the nose pivot, that's obviously going to be something on the ground that needs to be really strong. And up in space, we don't want to screw with the hierarchy too much, because that's gonna be a hard problem to solve. Let me just check something. So let's just attach a docking port here for a moment, and if we attach the docking port, we leave it down here. It's out of the way. Does it conform to where the cargo bay is? Oh, absolutely. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can actually get away with moving that upwards a little bit. Now, the real question is, can we move this thing all the way up to the front? Dude, I can't even see the damn seam where the two fairings meet up. That seam is so freaking precise, I can't see it. I think that's the seam. I think. That's where the fairing texture does change. So yeah, that's the seam. Does this docking port go all the way? Can we gizmo that all the way up here? Yes, we can. Alright. That docking port can be on this. Actually, it doesn't even need to be a docking port. We could build the mainline hierarchy of the hinge in. Seems right. Or is it left? Yeah, see, texture change right there? That's where the cargo bay fairing ends and the fuselage crew section fairing begins. It's actually, look, I made markers for where that is. And I even labeled them. Nice. Alright. It doesn't need to undock. We could put it on a hinge. That's not a problem. So, that hinge, how are we going to build that hinge into the design? For this pivotable piece, the entire fuselage is supposed to pivot out of the way. I don't want that pivoting too far. Or not pivoting, I don't want that far away from our root part. The other thing that we might have a little bit of a problem with here is yeah, that's why I do that, Jacobs. I spent an entire stream getting the measurements right, and we spent the last stream getting the proportions right. Now that we've done that, what we have to do now is figure out structurally how this is going to go together. Moving around a crew section this big on the ground is going to be a pain in the butt, but also that's going to be tough to do in space. The reason why is because we could use hybrid tech to hold it in place, right? But that means that the hinge that connects this thing together needs to be in our mainline hierarchy. Meaning that when you build a plane or something in Kerbal, guys, and I know that, Jacobs, that you probably know this. This is for the uninitiated. This is why this is why this is such a pain in the butt. So when you build something in Kerbal, you have your main line, right? So like, let's just say, oh, I want to build a regular rocket. Let's do this, and it needs a decoupler for the capsule, right? Right, we need a decoupler for our capsule, and then we need a regular fuel tank, right? And then that's our service module, and then we need that right there, and then we need another decoupler here like this, and then we need, a stage behind that, and then we need a big engine behind that, etc., etc. You have a mainline hierarchy here. So there's the very back of the craft, right? And then there's the very front, right? and then you have everything in between. Okay? Kerbal derives its structure from how strong this is. The less stuff you have between the front and the back of your vehicle, the better. This is why I take engines, and I usually don't build them into the main line on my vehicles. Why? Rocket engines aren't structural. Yeah, they don't make very good supports. Fuel tanks do. And fairings. Right? So, say we wanted to take this out of the main line hierarchy, right? We could attach it to the decoupler, attach the decoupler directly to the fuel tank, and then take the rocket engine, and oh, now we can't attach it, but then take like, I don't know, take a cubic octag, right? And attach it there. Right? Make sure that it's perfectly straight, or else it's not going to work, right? So, now we attach the rocket engine on a cubic octag, and that might not be very structurally sound, but it should be okay. Now we move that back down. Using absolute, we move it right back down into position. See this design right here? That's way stronger. It's way stronger because that engine isn't being used. That engine isn't being used for structure. It's off of the main line. So right now, the craft file from front to back goes capsule decoupler, service module tank, decoupler, fuel tank, engine. There's less stuff from front to back here. There's less parts in the way. That engine's out of the hierarchy. Okay? It's out of the main line. Okay? So where this kind of, how this kind of applies to our Star Raker here is we got a little bit of a problem. The front of Star Raker is supposed to pivot. It's supposed to pivot out of the way on a hinge that's right there. Or something. I'd assume it's something similar to the Super Guppers. So the Super Guppy is a very, very highly modified Boeing 377, which is a passenger version of a B-29. NASA still uses this thing. It's still flying around. It's at Kennedy Space Center right now. NASA has been using it to move capsules around for a long time. The crazy thing about the Super Guppy, I've seen this plane. There's a NASA Super Guppy that's at Pima. The crazy thing about the Super Guppy is that the Super Guppy, the entire front opens. The entire front of it opens. There's a hinge right there. And don't get me wrong, the hinge isn't structural. The Super Guppy is designed, see it has a little extra landing gear right there, and then it has two hydraulic jacks that level the back of the plane because the front landing gear's up there. And then they have a little wheelie cart that actually just wheels it out of the way. We're going to need to make something like this. That needs to be built into the front, or else it's not going to get very far. So, Airbus Rumpfheck. Fuselage? Hamburg too loose. You have loose hamburgers? What? Hamburgers are too loose. So, because we need to make something like this... Sorry, I'm being a dick. Because we need to make something like this, I'll simplify it here. We have this gigantic honking plane, and we need a hinge to put it together. Anybody that's played Kerbal knows that this could get to be a little weird if I build, say, let's just, once again, use our rocket as an example, right? We have to do this. See what I'm talking about? And this is going to look strange, but we basically have to do that. See what I'm talking? See what I mean? See what I'm talking? You still just see what I'm talking, man? Huh? That's going to require an extremely strong hinge. Now, don't get me wrong. We can kind of get around it because I can use same vessel collision, and we can use different parts on the vehicle to collide with each other to help carry the load. But... Heck means back ending, Rumpf means body. Oh, thanks, lifeguard. We need to put that inside of our mainline hierarchy. In the main line. Because we can't not have it in the main line. Because if it's not in the main line, that means the nose cone of our vehicle isn't in the main line. That's not good. Now, why is this not a big deal. Why does it have to be in the main line? Well, for aero purposes, Kerbal, because this fuel tank, because that hinge is a node attached to this fuel tank, and the back half of the hinge has the decoupler attached to it via the nodes. See those nodes there? It's attached like that, right? Kerbal understands that the hinge is part of the structure here. Now, if we didn't build the nose cone into our mainline hierarchy, let me show you what happens. Say I built out the plane, I built out the fuselage of the plane, right? And then we just attached this on the side. No node attachment, right? And then we just, you know, closed it up and say we put the hinge right where we want it to be, right here. And then, you know, let's take our fuel tank and we reroute it to the back piece, right? And we put it here. Now, all right, now we move it. Ready? Woo! Yeah, see? That does exactly what we want. That looks perfect, right? No, wrong. Absolutely not. Kerbal thinks this is flying like this. That's not very aerodynamic. The game does not understand that this is in front of this if you do this way. Because I attached it originally to the side of the booster. See what I'm talking about? Kerbal doesn't get that. It doesn't understand that this isn't in the way. That's why the hinge needs to be on the main line. So it understands, the game understands that the nose cone is actually in front of the cargo bay. Once again, if I just attached this to the side, I attached it like this. It's not in the main line, which means Kerbal now thinks that that's the front of the vehicle. And it thinks that this is just something over here. Kerbal doesn't understand the difference between having this here and having it right there. It doesn't get it. It doesn't know the difference. You have to tell it the difference. This is why, once again, that's why the hinge needs to be on the main line. If it isn't on the main line, we got a big problem. That's Kerbal hierarchies. The crazy thing is that this is these are the same exact aerodynamic parts, but this and the first vehicle that I made will fly completely differently. Because once again, it doesn't know the difference if this isn't in the main line. It has to be main line. If it's not, you're screwed. Or you fudge it with double occluded fairings. Oh, I mean, you could do that if you like adding more parts, Tessa. That works. I don't really want to do that. So, yeah, a little bit on hierarchies and why it's super important to... I need a hinge on the main line. Now, the problem is, I have a hinge on the freaking main line. These parts are very noodly. The hinges don't... They like to weeble wobble around. I don't care what Kerbal thinks. The game doesn't care that you don't care. Touché. So, this is why I have... If you've seen me play before, this is why I use RCS and thermometers in the form of a socket and a hinge to basically make up for the fact that these have the structural consistency of a wet noodle. That's important to understand that. Just on a side note. So now what we got to do is we need to build a hinge, and that hinge needs to be in the main line. If it's not in the main line, we got a bad problem. It'll think that the cargo bay is the front of the vehicle. The other thing that I got to fix here is the root part. The game does not like it when your root part is in the middle of the vehicle. For that exact same reason. Your root part, try to put your root part always at the front. Because, once again, just let's build the most generic Kerbal spacecraft here ever. You start at the top. Every craft file should start at the front and work your way back, right? You don't start with the first stage. I mean, you can, but if you know more advanced building techniques, right? But every part starts at the top. So Kerbal doesn't really like it when you try to do this. And keep in mind, these are very basic examples, guys. Kerbal doesn't like it doing something like this. The game doesn't understand the arrow behind this very well because I radially attach tanks to the front. It thinks this is the front of the vehicle, and honestly, Kerbal doesn't really understand the difference between this flying here and that same part flying on the side. I mean, don't get me wrong. That would fly a little bit different if I moved these up in the front, but it's still assigning aerodynamic properties to this like it's attached on the side, which once again, you have to understand that with the mainline hierarchy, or the game really gets confused. So, we've got to do a couple of things here. First thing we got to do is, well, we got to reroute. We got to reroute the craft file, because I made the fuselage first, and our root part is at the back of the cargo bay. We have to reroute it so the fairing that's facing forward, that one right there, the nose cone of the vehicle, is the first part. Right? That would make sense. Chimera, 27 months. All right, so save this. Let's go. Before we do this, I'm anal about making backups with this stuff. So 8, 2, 23. Save. We're going to have to do a reroute operation here. Rerouting operations aren't too much of a big deal. Yeah, the vast majority of this stuff is attached to that girder segment there. All my blueprinting equipment is attached there. But the hierarchy on the main fuselage section that we just made needs to be moved around. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to hit 4, and we need to reroute to the front panel, which is what I did. So if I select the nose cone, it'll move the entire craft file. Good. All right, so now that we have that figured out, here's where this gets complicated. We have to separate this. And separating it is going to screw up any struts that I have because we're taking it apart. So the struts that we use to craft the fuselage are in the R1 craft file. We have those backed up so we can get I don't want to get rid of that. Back it up. Think about that when you go to build a vehicle. Does Kerbal think it's attached to the side, or does it think it's in line? That's really important to understand. Alright, so we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And then I use these marker struts here to figure out different sections here. I don't think there's any other parts with struts on here that I was using for rulers or anything. So, save. Now what we need to do, let's turn the fairings here. Now what we need to do is disconnect the fuselage. Got to be super careful about doing this, though. What could happen when you pull the fairing like this, when I pull the cargo bay part here, because I got to put that hinge in. We have to attach the hinge somewhere, right? And once again, it has to be in the main line. Sometimes it deletes fairings when you separate it, so wish me luck. Wish me luck that this doesn't get more complicated than it needs to be. There's also a side ruler there that we can get rid of. I was using that to measure fairing diameter. Actually, probably might need that if it gets rid of the fairing, but... Okay, it didn't save the reroute operation. Nope, I did that wrong. I rerouted to the shuttle cockpit. That's not a good idea. The shuttle cockpit and the crew tank are not the front of the vehicle. Those, well, technically those are node attached to the fairing. So the root part is inside of the fairing, technically. The game should understand that. Yeah, the game will understand that. That actually is not the worst way to do this. Because the shuttle cockpit's technically the front. And then that's attached there. And then it's the nose cone fairing. And then it's the interstage fairing right there. The Wolf redeemed ad time, okay? I'm going to run an ad. It's an SSDO, Jens. RJ, new lander that you came up with. Oh, you got a little dual axis thrust going on there. This is the most intimidating thing you play. The engine array looks like something from Stargate. It's a monster. It's a monster, Benton.
Discovery.
What ad? I don't know. I guess it didn't give you an ad, PY. How you doing, buddy? Everything okay? Enjoy my Bezos bucks. Thanks. You're welcome, Hockey. Hey, Wolf, what's going on? All right. So now I need to select that fairing and detach it. Okay. Good news. Didn't delete the fairings. Didn't move around any structure. Good. There is a ruler that we need to get rid of. That's not going to do us any good. So now we need to add the hinge in. I'm not sure what type of hinge we should use. I mean, the most powerful one is this. We might need to check in to make sure that this one can actually fit like in the side of this thing. It works. I just don't know how to get the thrust to line up when the fuel is draining with a cal. Snackless worked on something like that, RJ. I forget. Okay, FY? Well, that's good, man. That's good. It's good to see you, dude. My Dodosaur lunar distance traveler has hit a snag. Oof.
Discovery. Go at throttle up.
Hey, Demos. 100-month resub. You believe that, man? Here. What we'll do, let's left click on this piece, and this is our cargo bay, usable cargo bay area bracket, or piece. As long as we just get the 4 points lined up touching the fairing like that, that is the there. That's the usable cargo bay area. So this will show me kind of where we could place a hinge. Now keep in mind, this hinge is going to need to open to the right, so this hinge has 180 degrees of movement and we need 120. And the hinge needs to go that way, and it needs to be about there. Hey, Cozy, thanks for the raid, buddy. What's the justification for hinge being before structure? Wouldn't you still be able to attach it in line? The hinge needs to be in the main line, Hellfish. It needs to be in the main line. It has to be part of the structure, which is why I figured it'd probably be better to tackle it first. So So now if we take the rest of the plane, see, this is why I got rid of all the struts, because if I had all the struts in place, they would have just ran everywhere. And now we need to gizmo this all the way back. Into position. And everything should align. But I also need to set that to that first. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Ooh, the game doesn't like that. We might be asking too much. All right. Save that. Let's reload. There's no errors, Tessa. At least I don't think. No thumbnail exists. It has to do with the negative scaling component of parts that are in symmetry post-robotics. This is... I remember this from when we were troubleshooting the shuttle. Let's reload it. See what happens. I want to see if it screws up when I go to move this. I mean, this is right. This is in the SPH. The hierarchy is correct here, but I'm a little bit worried about that inverse scaling. This is what happens if you have parts that are in symmetry that are branching off of a hinge. So we have parts that are negative scaled. It's probably these robotics, because these robotics are technically downstream from that hinge. And if it's these robotic parts that are downstream from the hinge, then I suppose we don't really need to worry about it too much. Looking good so far. Thanks, Glitch. Oh, how are we gonna make that do that? That's, what if you use hybrid tech control surfaces? Hybrid tech control surfaces with what, Core? No, probably not, Tessa. I don't think so. Let me look at something real quick. Just while we're here, I gotta look at this.
Discovery.
To be honest, the
Going
way I
throttle up.
perceive this is as a nose-shaped craft docked to a rear craft. Would the craft file be better off if you did the structure via a docking port? No. No, aligning that docking port would be terrible, and if it's not right, the thing's not going to fly correctly. Hybrid tech with hinges is the way to go. Trust me on this one. The fully crack and tech hinge pushed with robotics instead of having robotics in line. That's hybrid tech, but you're adding complication to it by replacing a singular hinge with dual docking ports, and docking ports are susceptible to float when it comes to alignment. I mean, that's no different than what you're going to get with a drifting hinge. It's just simpler to make it. It's simpler to make it with a hinge. I did read the rest of it. I'm not interested in doing that. Coming from not knowing anything about this game, would rotating the hinge 360 degrees, would it make the cockpit rotate instead of the back end? Nah, glitched. It's just because the root part is the shuttle cockpit. The hinge is in the main line because it's moving the back of the craft, but yeah, it's kind of reversed to what you'd think it should be. If I had built the hinge, well, that piece was still the root part, then the nose cone would pivot like that, and the fuselage would stay together. But once again, Kerbal doesn't understand that very well. It doesn't like it when there's stuff in front of a root part. It's not that it doesn't like it. It's probably fine. But I noticed that stuff that doesn't have like root parts more towards the front of the hierarchy doesn't really fly. They fly weird. Yeah, they fly differently actually. Yeah. If I had to guess, the hinge was more than a singular pivot. Well, from this core, it looks like the hinge point is somewhere back here, and it looks like there's a slot in the side. Like, see that piece right there? Like, this is gonna look strange. Like, it does this. See what I'm talking about? Like, there's a relief in the side, and it moves like that. Just a guess, though. Which, I mean, once again, I could do that. But where does that show the hinge pivot point? It shows the pivot point basically is in line, so... But that still doesn't make it... How does... I see what you're saying. Ooh. Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. I got another idea. Just detach this for a moment. We won't use that hinge. Let's use the smaller one. The G11, it's easier to build Kraken Tech hinges around this thing. Alright. And believe it or not, that hinge is a little bit beefier. And then, give me a 3P6 hydraulic cylinder like that. And now take the back of this plane. I'm building it in my head. Give me 1 second. I need a structural ring up there anyway. I need something to attach all those to. Probably. I'm sorry. I gotta think about this for a second, dudes. When we go to lock the thing into position. I'm building the ship out in my head. I'll try to narrate, I guess, what eggs are frying up here, I suppose. So I'm wondering if I need some kind of structural piece here built into the fuselage and then have the fairing attached to said structural piece. So like, for instance, if I do... Nope, that's too big. That's also too big. We would need something like an SRB. And this would... SRBs are really good at making structural components. The SRB would need to be attached right here. That does kind of impede our cargo bay just a smidge. But it's not too bad. That's just a little bit of impedance, I guess. Impedance, not impedance. That's something different. And say we attached those there, like this. It's attached to the fairing, right? And then we did... I don't think the plane is impotent with all that rocket, with all these pointy rockets on it, just saying. Just a thought. Alright, so... And now... Cool. Okay. Alright. I like this idea. I like building the SRBs into the structure. The reason why I like doing this is because up here, we're going to need to put a lot of Kraken tech. There needs to be Kraken tech up here to hold that hinge in place. We're gonna need a hell of a hinge right here, especially when we're on the ground. The hinge can't kind of move. It has to be right. I can make a passive vessel collision locking mechanism for this that will hold, and then the shell on the cargo bay and the shell on the inner, I'm calling it the inner stage, the aft skirt on the crew section here, I guess is what we should call it. Those are gonna have same vessel collision, so those will work. I just need some type of pin to align the thing. We're gonna need pins to align it. We'll probably do one here, one here, one here. And then we need the locking mechanism as well to hold that thing in place to make sure it doesn't move forward and back on this springy hydraulic cylinder. So the other thing I need is the mechanism to hold the vehicle up. Because if we're going to do something like this on the ground, gravity, and I just go to separate the vehicle, there's no way even the hybrid tech won't hold it up. And the landing gear, right? The landing gear is not going to be able to hold moving this thing around, right? So we need the latching mechanism. I need the pilot mechanism to make sure that it's aligned. We need the hydraulic mechanism to push it up and down to make sure that you level the plane. And I need something on the forward part of this to move that out of the way too. We need some type of deployable down there. It has a couple of jacks and an extra wheel. Yeah, see the wheel is the motor. That's what moves it, Core. See, it's got wires attached to it. It's a little electric motor that just... I'm not saying we need to do that. I don't think we need to put like a rover wheel here and move it. We just need wheels down there. The hydraulics, we can the hinge, we can overclock it. We can oversee the hinge and the hydraulic to get it to work correctly. Yeah, that shouldn't be that big of a deal. But the downward hydraulics are something we're going to need. And the downward hydraulics are going to need to be attached and hybrid teched into place so they don't bend out of position. We have to retain them in position. That's going to be hard to do because we're going to have same vessel interaction going on here. Okay, strutting the housings probably should be good enough if the hydraulic is strong enough. Okay. And those cables between the two fuselages, talk about a point of failure. Dave, believe it or not, Super Guppies have never had a problem. They did have one aerodynamic problem one time when they were building them. Somebody didn't do the analysis right. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. Somebody didn't do the analysis for the test that they were doing right. Let me put it to you like that. They were trying to see if you could, like, what happens if you dive bomb the plane for a 0G environment, and it didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. Apply directly to the forward. That's the closest, Dave, that's the closest I've ever seen these things coming.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
The closest I've ever seen this thing to having a problem. Hey, 70 months from my guy. Thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's dynamic pressure. The pressure built up. This is why they throttle down engines for max Q, so the fairings on rockets don't do that. Yeah, literally that. You don't want that happening to a fairing. That would be that would not fare very well. Damn it, buy those, you son of a bitch. So yeah, that's never really happened, which is kind of crazy. All right, so what happens if we extend this boy out a little bit and then we... So the whole thing rotates 120 degrees, so that's 90. That's 100. That's 110. That's 120. That's what the real vehicle is supposed to do. Oh boy. Well, Hellfish, the way I'm thinking about how this is going to work is a cow controller will extend it forward and then it'll rotate out of the way. But see, the reason why I switched to putting the SRBs in there is because we're going to need to mount so much stuff right here. There's going to need to be so much stuff here. Hinges, Kraken tech, you know, downward hydraulics, etc., etc. There's going to need to be so much things that we need to put here that I need something up here that I can surface attach to. So that SRB needs to be in line. You know, whether that's going to... I mean, we put the SRBs in the main line, and now I have a place to attach wings to, for instance. Look at cabinet hinges. They are single pivot hinges that do what you need. You're talking about those ones, I know. That looks like it has 2 pivots to me. I don't want to do that. Oh, I need that picture back of the Super Guppy though. I know that there's probably some combination that'll work, dudes, but this will jive better with the hybrid tech. We can unlock the latching mechanism, right? Move this thing out like that, right? And then you can move the payload bay completely out of the way, or move the cockpit of the plane completely out. Yeah, I know there's probably a place I can put the pivot point to get it to move like this, just with an offset, but I think this is, so you gotta, where my mind is at, dudes, is, so with Star Raker, with how it's supposed to work, right? This thing detaches, and I mean, you guys were talking about, you know, making the, you were talking about making this like undockable, right? Like you'd undock it and just use a regular Kraken Tech thing with robotics to push it around, right? And that kind of got me thinking, I don't want to do that way. I would like the single hinges in line, right? But having the hydraulic here instead of like a levered hinge, right? Like an L-shaped hinge, will basically make it 2 operations here. It's rendezvous proximity operations and docking. It's RPOD. So what I mean by that is that, you know, this rotates it back into position, right? And having a linear function here, having linear movement backwards, will basically allow me to align everything. This, having the 2 things come together like this, instead of like rotating into position like that, is actually going to make it easier to lock the thing into position. And it'll also make it easier if I have hybrid tech in here that's designed as pilot dowels. Like if you think like bolting an engine to a transmission, there's pilot dowels that make sure you're aligned before you put the bolts in. having it kind of come together like this instead of rotating into position is actually going to make it easier to line it up and secure it. I like this way better. I'm not saying the L hinges is a bad idea, though. That's a good idea, but that means we're coming in kind of sideways, and that means, you know, you'd have to align one first and then kind of align the second two after that. Don't want that. I don't like doing that way. This could help prevent a snap dock. There's no snap docking here, Blue, because this is all attached via the hydraulics. It's not going to go anywhere. But I'm going to use hybrid tech to clamp it, to clamp the thing into position. Basically, I'll have backwards facing thermo bearings. Thermo bearings are going to be facing this way, and the RCS ball that's designed to seat in the thermo bearing will be attached to this, and that thermo bearing will have same vessel collision off, right? When we go to dock, it'll phase through because it's one vehicle, and then we lock it into position and they push against it. It'll basically clamp it. It's a passive latch mechanism. It's the same mechanism that I was trying to do with the shuttle. Because with the shuttle, right, when we attach the robotic arm to a payload and we let it go, right, the latches can hold it in place. And then to pull the payload out, I don't need any mechanism to open up the latches. We just toggle collision on 3 of the thermometers and we can pull the thing right out. Because it's all one vehicle because it's connected via the robotic arm. We never really dialed that in, but the logic is sound. I also used a similar idea to put the to lock the SSTO pad down. When the launch box on the Venture Star moved down into position, there were hydraulics on the pad that actually clipped into something and went past it, and then toggled vessel collision, and it actually held it in place. Keep in mind the tessellation will move the fuselage line. Yeah, that's true. That's why I used the 3P6 and made it so this is probably more than we're going to need. Like, we should be able to get around any wing tessellation here. That's kind of the reason why I have these I-beams. I was watching the I-beams. So it should clear us. We should be okay. Yeah, I'm going to use SSTO locks to hold this thing together. How did you end the cargo bay fairing? Did you close it off or did you alt-click? It's alt-clicked. Yeah, it's being registered as an open fairing. It's not closed on anything, 95. If you close it on something, you're going to need to do the inverse fairing trick, where if you closed it on like a fuselage or something, you move the fuselage behind the fairing, and that's how you get the fairings to be hollow. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Wing tessellation. It's a way... See the outline of the wings, Erudite? There's no wing in this game that's this shape. Not even remotely close. And we don't have procedural wings because it's not Kerbal 2, right? We just have a bunch of these guys, right? And then we have this and stuff. That's not going to get me very far. Wing tessellation is a build method that I use to use the triangular nature of wings to make a complicated geometric shape, like how you'd 3D model something with a wireframe. Let me show you. The K90, the thing you saw me flying around yesterday, or on Monday. This thing. Check it out. You can take wings, and you can combine them together, and you can use that to make complicated geometric shapes, like the bottom of this vehicle. The belly of this thing is very, very difficult to... That's a very difficult shape to make with any type of wing. I've also done that with panels on my space shuttle. The shuttle had panels that use panel tessellation. I thought you were doing the hollow fairing trick. You'll need that. Open fairings are draggy. If you close it on your cockpit fairing, the cargo bay fairing will act as a closed fairing saving drag. I saw Jason show me this last night. Jason is good at what he does, 95. He's a really good KSP builder. But also, I'm fairly confident that this just being in an open state, if you dock something inside of it, it will still occlude. Is Kerbal 2 dead? That's 2 times today. No, Trevor, it's not. It just needs more time in the oven. It's early access. We'll wait for the next patch, and we'll jump back into it sooner rather than later. Just hello. You can make the cockpit open upwards, like the AN-225. We could, but we'd have to take the whole thing and move it upright. That's going to be hard to do to load cargo when we're on the ground, just. Making it move to the side is a little bit easier. With that being said, I do have a plane where the entire tail folds up to load cargo in the back. That's the one that I just showed you with the weird wings. It'll occlude, yes, but the front is like flying with a giant flat plate on the front. It shouldn't be if you use the forward attachment node, Tessa. Yeah, it shouldn't be. The hinges are in the main line. I like Kerbal a lot and wanted to succeed, just haven't seen much on it lately. It's Trevor, it's a hard game to stream right now, just because it's a little bit bare bones. But as the game matures and gets better, it'll be easier. Kerbal 1 was hard to stream back in the day when I started streaming. That was a hard game to stream. I definitely couldn't put this much time into it. Maybe 3 to 4 hours to get a mission right, and hopefully you got it right on the first try, or to blow up in your face, which is literally where Kerbal 2 is right now. Give it some time, dude. You could also cheese it and attach a fairing plate to the back to make it dragless. I don't want to do that. Closing the fairing and then using the forward attachment node on the fairing to treat it as an inline part should work correctly. In fact, that will work correctly. I know it'll work correctly because I've done that. I did that on the K90. You thinking this will be flying by Halloween? Well, John, I'm thinking it'll fly by September. But honestly, you saying stuff in the chat like, "Oh, this ain't gonna be flying for 3 to 4 months," like you did yesterday, honestly, isn't helping me, you dick. Yeah, don't think I didn't see that. I can read faster than I can talk. Yeah, I called you out. Now what? Now what are you gonna do? Now what are you gonna do, Mr. Submariner? Anybody else's fingers hurt? I want to get it flying before Starfield comes out, Tessa. Just Kerbal. Actual rocket scientists use Kerbal to prototype ideas. It's not really a good enough simulation to be used in like actual rocket science, but to flesh out concepts, I know actual rocket scientists that do use this to be like, oh, maybe if we had the engine pointed down instead of up, right? And you just go build really quick thing in Kerbal to see if physically you might be onto something. I know that happens. Oh yeah, that happens a lot more often than you think, dude. Heck, there are people that I've heard stories. This one I can't confirm, but I've heard stories of people writing PhDs about aero simulations and inciting Kerbal as a way to prove aero simulation models, which is pretty good, man. That's pretty freaking cool. Now your back. Well, now your back's gonna hurt because you just pulled moderator duty. Anybody else's back hurt? Tessa, I honestly don't think that if you put the fairing in line, it should be okay. I mean, we could Let's try it. All right, so we have a root part. Let's try the logic out and see if it works. So that's the front of our star raker, okay? We have an open-ended fairing like that. And the fairings are clipped into each other. What I need to do is just make a ruler real quick. Right, and now let's get our hinge. The hinge needs to be in the main line, just like it was. Needs to go that way. Actually, let's just make a... We can just make a smaller version. Do a smaller version of the exact same thing. And then I have two solid rocket boosters in line. We'll just use I-beams to replicate the same hierarchy. And then I have another 1.8 fairing attached here. Get rid of that. Get rid of the ruler. That needs to be set to same vessel. This needs to be set to same vessel collision. And now we just got to start moving stuff around here. So I'm just to make sure that the logic is right, because I don't want to go picking apart the big model and then try to put it out on the runway. I'm making an exact copy of it. This is the same hierarchical setup as what we just made. It's the same thing. Like, this vehicle's put together in the exact same way. It's just the parts are a little bit different, but... Do you have any DLCs? I have all the DLCs for Kerbal. Why are we getting some overlap? We shouldn't be getting overlap there. So this is just to prove out the logic, what I'm trying to do. Okay, get rid of that. And then we have an open fairing on the back there. That's representing the tail of the plane. So there's our little Star Raker, little Raker model here. What I'll do is, we need a little crew compartment here. I need a Kerbal. Kerbal will help me with this. Hey, little Star Raker. And then this is to just hold the thing up. Test articles often look very strange. NASA's Orion test article has Darth Vader written. Has a picture of Darth Vader on the side. Fun fact. Last night, Darth Vader came down from planet Vulcan and said if I don't ask Lorraine to the dance, he would melt my brain. What? Nothing.
Discovery,
A couple of
go
different
and
things to
throttle up.
test here, but... Hey, Blackbird, 34 months. What's up? Nothing. Nothing is up, dude. Just chilling. So, I'm going to put the ladder in there so the Kerbal can climb up in. And then I need to put something inside that's representative of like a payload or something. Let's put fuel balls. That's where fuel is stored. So this is the first test. We just got to make sure that the fairing is hollow, just to make sure that our build logic is sound. The hinge is probably going to bend and flex a little bit, but that's okay. And once again, this is just for testing. This isn't... I mean, we might fly it, just... I'd have to figure out something to get it to fly in the future. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine for now. At this point, just stick a whiplash and nuke and some wings on it and make it an SSDO. Yeah. I like how you get empirical data to reduce risks on designs. Just taking a couple of pages out of NASA's playbook. It's pretty good when it comes to that whole aerospace thing. Give me 1 second, dudes. The snoot, it droops. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, that's reading 0. Cool, which means that fairing is occluded. Or it means that the fairing is registering as... See, none of these parts, everything's reading 0, which means these parts, the game understands that it's inside of the fairing. What about the fuel tank? Yep. Okay, that's all good. Now let's select the fairing itself. If I did this right, let's go to the debug. Okay, it says that that fairing is in line. It is susceptible to arrow. What about you? What about something that's on the main line? All right. Oh, there's no crew in here. Concept is pretty sound. What happened to the behemoth? I'm testing a small version of it, Sunshadow, just to make sure I can make the nose do that. The behemoth is still getting made. Don't you worry. and you do that in mid-flight, I would not recommend that. I don't think that would be a good idea. You crunch the ladder. I need a Kerbal to go in. We need to put a Kerbal inside of it. And then this needs to go up one. I mean, while we're here, we might as well do some tests with the thermo bearings to make sure they can do what I think they're going to do. Full thermo bearing. So this is the reason why we need locking mechanisms. So these ones are actually going to be facing backwards. And they're...
Discovery, go at throttle.
I mean, it'd probably be better to prove it out now. Well, we can. Hey, Owens. 57 months. Are you satisfied with testing? No. No, not yet. So it read these fairings as being in line. I gotta make sure they're hollow, and then honestly, we should probably fly this or something. Just make sure the strut clears the mechanism. The Super Guppy's hinge is on the outside of the fuselage. Okay. And then I suppose the hybrid tech reinforcement we should probably do that now too. And this is why I needed the SRBs. I'll show you. It's gonna be hard to cram all this in here, especially with same vessel collision on the fairings, but just give myself a little more space. So that needs to be held captive right there. And then I need another one here. No, because that thing moves. Hang on. Okay. these need to be attached to the front. This is actually going to help. I mean, didn't really want to build a mini raker, but this is an easier way to implement the logic. Like way faster to prove that it works. Now, now this is going to be here like that, and this is going to be there like that. Now what did I just do for the uninitiated, for the people that don't know? It's a hinge. It's a hinge that's going to use same vessel collision of parts to stay in position. Watch. See what I mean? It'll hold it in place. It won't move. And it's way stronger than that noodly piece of trash. Actually, a viewer named Josh Kernick came up with the thermo bearing design. It's not my design. I don't know. I think I saw Josh in here earlier. Josh came up with this design in 2016, by the way. Yeah. What is the payload right now? There's no payload in here. Why does it work? Because it's using the colliders on the parts manager to hold something in place. And since these are physics-less parts, because really small parts in Kerbal, it's not worth it to do the aero calculations on them. They just impart their aerodynamic information on the part that they're attached to. Literally not susceptible to aero or thermal. Actually, physics-less parts would make a great thermal protection system, just on a side note. They don't move. They just stay still. They're not physically simulated. Yeah, that's why they're called physics-less parts. They do that to optimize the game. Like, there's no point in doing a aerodynamic calculation on that tiny little freaking thermometer. It's inconsequential. So, there's no aero sim done on these things. And there's no physical simulation done on these parts either. You could if you could find a way to make a plane out of thermometers, you could have like 1,000 thermometers and you'd get better frames than if you had 1,000 wings. True story, but the physics-less wings won't fly very far. Their physics parts don't fly very well, but that's a side note. Because these things don't move around, they stay still, and because they're physics-less, they won't bend, they won't flex too much, right? And it makes a really good hinge. That's what it is. It's a hinge. I'll show you now. We got a Kerbal on board for testing purposes. Oh, I'm much less impressed now. Oh, okay. Core, why did you mention that Super Guppy's hinge is on the outside? I know it's on the outside. I think Star Raker's is internal because something thermal protection system something. So you see that I don't have the collisions on these parts just yet, right? There's no collider, so we got to extend the gear. You were just curious, so you looked it up. Gotcha, man. So watch, ready? Boop. See that? See it jump? I toggled the collision on this, and now it probably will still bend a little bit because of the hydraulic, but if I put another one of those up there and another one down there, then we'd be good to go. Now watch this. I'm gonna go to 2, select that part, disable, set it to disable vessel collision, right? And now, with no landing gear attached, it should move, but I'm still gonna put the landing gear out, just because, easier. It'll be easier to do our testing. So just put the friction control on this. That makes it work basically like a caster wheel. Be better if we strut the housing of that thing. But that means that that's the crux point, right? Or the, yeah, crux point, I suppose. Alright, so now say we were loading a payload, we would lock these. We'd lock them out. A little bit curious why that thing doesn't want to go. Whatever, it doesn't want to lock out, it doesn't matter. No, the hatch is not obstructed. Oh, for Pete's sake. The fairings have same vessel collision on already. Or maybe it's not, maybe not the backward facing one. That one needs SVI. They should have, I had the wrong fairings on SVI. That probably has something to do with it. Why it's not working, right? Alright, just so we don't have an obstructed hatch, let's just put that right there and then just put that on the side so the Kerbal can get out. Third test of the day. Hey S, what's going on? So bearing race, basically Space Herp, yeah. Okay, fairing is hollow. Parts inside of the fairing are definitely occluded. Cool. After you get hybrid tech tested, you got to test out the closed fairing idea. This is... No. The whole purpose of this test rig 95 is to show that you don't need to do that. I'm pretty sure there's logically another way around it. I'm not saying Jason is wrong. Jason is probably right. But I'm fairly confident that if you attach something in the main line, you attach something in the main line hierarchy, so like that fairing is open. It's just registered as an open fairing. If I attach a piece to it, because the forward node is occupied by something that's in the main line hierarchy, it should work just fine. It'll register as occluded. And I just needed to make sure that all this was nice and hollow and stuff to make sure it works right. You know what? A holder strut right here that we can use right off the bat, so like when we put the vehicle out, is probably a good idea. Well, Jason has been playing almost as long as I have, J-Speed, so... Yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty damn sure, dude. But yeah, we gotta roll the thing down the runway now, so to put that theory to the test. So let me get rid of these, and I'll put these I-beams down at the bottom here. And we'll do some land speed testing here. I don't think you need to do the fairing glitch. I'm pretty sure we figured out another way to do it, but, you know, pays to be sure. Can we see this in the hierarchy app? Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, let's see why not. Actually, a strut, not like that. I need struts going up and down to prevent it from bending. That should actually help keep that thing kind of in place. Yeah, that's correct, 95, yeah. I guess we'll use the crew tank as our kind of control here. I mean, that should be inside of the fairing, but it's going to read as an obstructed hatch, so just pretend that that's inside of the fairing or something. Yeah, I like that. I need a couple of those. I need a couple of these here. I guess not. Okay. Guess we don't need those. Smooth Yaz. We are going to play Smooth Yaz for you, Mr. Burgundy. We will be delighted if you play Yaz Flute. Okay, now I just need to make sure that this thing actually doesn't take off, which is why I angled the engines at the center of mass so there's no pitch up moment from engines not being aligned to it. They're pointed directly at it, so that should just make us go forward and maybe a little bit down too. Gotta get that downforce, chat. You know what I'm talking about? It looks like a submarine and a freaking Formula One car had a kid. Okay. See what happens. Nice, Cyborg. It's called the Williams. What exactly is this test for? I'm doing some aero testing on the fuselage for the big boy, just to make sure that my rules about hierarchy is right. Alright, so first thing that we'll do is make sure that the mechanism works. Okay, something is wrong with that. But, whatever. I think the hinge is colliding on the inside of the fairing. Strange stuff is going on here. Huh, the hinge popped out. That's weird. Whatever. Well, the front fell off. I mean, we're lifting it up off the ground. It's too heavy. The front's too heavy. Let's get the Kerbal out. Yoinks! Yeah, see, like I said, it's important to understand these problems right now, or else you're gonna have a bad time. Okay, fairing's still hollow. Parts inside said fairing are hollow. We're good. The hinge on the hydraulic is going to be a little bit weird. But other than that, the bending, the hinge doesn't like it. Yeah, we're gonna need to make sure we have some type of mechanism to make it so that thing can lock. There we go. Well, it's locked in a bent position, so that's good. Yeah, see, it was probably better to prototype this right now anyway. Interesting that that locks that in position like that. I'm testing for a much larger plane, Will. Trust me, it's a little weird looking, but... it's the hinge that's weirding out on us. Whatever, send it. Pop the hinge out immediately. Yeah, whatever. Fine. Let's just do the test. Your intake is occluded, yeah. Whatever. This is good enough to test. So I have a closed fairing, an open fairing, another open fairing, and then another open fairing facing backwards. Open fairing backwards is 0.25. Main payload bay fairing is 1.04. The aft skirt crew section fairing is 0.94, and the forward fairing, the nose cone, is 0.4. The two, see, I would say that, yeah, they're not in line. That's not working correctly, but also... that one, that's a lot of drag for this speed. What are you talking about? This is what drove me to think when I could do the robotic parts out of line of the hierarchy. Yeah, I don't understand why. A docking port is... that what? Why would that make a difference? We're talking about open and closed fairings here. Differences. That's not that won't change what you're talking about. No intake air. Why KSP 1 instead of 2, if you don't mind me asking? 4 times. Basket, KSP 2 needs more time in the oven, dude. Good, that's enough to get going. Let's look at it when everything is kind of lined up here. We don't need to go very fast. Yes. These are all over the place with what you want to test. Hey, Milo. Just came back from watching Oppenheimer. Great movie. I mean, Tessa, the interesting thing is that I'm definitely seeing some variance here. Right? That's a fully closed fairing, right? It's definitely lower. That's an open fairing, which is this one right here. That's an open fairing with a node attached facing backwards, which is 0.84. Right? And now that's kind of saying like, oh, open fairings are no good. And then this one right here, that's the main cargo bay fairing. This one, that's the main cargo bay fairing. That's got the worst area coefficient of drag, and it's 0.38. Stop. But the payload bay open fairing right there, I mean, that's by far the worst, but that has stuff in it too. That's the other thing. I put stuff in it. There's all this crap in here, right? That could be screwing it up. That could be because there's a lot of physicsless parts. They could be imparting their physical properties on the part that they on the parent part, which actually is the I-beams, interestingly enough. So, and the I-beams are inside of the fairing. They're definitely occluded. Yep. And most of these parts in here are also very much occluded. Right? Which leads me to believe that the open fairing, yeah, it doesn't, the game still thinks, even though there's something in line with the fairing, that it's still screwed up. However, the aft fairing is very telling here. We have an backward-facing open fairing that clearly has parts clipped into it, and that one is reading nothing. 0.24, 0.1 at, you know, Let's make sure, let's bring it up to like 30 meters a second. Oh wait, it's this way. What? It's area coefficient of drag. But if that was a tail cone 95, if it was registering as closed fairing, that should be similar to that theoretically, but it is at the end of the hierarchy. Yeah, Century of Steam, Bluelin. We watched the trailer on stream the other day. I'm in. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. We'll play that game. Test it, close it, dude. Calm down. I'm looking at the numbers. Then I will do the second test. This is a control, remember. I'm not sure, Aqualex. We gotta do this is some weird stuff with fairing logic. Okay. Alright, so let's take a screenshot of that, and we'll revert flight. So now, what we're going to need to do is take that. See, the other thing to take into account is that that fairing is technically being included inside, but since it's in line in the hierarchy, the aerodynamic properties from this one are applied to that one. I'm going to keep this exactly the same. We don't want to change anything. What we need to do is get rid of this. Close that. Put the exact same strut in the exact same spot. Just, once again, it's a control. It has to be right. This all has to be, the hierarchy has to be exactly the same. The only thing that we want to change is the fairing. That's it. Okay. This is the exact same thing, but it's registering a closed fairing. Let's see what it does. I'm doing a control test for structural and aerodynamic logic, Dragon. Just to make sure I don't go and build something out in KSP1 that, so when we go to build the big one, it's built correctly. Like, it'll do what we want it to do. This is basically a little mock-up of the fuselage, and I have some pieces attached to it to make it go fast. And there's a prototype of the front opening mechanism here. That didn't work very well, but I think that's for other reasons. That's that one. Yep, okay. That's the backward-facing fairing that doesn't need SVI on. That's the third fairing, and then that's the fourth fairing right there. Yep. Okay. Jason was right. Yeah. That's very different. Here, let's speed it up to 30 and see what happens. I'm good, Death. How are you? Yeah. If you close that fairing up, it'll register it as being in line a lot better. It'll register as being in line and being included. Okay. That backward one still is creating a lot of drag. Yeah. No. Good call, 95. Good call, man. That's pretty much the same. That one's pretty much the same. That one is the same. This is the only one that's different. But yeah, all the nodes are taken up, chillin'. It's whether the fairing itself is closed or not. Now this is gonna create a little bit of a weird problem here because check this out. Is that fairing still hollow? It's registered as a closed fairing. So what happens when we do this, right? We loaded up this because I don't have disable right there. This fairing isn't hollow. It's not hollow anymore. We closed it. Yeah, we gotta do the fairing trick. It won't open because it thinks that it's auto strutting this and it won't open anymore. Maybe if I deployed that fairing that it would change something. Perhaps. See if she can climb up and in. So, why won't this open now? I'm really confused. Yep, it was auto-strutting that part. See, now it's flopping around. It'll open now. Damn. Okay. Closed fairing will automatically auto-strut everything to the fairing itself, 95. It's so payloads don't move around into it. So payloads don't move around in it, excuse me. That's what I'm trying to avoid by closing the fairing. I know a way around this trick. The way around this trick is to gizmo the plate behind it. That's dumb. Well, the developers put it in this game because people getting annoyed about wobbly payloads. People always go about, you know, wobbly payloads and whatnot, and just literally struts. How would the Raker unload in space? Nick, the nose would open. It would do this in space. That was the idea. Doing that in space and then just deploying the payload out, and then you could see the payload actually deploy from an aft window in the crew tank. We'll do that too. Now 95, I know there's a way to solve it. You put the wire harness through the hinge? For the most part, it would be just like that. Yeah. I mean, not through the hinge. It just give it wire give the wire to hang around a little bit. It's not a big deal. So 95, the fairing plate idea, I'm not sure that's the best idea. The reason why it's not the best idea is because the Star Raker fuselage diameter is different. It's not any particular fairing plate. And I forget if there's a way that you can attach a fairing to get it into the closed shape. No, it won't. 95. I'm telling you, it won't work because I have a custom fairing diameter. It won't. You can't. I can't close it on anything. I need to see this again. I took some of the hybrid tech out. I just want to check something. Because the closed fairing was still, closed fairing like that, Kerbal could still walk around in it. So it's just it's the struts that gets put in there. That's cool, Aqualux. The drive shaft is really neat. So the fairing would still be in an open state so the robotics would work, but would be occluded because of the engine plate. No, Bucket, I don't think you can. There's no... It's just a test article. Guys, I just wanted to check some fairing logic there. What's up, Rocket Guy? How you doing? Here's the big boy. Big boy's back. Don't worry, it's back to being big again. Doing all right, no complaints. Could you close it onto the fairing that's going to be behind it before you clip it instead of an engine plate? I don't see why that wouldn't work, Aqualex. Yeah, that'd work. That'd do it. That'd do what we need. Yeah, that's yeah, close it on the tail cone fairing. Move the tail cone fairing up there. Close it. Move the tail cone fairing back. Yeah, Art, I really like to get a little crazy with the projects that I work on. Oh, you gotta be a beast when it's done, but we're trying to solve some structural problems right now. Do terminated fairings not occlude? Terminated fairings, Rocket Guy, occlude, but not as good as a closed fairing. But if the fairing's closed, it auto struts to anything. So the hinge mechanism here is not going to work with a closed fairing. The best way to do it would be to close it on something and then do an old fairing trick where you move it backwards. So logically, this is going to be a little weird. I have to take the fuselage, close it on the tail cone fairing, right? And then move it all the way forward. That will register a closed fairing, but that... Star Raker. Yes, Star Raker. We gotta test it. I gotta test it. I gotta go back to the test article, dudes. We have to test it again. They'll both occlude, but yeah, it has more drag. That's why I've been using the Aero test vehicle. This is basically those big fairings in the same exact position. All right, let's get rid of all this. Get this off here. Get that off there. Get that off there. Everything's attached to the damn tail cone fairing in this. Oh boy. gonna do this right, I'm gonna need a ruler. Trust me, this will do it. Well, I don't know that for sure. So the tail cone shape shouldn't matter too much. It's an open fairing. So what I'm going to do is just as a control, I'm going to just take the fairing and make it go all the way up to the strut, and I'm going to just terminate the fairing right there. Now, the reason why I did that is so you take the big boy fairing. Put that there. Now, take this, move this one this way. Take this, move the ruler one that way. Actually, no. Yeah. Now, edit this fairing. Close it on the tail cone. Get rid of the ruler, we don't need it. Take the tail cone, move the tail cone back into the position that it was in. Move this sucker forward, and if we did this right, it should just mesh right up. Take that, get rid of same vessel collision, take this, keep vessel collision on, vessel collision on. Make sure that's all lined up. We don't have ruler, but we have mayor. We have mayor. We don't have ruler EJ, but we have mayor EJ. Yeah. Yes, we do. You're dang right we do. Alright, now I'm just gonna basically do the exact same thing with the wheels and everything that we just had. Okay, so I'll just put engines on this thing, small guys, just and then just for mass purposes, we'll just put 2 fuel tanks on the back here. There we go. This is just to propel us down the right way, and then just to make sure that I have the right parts. What's VSR3 mean? This fairing is clipped into the main payload fairing, so that's actually fairing number 4. That's number 3 in line, and this is 1 and 2. to make sure we're not screwing that up. If all else fails, this will work too. Okay. So we're coming up with a good bit of solutions to the problem, but I think closing it on the tail cone is going to be what we want. Onward. Good luck with the aero testing off to work. Let's see. Center of mass still good without the tail and the gear placement. Should be fine. I mean, rocket, we're not going 100 meters a second. I'm just testing at 30. We're testing, just rolling it down the runway. Test like 80 miles an hour. I don't need infinite profit electricity either. Watch Boeing Super Guppy military aircraft take off as Oshkosh 2023 comes to an end. Boeing Super Guppy is made by Aerospace Lines. It's not made by Boeing. The chassis is a Boeing plane, but it's not a military aircraft either. It's NASA's. Who wrote that caption, Journey? So that's with the closed fairing design. 13, 85, that's at 28. So 13, 85, 18, and 25. So 0.09, 0.06, 0.3, 0.05. And this is with everything in line. 0.04, 0.28, 0.33, 0.08. Whoa, okay. Yeah, that was our original. This is how the SSTO is set up right now. That's no good. Total drag 2.7. What about here? Don't have the tail and stuff. Well, Rocket, this is at 26.9, 2.756. And this is at 20... I mean, this is 26.9, 2.756. And this is 28.1, 2.753. The total drag seems to be the same. Ballistic coefficient seems to be the same. Am I looking at this right? Total drag is the same every time. It's just where it's imparted on the vehicle. That seems to be the only difference here, unless I'm not reading this correctly. This is our original trial test right there. Yeah, that's the original trial. Okay? It's 2.756 at 26.9. This is the one with the payload bay fairing closed. The payload bay fairing is closed onto this fairing right here. We're not going that much faster, and it's 2.753. And now over here, this is in game now. We're at 30, and it's 2.581. Let's go to the screenshot. 2.753. Oh, yeah. No, okay. Yeah, this is... I mean, this is going faster, and it's making less drag. But that's not the exact same craft file now, is it? Is the Super Guppy the only plane still flying derived from the 377? Doc and Fifi core technically are part of the same family, but derived from the 377, yeah. That was what I was saying with the missing tail parts and stuff. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I understand. So it seems like the total drag doesn't... Rocket, am I looking at this right? So this is in-game. That's in-game. We don't have the tail, obviously, right? Because I closed this thing on that fairing, right? This makes the fuselage less draggy, but your total drag is always going to be the same, from what I can tell here. Let's look at the screenshots. That's really, really interesting. I gotta test something. Alright. Let's get it right at 30. Alright, so this is... Let's test with this. Let's test with this thing now, so we have the same tail section every time. This is with the payload bay closed onto the tail cone fairing. Alright? 30 meters a second, give or take. Take the screenshot. Go back over here, revert to the spaceplane hangar. I thought the rule of the fairings was always some integrated drag reduction to the parts the fairing occludes, but that increases the fairing drag, so like the parts occluded in whatever way. It doesn't change, it just changes the parts. It just changes the parts where the drag is imparted, but that is very old working knowledge. Well, it's time for some new working knowledge. I'm going to move these down 2.5 steps like this. And I'm going to take the payload bay fairing, and we're going to, well, save this first. I'm going to edit the fairing, and I'm going to close the fairing. Close the fairing on the number 2 fairing, just to see what happens. Where's my 3? That's weird. It got rid of it. Where'd the 3 go? Whatever. All right. Well, yeah, Tessa, that's right. I'm checking something here. So we were talking about the fuselage and how the whole fuselage is set up, and we're thinking like open fairings make more drag, right? The open fairing is going to make more drag. It's going to make more drag. And yeah, we figured out that that's right, but I'm interested now because it seems like the total drag of the vehicle, nope, that's not going to work because I didn't put that back into position. The total drag of the vehicle doesn't seem to really change. No matter how you place the fairings, it always seems to want to make the same amount of drag. And that's what I'm testing right now. So this is test number 2. Test number 2 has the payload bay fairing closed on the number 2 fairing. I have the fairings marked 1, 2, 3, and 4, or 1, 2, 4, and 3 because that's the order. But this has number 3 fairing closed on number 2 fairing. I'm just seeing if there's any particular difference in total drag. I'm getting the vehicle up to 30 meters a second, and then we'll take screenshots. Let's do this test, and we'll see. So that goes there. That goes there. That's the payload bay fairing. That goes there. And this goes here. All right. Okay, take the screenshot. And now we know from what we saw previously, if I'm understanding this right, step on the brakes, that if I undo this strut, nothing is going to change. This thing won't move because it's strutting it in position, and it'll only start moving if I deploy this and move it out. Okay, cool. Logic checks out. All right, now, okay. So, screenshot 180 is with the payload bay fairing. 3 is closed on 4 in this picture. At 30 meters a second, 0.05, 0.35, 0.07, 0.37. Total drag is 2.488 kilonewtons. Okay. This next test, 0.05, 0.35, 0.08, 0.37. Total drag, 2.493. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just where you want the drag imparted on the vehicle. Where do you want it to make drag? Because it's going to make drag. It doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't make a difference. That's very interesting. I'm looking at the stuff on the side. Guys, it doesn't matter. You're always going to make the same total amount of drag. It's just where do you want the drag applied to the vehicle. That's it. That's the only difference. There's nothing stating that the vehicle will... Well, I was about to say there's nothing stating that the vehicle won't fly in the exact same way that it will, no matter where you close the fairing. It's useful to place the drag where you want to keep the craft more stable at high speeds. I agree. That's probably a good idea. It's just where do you want the drag being applied to. All right, so that begs the question. All right, this was good. So the results of this test were pretty damn conclusive. There is one thing that I have to test. One more thing that we have to mess with this thing with. So I need to take this. We need to move this all the way back over here. We need to take that, move that all the way back over here. We need to do the control. So edit the fairing. Close the fairing on there. Take fairing 4, move it back into position. Take this, move this back into position. You can negate some drag by having a fairing base inside of a fairing. Well, that'll remove the drag. That's a dragless fairing. We know that's a glitch. I don't really want ours to do that. We don't need to glitch the game to make this thing fly. I don't think we need to, Tessa, to get this to work. Hey Sim, what's going on? How you doing, man? Alright, let's just make sure you can walk inside of this thing. Yep. Stuff inside of it is included. It is included. Good. Pretty good. How are you? I'm alright, man. I'm alright. I'm just trying to prove out some logic in Kerbal 1. The vehicle that I'm making is a little bit difficult for Kerbal to understand, so I need, I made a little small version of it to try and see if I can understand, how, like if you're using a fairing as a payload bay, how the aerodynamics are gonna work. This is a test article for a much bigger vehicle. Let me show you. You guys know my buddy Sim. You don't know. He's a great streamer. Old school. Been doing it pretty much as long as I have. Probably longer. Give him a follow. He's a good dude. Anyway, Sim, how's Jordan and Caleb? Everything good? Wife doing good? Everything good, man? Haven't talked to you in a little bit. This is the guy that we're building here. B-Soul, redeemed to add time. Alright, I'll see you guys in a minute. Jim is the chillest, Tessa, for sure. Phil, what's that? Oh! Dude, ULA posting all this archival footage lately is so good, dude. That's awesome. Jenny, what's going on, buddy? Okay. Well, guys, they're in a little bit of a pickle. The pickle that we're in right now is... Oh, okay, there's... It's chaotic and busy. Jordan is wrapping up some swim lessons and entering pre-kindergarten. Jeez, man. Time goes by fast. Caleb is crawling and standing, and I would like more rest. Oh, just stream in your spare time. That's like resting. Never mind. Anyway, man, that's cool. Good. Is this an SSTO? It is, Ginny, yeah. We looked at the NEA architecture at the beginning of the stream, Erudite. Yeah. Talking about taking a rest? Nah, hell no, Chuck. This plane ain't gonna build itself. Someone did just redeem ad time, yes. Dang it. So yeah, Sim, this is what I'm working on, dude. It is a... Basically, if you took, like, the Air Force's biggest cargo plane that they have, the C-5, and wanted to, you know, send it into space. Yeah. If that sounds complicated, yes, you're absolutely right. Yes. Yeah, oh yeah, no. Yeah, this is going to be difficult to get that right. I'm slating about pretty much the entire month of August to finish this build. This is going to be a hard one. Challenge mode. But, hey, needed a good challenge, you know? Right now, we just messed with some fairing logic. And guys, this begs the question. Well, it seems like your total drag is going to be the same no matter what. But here's the thing, dudes. Do we want... let me just say this in plain English. If we wanted to make the optimization so the drag gets imparted at the back of the fairing chain, it doesn't matter if the hydraulics are in line or what. The best result that we got was taking the fairings and closing them in on themselves. So that would mean we would need to take the number 2 fairing, which is this one. Number 1 is right there. Number 2 is right there. Number 3 is right here, and number 4 is right there. If I took the number 2 fairing, closed it on number 1, and then moved it into position, and then rebuilt the number 1 fairing, that would take the drag that would be imparted right here with our current design, and it would move it back here. And then simultaneously, if I did the same with number 3 and number 4, the drag would all get imparted on whatever's at the back here. And that's kind of where you want that to happen. Because right now, the way I have this set up, the fairings that are going to make the most drag are this one and this one right there. Now, here's the thing. That one's not going to make a lot of drag, but if that thing is far away from the center of mass, it's going to have more moment. So this thing could hurt our aerodynamics pretty badly. Got to be careful about that. Now, with that being said, drag is always applied to the base of the plate, not the close point. That is 100% not what I'm talking about, Tessa, but yes, I knew that. Thank you. Yeah. I haven't built a space plane before, but I have landed on the moon and returned in one piece. Nice. So, the base plate of this fairing right here, that's the number 2 fairing. That means this thing will be making a lot of drag. That could hurt us when we're flying. Making a lot of drag up there is not good. Especially when we're flying through the air, it actually will make us aerodynamically unstable. Because this thing is going to want to go this way and go this way, and the nose could actually move around. And that's probably not a good thing, especially with how we're going to clamp that nose with Kraken tech, because the nose needs to pivot. Who knew? Nose. So, that we're probably going to want to figure out. Now, this will get all of the drag being put at whatever we put at the back of the hierarchy. Okay. This I'm not too incredibly worried about, to be honest with you. Making drag right on the center of mass will actually, that's actually going to help us. It's going to help us through re-entry, believe it or not. So I actually kind of want to keep that way. Sorry, just the way you pointed at the end of the tail, you're talking about putting the drag there. I'm talking about at the end of the hierarchy, Tessa, not the fairing. The end of the entire chain of objects. So for instance, if I put a fuel tank back here, right, and then I have some type of engine section back here, the drag will get applied from that fairing. It'll apply it right down the stack. This is probably something that we're going to want to figure out. The open fairing right here, the forward skirt fairing. So the number 2 fairing is something we need to actually figure out. But if I redo the number 2 fairing, it means I need to redo the nose cone. What we could do is redo the tail cone as well. We could redo the tail cone and the nose cone and make it so like the important thing to understand here, guys, is that cumulatively all the drag, you're going to make the same amount of drag with the same fairing shapes. It's just how you connect the fairings together and what they're closed on. More importantly, it's actually what they're connected to doesn't really make that big of a difference as long as they're in line on the main line hierarchy. We learned something today. You're going to make the same amount of drag no matter what. It's where do you want it applied. That's what makes closing the fairings on different things do what they do. Like, with the way we have this set up, we're going to make say we make 100 kilonewtons of drag with the way this is set up. All right? This is going to have, the number 2 fairing is going to be making 50 kilonewtons of drag. Or that one's going to be 40 kilonewtons of drag. This one's going to make 40 kilonewtons of drag as well. And then just at the back of the hierarchy, all the extra drag will go there. This will actually kind of average the drag over the fuselage a lot better. But you're always going to make the same amount. It's just where do you want it applied. Now, with that being said, where do we want it applied? Where would be the best place to have a lot of drag on this design? Well, the back, probably, but during re-entry, yeah, Louisa, well, in this particular design, that one is going to, the payload bay one is going to be making the most amount of drag. That one right there, the number 3 fairing, because the number 4 fairing, the tail cone is facing backwards, right? That's going to make the most drag in this design. And that is basically right on the center of mass, dude. That'll actually make this thing nice and stable. What I'm worried about is the number 2 fairing, which is this backwards facing guy right here. That one is making up the skirt that bridges the gap between the nose cone fairing and the number 3 fairing, which is the payload bay fairing. It's that one right there. I honestly don't want a lot of drag there. That's going to make a lot of pitching moment, and that'll make us very susceptible to side slip. Basically, there's something that's making a lot of drag here, and if I go to turn the vehicle, it's going to pull on the nose of the vehicle, and it's going to pull it backwards. Hey, MC, what's going on? But body lift is still an issue. Bingo. That thing's going to generate... But judging by the tests that we had, that thing's going to generate a ton because it's an open fairing. Are they concealed during flight? Why is it affecting aerodynamics? It's the state of the fairing journey. Open fairing and closed fairing. Cool build. Thanks, Lumi. I appreciate it. It is occluded. The fairings are hollow. You can walk inside of them, but and here's this is the important thing from that test, guys. Okay, so say I have one fairing here, another fairing here, another fairing here, and another fairing here. Okay, if these are all the same shapes, right, and they're perfectly in line, right, and this fairing is open, and this this fairing is open, right? The 2 and the 3 fairing are open, right? The 2 and the 3 fairing are going to make drag. The nose cone right here and the tail cone right here are not going to make as much drag. Cumulatively, you're going to make the same amount of drag. However, if I close the fairings, instead of having just open fairings, I close the number 2 on the number 1 and I close the number 3 on the number 4, all the drag will get applied over here on this fairing, on the number 4 fairing, right? But the drag, total drag, will be exactly the same. Long story short, how you close the fairings and what you close them to will absolutely change how each individual fairing works. If you close them on each other, right? Close the fairing on one instead of just leaving a terminated open fairing. Terminated open fairings will apply drag. The game thinks that's a giant speed break. But if I close it on another fairing in the exact same shape and then move it into position, it'll think it's in line. So, long story short, if I close that fairing onto the nose cone and then gizmo it back into position, and we close the payload bay on the tail cone and then move them back into position, close 3 onto 4, move 3 back into position, and close 2 onto 1, move that back in position, it'll think the fairing is closed up against something, and Kerbal will understand that these fairings are all in line, and it'll apply drag basically to the number 4 fairing or whatever we attach to the very back of the vehicle. That will make it fly a lot more realistically, to be honest with you. It's not a bug if it's not exposed to the air. Kerbal has no fluid dynamic simulation, so you have to tell it that it's in line. This is the way to do that. So with the Star Raker's design here, I don't want to remake the fuselage. It's going to basically undo the work that we did yesterday. All the line work and whatnot that we did is going to get undone, which really sucks. But what are you going to do? In order to do this the way I think we need to do it, I'm going to have to remake the fuselage. That's going to be especially hard to do, especially with the stupid nose cone. Rip the Band-Aid off. I mean, Aqualex, the flip side of this, and chat, the flip side of this is that we do it this way and it's a negligible amount of side slip that it really doesn't matter. Aren't you glad I persuaded you to go small scale now, rather than figuring this out a week from now? 95 is the one that did it, dude. You had nothing to do with it. So, 9-5, brother. Sounds like Blue Origin is considering acquiring Ball Aerospace. Interesting. Yup. Jess, I'm not giving you credit. You're a dick. I don't like you. Remember? Now I'm just kind of weighing whether I should, whether it's going to be a negligible difference or not. Yeah, sure, RJ, that's fine. You know, what do you think? I mean, Tessa, I will say it is better to find this now. It's better to find out about this now rather than later. It won't be triangular panels, it'll be wings style with maybe some panel work in certain spots to get the shapes that I need, but for the most part it'll be tessellated wings. Because I'll be honest with you guys, I think it'd still make it this way. It'll still make it with the fuselage the way that it is right now. But the fuselage the other way will potentially be it'll make vehicle handling a little bit easier. It'll make it a little bit easier to fly. Just a little bit. In all honesty though, the drag the fairings will be imparting is going to be negligible compared to the LID from the wings. Oh, I know, yeah. Hey, Raziel. Question, how will the payload get out if the fairing is structural? Good question. This is the other thing we got to think about. Here, ready? The nose cone works like a super guppy. See? Crazy. And it does that to deploy payload in space too. I don't know. I mean, I could probably redo the fuselage. It'll probably take me about an hour to get that right. Could you count it so the hinge counts as being in the fairing at the back of the crew module instead of the main bay? I'm not sure how I would do that. Is there a way to make alligator hinges to go in the negative value, or is there a better solution? The G11 hinge is your solution. Alligator hinges have 180. Well, actually, both of those have the same range of motion, dude. You want to get 360-degree motion for a lever, you should put two servos next to each other, or put a servo next to each other, and then just use that to get more motion. So instead of this, right, which gives you 180 degrees, right? If you want more, get this thing, right? And whatever you attach to it, the servo will be able to do 360 degrees. See, you can do way more than that. Oh, Alex, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you mean. our testing basically said that you should close these up on each other and include them that way. But something is sticking out of my head as, no, don't do that. Don't do it. But I'm trying to think what that could possibly be, other than just me being lazy. You know, like, I don't want to redo it. No, that's not a good enough reason. Are there any other reasons not to redo this right now? How strong are you going to make the hinge in the... How are you going to make the hinge in the piston strong? Hybrid tech. Hybrid tech will do it just fine. Spectro bearings, thermo bearings, it'll work. What do you think, chat? Redoing it's not going to take too incredibly long. It's just annoying. I'd have to... Here, you know what? I'll just talk myself through it. Let's move this up here like this, and then I'll get the building jig. All we should be able to do is just rotate that 180 out of the way. And that exposes the entire fuselage here. The problem is that the piece that I needed to sculpt out the back shape there is in another craft file. So maybe if I go here, don't save. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing it right. Let's go merge with the original Star Raker prototype. The reason why I want that is because it's going to have that's going to have the shape that I need. Excellent. So take this, and if I take this piece and I attach it right here like that, and then we gizmo it into position, hang on. That's the control node, or that's the line that I need for the fairing. I'm wondering if I have the right pieces here. Oh, it doesn't matter. I should be able to just move this down into position. I would say that's pretty damn close to the profile curve that we're looking for. So now that that's on the center line piece for the jig, just move that down into position, and okay, so I got the curve for the tail cone. We have that. Now what about the nose? Hang on, I got a message. How goes the designing? We ran into a first snag, Super. the way I put this fuselage together, Kerbal Aerodynamics won't like very much. Well, it's not that it won't like it. It'll be okay, but it could potentially lead to something that won't make it fly correctly. I don't want to put this whole thing together and have it fly like poopy. All right? No one likes poopy flying vehicles, okay? Nobody wants that. That's the nose cone curve, but the struts aren't in the right spot. Yeah, we can't move the control curves around, which really sucks, but that's all right. We salvaged the tail curve from another craft file, which is good. But yeah, that nose was really hard to get to make correctly. It was really hard to get it right, to conform with the shuttle cockpit, to make it look like the cockpit, like of Star Raker. It's not gonna be exactly like it, but I think this actually kind of looks a little bit better. Don't tell nobody. Yittertio, how are you? Or YTRTO, how are you? Alright. Well, the next thing that we could do here is move the root file up, or move the root part up. Make a template off this nose cone. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Eight, 9, 10, that's 1 meter. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, that's 2 meters. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, that's 3 meters. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Okay, that should do it. Is this stock? I have some visual mods, Tio, and the 2 DLCs, and a custom flag pack. A couple of custom flag packs. I have like numbers and letters for flags, but yeah, yes, this is stock, for the most part. Like, if you loaded up KSP1 right now, you could make this. It just wouldn't have the flags. Well, just in case anybody's wondering what the heck all this stuff is down here, that is I use I-beams, especially with a plane this big. I use the I-beams to basically make like a wireframe, kind of, almost, of different fuselage sections and how they're shaped and what they look like. When the plane is done, with the exception of the cockpit hanging out like that, it'll look something like this. Like, you could see where the wings are, you could see where the engines are, you could see where the tail is supposed to be. Yeah, that's the idea. It's called a buck. They use it in car body fabrication. Yeah, Kat, was that you that was trying to tell me about that yesterday? Somebody mentioned that. Somebody was like, EJ, I don't know if you know what a buck is, but you basically made that. I'm like, oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, that was you? Okay, cool. Because I saw somebody make it, and I'm like, I have no idea what a freaking buck is, dude. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Sorry. All right. Well, we're four meters down from where we need to be. Now we need to make a profile of this.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Somebody gifted a sub to Mr. Cat's hallucinations, Mr. Buck himself. Now I'm kind of curious, but I'm worried that it's kind of a rabbit hole. But I'm kind of also curious, like, what is that? Ah, yeah, I know what this is. I've seen this before. That's impressive, dude. That's impressive. You basically build a boat version of your car and then you form the metal around the buck. That's nuts. That's how they made really fluid shapes back in the day. I'm noticing this seems to be a period style of building. I'm noticing different cars from the 50s and the 60s here. There's a Shelby Cobra. That's a 32. That's a 32 coupe. 32 Deuce coupe. That looks like a 300 SL Gullwing right there. That's definitely a Mercedes. That's exactly what I'm doing. And I will form my parts around this. That is exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm doing exactly that. That's the Auto Union. The Auto Union car. I'll note how much this looks like aircraft stringers. It really does, doesn't it? Yeah. That's freaking cool, man. Alright, cool. A little bit of a... But yeah, that aircraft are basically made that way, guys. It has an aluminum skeleton. You can see part of it right here. And then they just form aluminum panels around the skeleton. That's what the inside of an airplane looks like. Heck, that's what the inside of a space shuttle looks like. Like if we go space shuttle construction, that was for a mock-up, but that also had a buck on it too, which is kind of funny. Let's see if we can find some pictures of them putting the thing together. Yeah, there you go. Right there. That's at Rockwell's plant in Palmdale. And look, see? See the stringers? Those are called stringers in aviation. See the loops? Crazy, right? Yeah, see them right there? Look at that. There's a ring right there for the payload bay. And then look at all the struts that hold that ring to a stringer on the payload bay. Crazy. Crazy. I want the space shuttle back. Yeah, I said it. I want the shuttle back. I don't care what anybody says. That thing was absolute Chad tier launch vehicle. Freaking like driving a Cadillac into space. Is it made of wood? No, this is made out of aluminum. But the idea is the same. The reason why it's like green and it kind of looks like wood is because that's the anti-corrosion primer. Aluminum doesn't rust, it corrodes. You don't want that on an airplane or anything that flies. So they paint them green. Everybody does that. Yeah. Every plane is built like this. How familiar. Yeah, it is like boat building, isn't it? Yeah. There you go. See? It's the same idea, only, yeah, they're putting aluminum skin around it, and then they put the tiles and the thermal systems on top of that. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Kita. Gotcha. Interesting. I mean, dude, look at that. Who thought of this? You got actually the same people that thought up Star Raker thought up this thing. Same company, same division. Yeah, people that built the space shuttle thought this thing up. So, take that for what it's worth. The frames flowed in plasma instead of water. Yeah, there's a spar carry through right at the bottom right there. I mean, the terminology is almost the same, which is funny to me. I would remind everybody that Rockwell was formerly known as North American. They made the Apollo CSM and the P-51 Mustang, among other things. Rockwell's pretty cool. Be like Rockwell. We like Rockwell. They also made the retro encabulator, too. And the turbo encabulator.
Here at Rockwell Automation's World Headquarters, research has been proceeding to develop a line of automation products that establishes new standards for quality, technological leadership, and operating excellence. With customer success as our primary focus, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea of an instrument that would not only provide inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Such an instrument comprised of Dodge gears and bearings, Reliant electric motors, Allen Bradley controls, and all monitored by Rockwell software is Rockwell Automation's retro encabulator. Now basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panometric fam. The lineup consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes, so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented.
ChatGPT, nice.
The main winding was of the normal Lotus O deltoid type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator. Every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible Tremi pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the gram meters. Moreover, whenever fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal depleneration. The retroencabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Milford trunnions. It's available soon wherever Rockwell Automation products are sold.
See? Rockwell made the retro encabulator and the space shuttle. Makes sense. I need to reverse engineer the retro encabulator. That reciprocating dingle arm to prevent sinusoidal repleneration really comes in handy. Engineer humor. Ha. More band humor. Anyway. Well, it wasn't Rockwell that released that video, Hellfish, but yeah. The sock drawer. We like to call it the sock drawer. Sile, you want ad time? Same narrator, that's right, yeah. Alright. Ad time it is. I'm going to, don't worry, if you're not subbed, no problem. You see an ad, I'm just gonna redo the fuselage here. Shouldn't take too long. Okay, so what I need to do is make the rulers here to make sure we have the same shape. Is it a good time to give a rundown of the development since you left? We figured out a couple of things with the mainline hierarchy. Covering the node on the fairing will work, but there's a way to make the vehicle fly through the air a little bit more realistic, like Hellfish, to say the least. So I have 4 fairings here, right? There's the nose cone fairing, then there's the interstage fairing right there, or basically the back of the crew module. Payload bay fairing, tail cone fairing, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. The payload bay fairing was just a terminated open fairing. Same with the interstage fairing. We did a small test here. I built a smaller version of this and did some aero tests with it. What we found was actually super interesting. So the game reading that fairing open and the game reading that fairing open, obviously, yeah, the fairings generate more drag. Okay? Here's where this got a little weird. Okay? So, we did a test where I closed the fairing. I closed the number 3 fairing on the number 2 fairing. That made basically everything inside the fairing inop, right? It doesn't work because it thinks it's a closed fairing. So you can walk around inside of it, but any robotic parts that you might need inside of it or anything inside of it will get auto-strutted and it'll get locked in position. So that locked out our nose pivoting system, right? But what that did when we closed this fairing onto the number 3 onto the number 2 fairing was make it so 1, didn't make any drag, 2, because it was still technically a terminated open fairing, made a ton of drag. This didn't make a lot of drag, and this made the most. Well, not the most, but that made a lot. Now, what does that mean? Well, cumulatively, no matter what the test, it always makes the same amount of drag. Go figure. The same shape makes the same amount of drag. How you open and close your fairings and what you close them onto has a lot to do with that, though. It has a lot to do, not a lot to do with that. It has a lot to do with where the drag is applied. Okay? So, an open terminated fairing will make it so it will make drag around the terminated fairing and not transmit the drag to the back of the hierarchy. Okay? Which is an interesting thing to understand there, because instead of, like, with this particular shape, if we were going to fly this in real life, all the drag would get applied back here, right? The tail cone is what would make the most drag. You'd get some up at the front, right? Because it's pushing the air out of the way. This would be whatever. And the tail would make the most drag, particularly right at the end. In Kerbal, the way I have this set up is that this is going to not make a lot of drag. That's going to make a ton of drag. The payload bay will make the most drag, and the tail cone will make the drag that's left over, that got closed off by this being a closed fairing. It'll apply it to the back. Basically, if the fairing's closed, it applies it to the back end of the hierarchy. If it's an open fairing, it will apply it directly. The drag will basically stop there, and it'll shoot the drag out the side. So, like, if we were re-entering with this type of design right here, there would be a ton of drag right there and a ton of drag right there on the 2 and the 3 fairings because they're open. They're terminated fairings, not closed fairings. Is that going to screw up your center of lift? It'll screw up the center of pressure, abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, yeah. So, I have to remake this. Our solution here is, you know, when I close the fairing from 3 to 2, right? Nothing could be used. Everything inside of that was in op. But in our little test, if I closed the payload bay onto the tail cone fairing and then moved the tail cone fairing backwards behind it, it registered as a closed fairing state, but the robotics were still operable. So what I'm thinking is close number 2 on number 1 and then move it back into position. And close 3 on 4, move that back into position. That should make it so all the drag from all these fairings, all that information will get applied to whatever's at the end of the hierarchy. So, for instance, if I took a shuttle, the back end of the shuttle piece right here, the shuttle bow tail, and we put it on the actual back of the vehicle, like right here, right? all the drag information from all the fairings will get applied to this piece. And they won't basically act like a gigantic open intake. But the interesting thing about this, the most interesting thing about this, is that no matter how you place the fairings, whether they're open, terminated, whatever, if they're the same exact shape, you'll always make the same amount of drag. It's just the state of the fairing and how it's attached will controls where the drag is applied on the vehicle, but you're always going to make the same amount of drag. Interesting, right? Does the inline hierarchy apply to how the fairings produce drag as well? We saw no noticeable difference. All of these tests were done with robotics in the main line. You still have to put them in the main line, or else you're gonna run into the hierarchical problems I was talking about while you were here. I got a feeling Jeb is gonna die. I made it to 900,000 meters into space and now free falling with no drogue chutes, just a main chute. Godspeed, Tigris. So, I gotta get in here and we have to redo, unfortunately, we have to redo the really nice nose cone fairing that I worked on, but it's okay. It's better, it would be better to do it now than it would be to do it later. I'm just gonna move this back so the camera doesn't keep hitting the back wall. So, how I make fairing shapes is like this. I use the RCS here as a ruler. Basically, get the strut parallel to that surface right there. Find an absolute node. Move that down a little bit. And then take the edge of the ruler and push it up until you find some divergence. Divergence is right there. Now, take that strut, do the same exact thing. Make it parallel to that surface right there. Now pull this one out and do the same thing again. Next surface. That one was pretty good. That's pretty damn parallel. Saved us a few weeks of going down a wrong path. John, it's hard to say, and this is why I was so conflicted about wanting to redo it, dude. I don't know. I honestly don't. I'm not sure. Now, so I don't know if the current way that thing is set up is going to make a big difference, especially with all the damn wings that we're going to have on this thing. I'm not sure that a little bit of extra drag being put here and a little bit of extra drag being put there is going to really hurt us that much. I don't know. What I do know is that redoing this a little bit and getting drag off, at the very least, off of the front of the vehicle and having the drag applied at the back of the vehicle will make us more stable. And if it's one thing I can tell you about flying a big lumbering beast like this, I need it to be stable. Really, really need stability with a design like this. So, honestly, it may have been fine. I don't know. It may have been not that big of a deal at all. Couldn't tell you. At 95, what was the conclusion from the testing? Oh, hang on a second, dude. I gotta add more pieces to my ruler. So 95, interesting conclusion. Jason is exactly right. An open fairing like that is going to cause drag. Absolutely. But here's the strange part, dude. It doesn't cause any more drag than a closed fairing. Fun fact, and I know what you're saying, like, what? What do you mean? Of course it does. Well, here's the thing. I did some tests. Test that I did was testing closed and open fairings and which ones work, which ones don't. You saw the little DSRV looking thing that we made, right? That I sent up and down the runway. Interesting thing here. Total drag was always the same, no matter what. The open and closed states of the fairings, were dependent on where that drag is applied. Does that make sense? Yeah, little too soon, Panther. Little too soon. Did it matter which way the open end was facing? I'm sure that does make a difference, John. If it's facing backwards, it seems to make less drag. But the total drag of the entire vehicle stays the same no matter what. The state of the fairing depends on where that drag is applied. So if you have closed fairing, open fairing, closed fairing, the open fairing is going to make a lot of drag. And that's where a lot of drag is going to be applied. It's going to be applied to that open fairing. But if I have closed fairing, 4 closed in a row, the drag will get applied to the number 4 fairing. It'll get applied to the one at the back the most. And the other 3 will register as being in line. Weird, right? But the drag between 4 closed fairings in the exact same shape as, closed fairing, open fairing, closed fairing, total drag doesn't change. Very weird. That's very strange that Kerbal would understand that the fairing shapes are exactly the same. Actually, it's not very weird. It's pretty cool. But yeah, that's a weird one. But I'm happy that we figured it out. 95, I'm giving you credit for this because I don't want to give Tessa any credit because I don't like him. That fair? But yeah, Jason was right. Jason's conclusions were actually right. He did not act stupidly. So, if you're wondering what I'm doing now, I'm tracing my fairing shape with struts. So, when we go to redo the fairing states here of these fairings, we can actually, I can use the correct words. It'll actually fly better. If you're looking at this going, what the frick are you doing, man? Just give me a second. I'll show you. It'll make more sense when you see the whole thing. Looks like I'm freaking sewing something right now. Is this the shuttle? No, Harry. It's using a shuttle cockpit, but this is the shuttle's bigger, much bigger brother that never happened. there. Okay. Payload capacity compared to Saturn 1B or Saturn 5. Star Raker was slated to move 100 tons into orbit. 100 tons into basically Hubble's orbit at the very least. Yeah, it's pretty crazy what they wanted to do with this thing, dude. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, so let's save this as R3. You got a job in astronomy? Nice, Harry. Congratulations. Neat. Jeff, 18-month resub. Alright, so check this out, guys. If I take the Airstream fairing and I turn the fairing exposure off, see the struts? I use the struts to trace a line of that fairing. The reason why is because I need to remake this fairing. I need to rebuild it. We need to delete it and rebuild it. Just yeah, because of the way it is. And that's pretty neat. One of these lines is not exactly right. That should be close. So now what we got to do is, all right, let me move the cargo indicator out of the way. I'm trying to do this without disassembling the entire damn thing. Don't forget to mark the length too. Yep. Thank you. Guys, I'm give me probably about 5 minutes here. I'm not looking at chat. I gotta really keep track of this because I don't want to screw up anything else, and I have to make sure that everything gets placed back where it needs to get placed. So, just bear with me here, okay? That's where the last segment is. The gray part is what automatically completes itself. Yeah, officer, yeah, just hold on a second, brother, okay? Yeah. Let me, it's very important that the shapes are, like, perfect. Especially with such a big build, you have to, it pays to be precise right now. Just... yeah, give me a second. so. To add a ruler to this piece right here. Because we have to get all the marking. We have to get the width of this piece. I'm basically trying to make trace points of all the fairings. And then this is the length of the vehicle here. Yeah, this would have sucked doing this. This would have sucked having to figure this out the hard way, the mission mode way. Alright, so now this is a terminated fairing. What we need to do is make it open. We have to have it on an open fairing. So I'm going to move this piece this way. And I need to temporarily redo the nose cone to look like this, so I have something to close this up against. Because I'm pretty sure if I tried to just close on the outside nose shape, it's not going to really work. Like if we take this and we edit the fairing, right? Should I just double? I screwed up. I double clicked and it separated all the struts. So that line that I just drew, out the door. Control Z, you're out of your mind if you think undo is stable to work in this game, dude. Hitting undo will break the fairings. It'll break all of them. So, gotta back up. I love the idea of using struts to measure. Yeah, they're struts. I have struts, I have blueprints, I have wireframes of everything that I make. And the cool thing about this, dudes, is like, check this out. So, like, if I want to overlay the wireframe, I just rotate it right side up. The cool thing about that is that each piece that's on the wireframe is all on the same rotating axis. So I can, if I don't want this piece that's indicating hull size, you just rotate it out of the way. See? And if I want to rotate the whole jig out of the way, there you go. So we can do work on the fairings. When I engineer the vehicle, I do this way on purpose. So you can move it out of the way. Like if you were toggling layers in Photoshop or something. Same idea. The problem is that, yeah, these strut lines Once you're done with them, they either just sit in the background or you get rid of them. I got rid of my original ones. They're still in an old craft file, but it's alright. Oh, nice. The only problem is it would make it heavy. Well, you don't launch the aircraft with the factory that you built the aircraft inside attached to it, Harry. This is the jig to make the thing. That's not flying with it. This is just here for building it. The final version will take this off. There's a coverage of the space station this morning. What? For Cygnus, if there was, I don't think Cygnus is there yet, but I could be wrong. Save the strut jig as a sub-assembly. We'll just keep it in the craft file, John, until we're ready. So I'll make a commit, a flight testing file, right? We'll have our current revision file, and then I'll make a flight testing file. Basically, when we want to fly the thing, we'll have the jig in, get rid of the jig, then rename this to Star Raker Flight Test, right? Save it, delete the jig, and then fly, right? And then, you know, if I see something wrong, I just reload the current revision and leave the flight test file by itself. And then I'll just overwrite it. It's a good way to do it. Because I don't want to, like, get to a flight test, delete the jig on the current file, on the current revision to the plan, and then need the jig again later. I already made that mistake by getting rid of these from the first version. I was able to salvage pieces though, so. That was moved a certain distance on purpose. I moved it 44 meters away. Let me reload one more time. Did you make the final decision to put the air inlets below like the prototype, or would you still be open to putting them on top because of re-entry heat? Putting them on the bottom like the prototype, Synonymous. They're there for a reason. We figured that out. They're actually like not on the bottom per se. Like, all right, see my mock-up, dude? They're not on the bottom. They're kind of like angled up behind the wing. The nacelles on Star Raker look like that. See this? See that? They're not just like hanging off the bottom like Concorde. The wing actually, like the back of the wing actually goes up, and the nacelle is like almost a continuation of the wing. And the crazy part about that is that if you closed up this, the nacelle would basically act like the re-entry surface. And the ramps on Star Raker, the ramp intake was closable. You could close it, which is, it's pretty trick, dude. It's a pretty cool way of doing that. We figured that out by looking at the PDF here. I'll show you. We found more cross sections at the bottom of the PDF. Look, check that out. See how much the intake points down? It's like actually pointed like down that way somewhere. Pretty cool, huh? And that would be right, like, see, we looked at the plane from this angle. You know, we found better isometric views down here. And yeah, the more you look at it, the more it's like, oh, the re-entry heating would just go over the ramps, no problem. It would just, as long as the ramps were covered with tiles or a metallic TPS, it would be fine. You're very good at, I'm a very good builder. Thank you, Tio. Try. My builds take a long time though. I'm very slow. It's cool, it's already been gone. I don't care, don't worry about that. Now, because the profile line is the same, we can just rotate this to the side, so it'll be easier. Because it's easier to make the fairings when it's top down, like looking downward at them. So I mean, I could rotate it to whatever side. Now we have if we look at it and we ghost the fairing, right? See? I have the exact profile line made out of struts. See that? They're just a bunch of struts put together. So, move that all the way back over there. Now take this, move this forward. And now I got to do what I did before. We have to make sure that the fairing closes. It's closing on the right thing. So just move this back here for a moment. And I have to get the right length for this piece. Like, I know this looks like, dude, just make the stupid vehicle. Trust me, we want this thing to work. We don't want it to blow up, like, on the runway, even though that's probably what I'll end up having it do at some point for fun. Yeah, it takes... Kerbal will understand the precision if you know how to apply it. It's actually pretty good at it. Okay, that's exactly where that fairing needs to be closed. Remember, we got to do this right because it's closing. The thing has to be closed on... It's closed on another fairing, so the more precise we are here, the better. Okay. All right. Let's save this. Let me just move this piece back into position. Yeah, okay. There's a little bit of a bulge there, but that's because the way the fairing does its thing. And then the last thing that I needed to do here was make one more ruler that marks the forward section so we can get the length of the nose cone. Okay, save our work, and now we have to close on the nose cone. I'll leave this version here and we'll go to R4 just in case to back everything up. Terminate that fairing. Now move this piece back and use the strut to line us up. Go a little bit more. Okay, that's good. What I need to do now is take this fairing, edit it, and we need to get a closed fairing option right there. Okay, step 1 complete. Alright, now this needs to go back here, like that. And now the hinge needs to just a smidge forward. And now this fairing needs to basically meet up. It needs to basically attach itself. Like, you shouldn't be able to see any seam here, but we don't want them clipping into each other either. That's good. That'll work. Okay. Alright, so the next test that the next operation that we need to
Discovery,
do
go at
is
throttle.
go 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we need to take this piece and move it 10. And now we grab this piece right here and if I line up where the tip of the nose cone basically should be, hey AP, what's up, dude? Tip of the nose cone should basically be right there. Now what we can do is take our forward fairing piece. Let's edit the fairing. Then we make it follow the struts. Okay, now take this, move this 10 pieces forward, or 10 clicks forward. Not good enough. Hey, all systems. What's up, dude? It's not right. It tapers in. Tapers in right there. See that? No good. Try again. I see where we went wrong. We should use that one for getting this shape right. Alright, let's try to spin up another one here. All right, I had one of my struts was not placed in the exact right spot, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. of our components lined? Let's take a look. Yep. Okay. Save. Now the moment of truth. Take this piece, move it up 40 clicks. $10. 20. 30. 40. I think it... Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, the fairing is slightly different because we got a little bit of a seam right there. See what I'm talking about? There's a little seam. It seems. Could redo it. Wouldn't take very long. Let me just get a ruler and mark that spot. That ruler we don't need, it's redundant at this point. It's this one that we need to kind of check into. I don't want to push the fairing one tick loopy, because then there will be a seam over there. Don't want that. I'll just modify. It's not a big deal. That's for the most part that's right. From the fairing from like here back is exact. That's correct. It's an exact replica. I just didn't get a mouse click exactly right there. So since we know that that's right, I don't need to measure this. We can just go back down here, go in here like this, edit the fairing just a smidge. And just make it go in. Set it inwards just a little bit. Cool. Now, that still did it. Ah, crap. You know what? It's alright. It's fine. It's okay. Alright. There we go. Save. Still did that. Now I'm curious. I guess I made it... Maybe I didn't make it go in enough? I have it saved. I just want to check one thing. Let's see if I can move that seam just a little bit more forward. And do something like this. Yeah, it's not as much. Yeah, there's definitely not as much there. Zalzator, a better way to do this would be at each intersection to put a cross strut there so I can mark where each stringer is, but it's okay. Just that little smidgy. Dang it. Pretend they're window wipers. Could always move it just forward, just a smidge. Just one tick forward. You know what? Let me reload this craft file because I hit save with the first transfer of the thing that of the nose, right? So if I reload R4, reload R4 and we just move it back one like that. That's fine. What I will do is I'll leave a note to myself here. I'll put a piece in here that basically shows the spacing here off of the back fairing. I'll put them right here. And these 2 cubic octags, just for future reference, in case I need to move this around again, they're going to be right there, and the bottom left point of that will mark the bottom left point of the fuselage, right there. And then it'll go back like that. That's where that needs to be located. Okay. Nice, Pogo. And then if we look at this thing from the back, it should look like one contiguous shape. You wouldn't even tell that there's 3 fairings there. See that? That's trick, man. That's how you play hardcore KSP. Look at that. It looks like one fairing. See? The precision work pays off. That looks like one piece. It ain't one piece. It's 3 fairings with a shuttle cockpit built into it. See? Isn't that nice? What's that, goalie? So that should buff out from what I'm seeing. From what I'm seeing, there was a hard landing yesterday. Oh! Oh! That's not good! Oh, what the hell? What'd you do? Oh, that's so bad. Oh, man. I agree, Aqualex. The only way you'd fix this is to cut this thing up. Because you guys know, if it's squashed up here, it's stretched down there. Look, I'll bet you the aluminum's all fricked up down here. That dude, yeah, no, that frick that. The only way you're gonna fix this is to literally cut this section out completely and weld a new section of plane in. You have no idea what else is bent either. Oh my god. Dude, that is, somebody said it in chat, that's a good way to say it. The plane literally herniated a disc. That's herniated disc plane. Oh, that's... Dude, Salvage title, minor body damage. No lowballers, I know what I have. Just make it shorter. Oh my god, that's terrible. If you drop the nose too hard on old 767s, it's possible. Known weak point, apparently. Boeing has been known to fix it, though it's 31 years old. I can't believe that, dude. That's... I would not fly on this. No way. Mm-mm. Yeah, literally part the stupid thing out. Just part it out. Some YouTuber will fix it. Nice. You land another plane like this, Impy, you'll be flying planes full of rubber dog shit out of Hong Kong. I'll take my time out. That's awful. Mike Patty can fix it? Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right, Papa Bear. Look at that. Look at that. You have a garage to work on things. I'm pretty sure my garage could fit inside of this plane. 765 and a third. Totally fixable. There was an A220 that had minor damage to the nose. They chopped up the nose. They chopped the nose up to the wing box off and put a brand new nose section on. That's what I'm saying, Crash. You gotta find. You would have to find the closest stringer and then just completely section it off and put a new section on. What is this?
A Boeing 767-300 carrying 192 passengers.
Oh no! Oh, what are you doing?
20th, 2012.
Dude!
The ANA jet touched down on runway 16 right. Airport weather reports show winds at 230 and 16 knots, gusting to 29.
Bro!
Suggesting a potential crosswind component of more than 27 knots. Security camera footage shows the airliner came down first on the right main, then on the nose wheel.
Oh, why?
Nose wheel
Dude,
impact
what
appears
the
to-
frick? You know what that is? That's a pilot pushing forward on the yoke. What are you, nuts? Just go around, man. Jeepers.
Shows the airliner came down first on the right main,
No!
then on the nose wheel alone. The nose wheel's second impact
Dude.
appears to impart visible flex in the forward fuselage. An early post-flight inspection clearly shows
That's so bad, man. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 Emotional damage. Oh. Okay. That. Oh, God. That hurts my back just thinking about it. Oh. Anyway. That's awful. Regarding the UAL 767, the working captain was a line check pilot. UA speak for check airman. The first officer was a new hire on an operating experience leg. Oops. Whoops. Okay, well, we have the forward fairing figured out. And now we got to do the back. Now we got to do the back. We have to do the same thing. We got to close the payload bay on the tail fairing. there's going to be wings there anyway, so I'm not too worried about that thing kind of sticking out. Concerned at all about massive drag when you drift from prograde? Paddle, what do you... I mean, it's a re-entry vehicle. I'm not sure what you want to hear. Yeah? But we gotta kind of... I don't think this thing's gonna come at the atmosphere like this. I think it's gonna basically fly itself back down by staying super shallow. So they figured out what happened to the crane's clogged air filter. The engine pulled vacuum and crushed the intake. Whoops. So where do you have your fairing bases? I believe fairing body lift is applied at the fairing base. It's applied at the fairing... Yeah, Loopy, it's applied at the fairing base. But if I attach something to the rear fairing and put it out back, like a structural piece for an engine section, the drag from the fairings will get applied. The drag from all my fairings will get applied back there if they're in line. They have to be in line and closed, technically. Yeah. Oh, if you guys are wondering what this thing is down here, it's my template. Here, I'll show you. That's, from now on, I'm just going to keep the original lines for the pieces down there. And just keep them off the screen. I make it so the template jig can be rotated, guys. In fact, actually, we could just... If we do that... Yeah, this is basically so I can, if I need to, I built it this way on purpose. If I need to change stuff or if I need to move the template out of the way, I can toggle visibility by just rotating stuff. So like, see this control piece right there? See, that is there now. In case I ever need to redo the nose cone, I have the exact nose cone profile shape right there. No problem. Easy, easy peasy. Hey Kobe, and then like see this fuselage section or what the fuselage is supposed to look like. I don't want that there. Just rotate it out of the way. Same with this piece. You just rotate it out of the way. If I want to rotate the entire thing out of the way, I can change the control. I can take the master control rod right here and just rotate the whole thing out of the way. And now that's in the way. Whoop, rotate it right back. See? These rulers were used for making the, that was used for measuring the distance for the fairing. We don't need those. I mean, they're attached to the main piece, so they're not attached to the jigs. Really looking forward to seeing the panel placing machine you made for the shuttle tiles being used again. The tessellator. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to need the tessellator for this design, but I might need the tessellator for this design. It's kind of, really depends. But, yeah, we could use the tessellator if we really wanted to. You're budgeting 1,200 parts? I'm shooting for like 900. But you're probably right. You're probably right. Sorry. Well, not sorry. You're probably right. Don't know, but that machine was sweet. The machine for fabricating stuff. Yeah, the panel tessellator was cool, dude. But see, the cool thing about the template is that, like, say I wanted my engine section in position. There you go. There's your engine placement. You can rotate individual pieces of it. Say I wanted the aft wing configuration. Right there. There you go. Done. When we go, in a second here, when we go to remake the back tail cone, that piece is not in the right position. Hold on, I can fix it. Now it is. Cool, huh? That's the profile curve for the fairing. I'm probably gonna make another one of these things with the struts, because that was just mapping out where I wanted the piece to go. I had to remake that with rulers, strut rulers. I hate being right. Yeah, me too, man. But yeah, now I can just take this piece, rotate it back into position, right? And then we have the outline of the plane, and then rotate that back into position, boom. That's the shape of the plane. That's what it's going to look like. That's what the wing shape's going to look like. It's going to be a crazy, crazy plane. Like, this thing is going to be no joke. Like there's a piece that's not centered right there. There we go. This piece in here is to mark usable fuselage space. Those are actually part of the template as well. I bet you'll be able to keep the SRBs completely out of the cargo area. It's close. It's close, dude. Not exact though. Alright, so save the prototype. What I'm gonna do is actually rotate those strut wire or the strut markers out of the way. Loopy, I don't really know how we're gonna make another this shape. Like I don't know how. Yeah, we're gonna have to tessellate it. That's gonna be, dude. Sculpting the wings is going to take 3 or 4 streams. Easily 3 or 4 streams. I have the fairings there to kind of map out my wing shape and stuff, but it would be better if we kind of made more cross sections here to kind of, I would want to do more cuts with the fairing or with the panels to kind of map out the shape, and that would help me. That would help me a lot when we go to do the wing tessellator. Are we going to confirm the door mechanism works on the runway? Yeah, I can do that. We'll make the flight test file. Okay, Star Raker flight test. For this test, I won't need the jig. This thing's basically just gonna flop around. But we can do the same kind of tests that we did with the small one. Don't need that. The nose is gonna be a floppy freaking mess right now. But it's alright. This is just here to see if the logic checks out. Let me put a probe core on it. All right. You have 2 probe cores. So? The Gran Turismo. It's the Gran Turismo soundtrack. You can listen to it. It's cool. All right. Let's roll the fuselage out and see what happens. So once again, the nose is probably going to sag a little bit because I don't have the hybrid tech mechanism to hold it in place. My Titan looks better. SMH my head. Yep. All right. Let's see if the math checks out. Does it fly yet? Oh yeah, it's flown many times. We just went back to earlier version because I saw that you were here. Yep, the fairing logic transfers over. That's doing exactly what we think it's going to do. Let me put a mechanism to secure this thing a little bit better in here, and then Just get rid of that. There we go. That'll hold that a lot better. I think it needs wings. They're the stealth wings, man. How can you not see them? No damper forces here. No damper forces there. Okay, let's check something. So, what I need is, first of all, I need to send this down the runway a little bit. So, I just want to make sure that the arrow on the fairing that we've redone is good, and we'll compare it to this one as a control. If I'm looking at this right, the payload bay fairing should generate the most amount of drag. Tail cone should generate probably the second most. Nose cone shouldn't generate very much. And the one that the panel that we just fixed, the fairing that we just fixed, should literally generate nothing. It should be inconsequential. So let's go here like this. Put a little Weasley on there and put a little intake on there. This thing is just going to roll down the runway a little bit, that's all. Could have been halfway done with the space elevator by now, but no. It's too easy. Guys, look. Yeah, exactly, Zarby. Tube. Tube. Ready? Tube. Alright. Let's get this open here. That's the forward fairing. Okay, so that's the first fairing. That's the second fairing. You're the second fairing? We're the first fairing. Yeah, we're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe. You're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So the nose cone, literally making not much drag at all, 0.45 kilonewtons. Okay, the piece that we just fixed, the interstage piece, I suppose, or the aft crew module skirt, 0.09 kilonewtons, nothing. Payload bay is making 4.5 kilonewtons of drag, and the tail cone is 1.06. The reason why the tail code is 1.06 is because the information, the drag information from these, because they're technically now closed fairings, is being applied at the end of the hierarchy. There you go. Stop. Yep. There's the drag. Yeah, that's creating a ton. Alright, so let me take these and go friction control, nada. Now what we're gonna do is go in here, aim the camera here, and disconnect the struts. Take the 3P6. I mean the hatch is obstructed. Shut up. No, it's not. If I recall correctly, the module center of mass must be outside of the fairing. And of course from that, you should be able to extrapolate output drag for any velocity and altitude. I lowered the friction on the wheels, yes, if I recall correctly. I always had to put the crew part on a piston and move it out, reload, and then it wasn't obstructed. Yeah. Rocket Guy, what I'm gonna do is just put the hatch right here to get up in there eventually. So the hatch, it will have a ladder, right? So crew can climb up and in, but when it's in the closed position, you can actually get into the cargo bay. I think that's how I'll do it. I just wanted to see if the fairing is hollow. If this fairing, but I know the fairing is hollow because the hydraulics are working. If it wasn't, those wouldn't have worked in the first place. Cool. Soon there will be a giant freaking wing right here, and that's how we'll load payload into this. I'll freaking drive a truck up in there. Just drive the truck, take the truck up into space, let the truck go. Because we can. Because that's hilarious. I don't see any problems here. Microsoft.
Windows, Windows, Windows. It's Windows. No, it's cancer.
Let's race the F-100 in space. Agreed. Yeah, with some good alignment pins and some Kraken tech, that thing will hold. Imagine someone just came into that. Yep. Window, 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 Microsoft. Window, 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 window. Sorry. All right, so flight test article is good. Now we got to go back to revision 4. I'm just going to leave that there, and we'll use this craft file to we'll overwrite this craft file when we need it again. Let's go back down to Star Raker revision 4. Hello. Boop. Who said sit down? Sometimes I worry about you.
How much do you want to paint my ass cheeks? Don't answer. Can you believe it? Don't believe it. Wait just 1 minute.
No, don't wait anymore. Anyway, back to the GT music. Wait. Okay, so the next thing we got to do is mess with the tail. And what we're going to do is we have to close the payload bay fairing onto the tail cone fairing. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do there is... Wait, just 1 minute. Wait. By the way, you're welcome for that. It's Windows from Microsoft. Can you believe it? Stuck in my head. Sorry. Okay, so let's get this out of here. Just flip it upside down. And whatever happened to the BitConnect guy? He got arrested, actually. Yeah, for fraud. No, I'm not kidding. I think it was for fraud. I think. Yes. Pretty sure. Does his wife still believe in him yet? My wife doesn't even believe in me! No. I guess probably not. No. BitConnect! Woohoo! All right. So we're gonna have to take a profile of the tail cone, or the fairing here. Actually, there's a little bit of a lip in the fairing design that I'm actually not too happy about. So looks like that United airline plane up in here. Just gotta basically use this as a caliper here to get the outside diameter. That's not exact. No, Hillness, I'm not hungry at all. I swear if you post pictures of food, I'll hit you upside the head. It is not race 10 yet. Listen to Bregant over there. He's a pretty cool guy. Okay? MERN. What's the O stand for? Oh my god, it's early. It's hotter than hot. It's hot, hot, hot! Okay. That will mark the end of the tail cone fairing. Now what we need to do is take the parts and make the shape. There is the first profile curve. It has been completed. Okay, now we will get to the second one. The tail cone shape is not nearly as hardcore as the nose cone shape, so this shouldn't be as bad to mess with. Basically, I'm using these struts because I need to remake the tail cone. I'm using the struts to trace the lines of these fairings. Hey, Rain. What's going on? is easy to do when when the control pieces are close. This gets a little tough. That's as far as that's gonna go. And then that's pretty much the top of the fairing right there. We don't need that one. Okay, so now if I take this, right, and we rotate it, that coupled with my side profile piece that I put here, we should be good. Okay. All right, cool. That's what we need. Now let's take that, rotate it out of the way. Don't answer. Save. Are you curbled yet? No. No, 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 no. No. All right. Now this is where this gets a little weird. We need to take this piece, and the tail cone needs to be closed on this piece. Reverse CE server? So the first thing we got to do is edit the fairing. Alright, so now I have to basically figure out where this needs to terminate. That's where that fairing needs to stop. The length of the cargo bay fairing is super important because it interfaces with the crew tank part. Okay, so get this. This fairing needs to go there. We need to terminate the fairing. Now grab the payload bay fairing here. Nope. I gotta mark. We gotta mark the fairing. That's the size that we're looking for. Yeah, see? I eyeballed it, and there's some space. See the space in there? No good. Remake the tail cone fairing. This is why you use the struts. Except in Nebraska. Nope. Terminated height wasn't good. Needs to basically be right at the edge of the strut. Right there. That's just barely shading the strut. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, so now if we edit the fairing, this is the big thing that we need to do. We just need to close it. Right there. Click. Closed. That's it. We're good. Engineer, dude, Kerbal is serious business, okay? It's serious business. look at all the tubes. Any overlap? Should be no overlap right here between these things. There's literally nothing. You can't even tell. Sweet. It literally looks like one seamless fairing. Perfect. Yes. Yeah. Alright, move that out of the way. Alright. Get rid of that. Stop it, Salamander Man. You're using up all the chromosomes. Alright. Last thing we gotta do is just rebuild the tail cone. And we should be able to do that by taking that piece on the jig and flipping it right back up. There we go. They won't let me do it. Alright, take the... I think deleting the fairing shape may have screwed that up. It wouldn't let me make it because it's too far. I might have to reload. I don't know when the last time I saved was. It shouldn't have. It should have been pretty recent though. I lost it. I lost that work. Yeah. That was before I fixed it. Alright. Well, we just gotta do that one more time here. Upside down. Sorry about wasting everybody's time. My fault, dudes. I made a mistake. I should have moved the tail cone fairing out and then started making it. I tried to build it while it was still clipped into the payload fairing, and yeah, I'm not taking the chance. We already spent this much freaking time getting this right, so if we're gonna do this, let's do it right. I'm gonna need 2 rulers here. Fortunately, the work that I just lost, I'll be able to do again really quick. We just have to make sure that these are closed. This fairing state has to be set to closed, and it has to be closed on the fairing that's behind it. It's a little bit of a trick in KSP to get... Honestly, this isn't cheesing the game. This is going to get it to fly more realistic. I mean, I guess you could kind of call it cheesing the game, but not so much, I guess. All right, so this first one, just like before, is going to need to measure... I can't believe I did that. Alright, that's going to measure our outer width. And then this one is going to measure where the end of the fairing bulkhead needs to be. Like I said, this is not going to take very long. But it's, like I said, it's probably better that we did these, worked on this crap now. Okay. We have the profile for the tail cone. Now we take the tail cone shape and just bring it all the way up here. Don't rush on our account. Yeah, Toothless, I would rather give this thing the best chance it can to fly and make it into space on the first time. I've had big projects like this where I've worked on them for months. We go to test fly it and it blows up in my face. Literally. Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Terminate the fairing. Take this, edit this fairing, move it back. Take the guide piece, move the guide piece that way. Stretch it so we don't have to worry about it. Take these two pieces, line up the jig on the vehicle again. Okay. The launch pad more than the vehicle. Well, the SSTO. The ironic part of the SSTO is that if you guys remember, I got the pad to work just fine. The pad was working just fine. We launched the thing into space a bunch of times, and it blew up on landing because I made a serious oversight with my attachment node connections on the landing gear and the fuel tanks. Remember, if you touch down more than like at 3 or 4 meters a second vertical speed, the whole vehicle would explode. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm trying to avoid here. This is HTHL, Randy. Yep. This is Rockwell Star Raker. Star Raker is insane. It's a ridiculous project. I'm not saying this project's going to be SSTO complicated, but it's pretty damn close to being SSTO complicated. Close fairing. Save. Okay. Now take this piece, move it all the way back here. Let's just make sure we got the seams right. Seems good. Next thing we gotta do is just move this all back. Check the seam again. Good. Does it play the recorder with your nose time? No. Nose. Alright, get rid of that. Now, save it, and then save it again because I'm paranoid. Alright, the last thing we need to do is we take the tail cone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30. Okay, so we're 3 meters from its position. So now we got to take this piece right here, the holder piece that's putting this all together. 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Question is there anything specifically at Starbase you'd like to see some cool pictures of? as many old Ford trucks as you can possibly find, S. Please. Seriously, if there's any trucks like my crappy 97 that are driving around, particularly other crappy 97s, I need pictures of them, okay? So anytime you see an OBS Ford, anything that looks... anything that looks like this, you take pictures of it, okay? Okay. Anything, not this. No. Gross. Not that. No, we don't want that. This, though. Anytime you see stuff like this, take pictures. Please. And that. And that. And that. And that. I know there's some people with OBS Fords driving around. And that one. And that one. That one's nice, too. Not the biggest fan of extended cabs, but also... Hey. Okay. In Texas, those are everywhere. I know. And I also need you to browse Craigslist for the local Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace in the Rio Grande Valley to see what prices they're going for reasons. You do, Tigris. You saw Oppenheimer yesterday. You also enjoyed Teller's remarks. Just peeled the bigger bum. I thought that was hilarious. Guess I'm the only one though. What year are those? The Aero style OBS Fords S go from 93 to 97. 98 if it's an F350. No, Ernok, 92 is a brick nose. You heathen! The hell's the matter with you? Freaking twinkle toes. Perfect. Okay. Fuselage is redone. You're in Houston, Texas, DJ. There's a shop that sells nothing but those trucks around the corner for me called Texas Truck Toys. It's all they sell. It's because they're awesome. I don't know, Hellfish. Barbie's still out in front of the box office. That's weird. What year were you looking for? I'm always looking for trucks, Indy, but I'm not actually going to buy one. It's the hunt for finding the trucks that actually make me happy. I already have a 97 F250, and it's a beast mode of a truck. I love that thing. I drove it today. The thing has like 175,000 miles on it. It does not care. It does not care. That's why I like that truck so much. It doesn't give a frick. It'll just keep going until it falls apart. Ask me how I know. I like the 575 K25 with 3-speed plus granny. Nice. Nice. Yeah, mine's 5-speed with granny first, dude, because it's an F250. Fifth is overdrive, dude, so it's choice. I love that truck so much, man. It needs 4x4, but in good time. In good time. Prices have skyrocketed in the past few years. Yeah, freaking square body Chevys. Yeah, have fun with that. Tigers, you got 305,000 miles on yours. She's almost ready for an oil change. Sea Last, real clean. This is in Corpus. We got to get back to work, but real quick. I'm not paying 10 grand for that. It's a 94 F-150 5-liter. It's 2-wheel drive automatic. This guy wants 10K for a 2-wheel drive automatic. I mean, it is in pretty mint condition, though. That's actually really nice. Really nice in there. With 200,000 miles on it. 278,000 miles on it. 10 grand? Hell no. No way. I bought my 250 for 500 bucks. Nah. That's a nice truck. Don't get me wrong. It's a nice truck. But nah. That's not a joke here in Texas. That shop don't have any truck under 10K? What the frick, dude? Ugh. Dude, I think you can find an OBS truck in good condition in Massachusetts for a better price than that. Yeah, Tigers, exactly. If it was a 250 XL with an IDI and 4x4, maybe 10 grand. But not a 2-wheel drive with a 5-liter with an E4OD automatic. You're out of your freaking mind if that guy's never going to get 10K for that. Not a chance, man. Not a freaking chance, dude. Trucks are 20K more. No way, dude. But is it a rust bucket? Who cares if it is, Zernog? I'll take a 5-liter F-150 that's 2-wheel drive, right? Rusted out, probably $1,000. Seriously, I'll spend $5,000 on fixing the body and still be in less than buying that 10 grand truck. Probably has less miles on it too. You gotta be out of your mind. 10 grand, I'll go to a junkyard and build one for that price. The parts are still cheap. Parts are still inexpensive. It's freaking 10 grand. Yeah, damn right, Indy. All right, anyway, let's get back to work, dudes. All right, so we redid the fuselages. Fuselage is good. Well, am I glad I was playing Car Mechanic Sim earlier? Yeah. Actually, fellas, we got to do... I think it's high time to do all 4 wheel cylinders on the Coronet. All 4 wheel cylinders, all 4 drums, and it needs new rear brake lines. I was bleeding the brakes on the Coronet the other day and popped the brake line. The rear brake line was junk. It popped. The one going back to the diff. So I'm thinking new rear brake line, new rear flex hose, new rear lines left, right, rebuild all 4 drums, new wheel cylinders, basically from the ground up, re-grease the wheel bearings, blah, 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 blah. Do that all on stream. That'd be fun to do. The Coronet has no brakes right now. I'm thinking that probably would be a good thing. You know, the 59 can go live outside for a little while. As long as it doesn't rain too much. Did you figure out why she didn't want to start? Haven't looked at it yet. It's probably the points, dude. Probably the points. We were getting fuel. There's a 93 F-350 for 3,700, and it's a dually IDI, 7.3 IDI. How many doors, Bandit? 3,750. Now we're talking, dude. Now we're talking. Now that's a price that I can afford. Put a coat of wax on the 58, 59 shoes, you'll be good. Yeah. Have you Kelly Blue Booked those trucks lately? They've gone way up in price. Second rate, I don't Blue Book stuff. I watch Facebook Marketplace, eBay Motors, Craigslist. Two-door extended cab. Yeah. Extended cab. Anyway. All right. So, we got to do another test, fellas. So, let's just make sure that our work that we just did didn't go to waste here. There's a guy in Newport that owns the 26 to 27 Model T. Cool. Actually, Victory, the Newport Concours, the Concours d'Elegance, Newport, is actually happening. I think it's at the end of the summer. Kind of tempted to go, to be honest with you. Concours d'Elegance, d'Elegance. Look at all of our very fancy cars that you can't afford. You're activist, yes. Yeah, maybe elfish. I didn't realize those trucks go for that lucrative of a price down in Texas, man. It's crazy. Have you been to the Automotive Museum down there? No. I've been to Newport, though, many times. Nice place. Yeah, good old cow dents. I'll take the truck with the cow dents, to be honest with you, for like a third of the price. That's fine with me. Ah, yeah, see, now we're talking. Now we're talking, Bandit. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Take a look. Yeah, look at this thing. Oh, it's so crappy. I love it. Now we're talking, man. Complete with middle finger on the camera. Oh, dude, look at this. This is excellent. Now, this is good. This is very good. Oh, it's got the running boards. You got the dually. You got block heater. Oh man, now we're talking. I'd take all that crap off the top, but that thing's mint. Mint. See, look. See what I'm talking about? $3,700. That's what I mean. That F-150, that S-Link is nice, but I'm taking that every day of the week. That thing has no rust on it. It has no rust. It's just been beaten up a little bit. There's no rust on there. That's just the paint's burned off. The thing hasn't seen a car wash since it rolled off the line. Yeah, man, this thing got the snot kicked out of it, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. It's an old Ford truck. It'll be fine. Who cares? I mean, you paint this thing up, it'll be mint. You got towing mirrors too. Yeah, this thing's money. Oh, oil filter in the cab. Not sure if that's good. It's a ranch truck. Yeah, it's freaking sweet, dude. This thing's killer. This thing's awesome. Nah, she did that already, Hellfish. Don't worry about it. See? That's what I'm talking about. Dually 7.3. Yeah, it's just rear-wheel drive. Oh, that's freaking money, dude. I love it. You got 8 lug rims with the extenders. It's freaking perfect, man. This thing's a beast. Such a nice Star Raker build you got going there. Yeah. Can't you tell? Pull tree stumps with that thing all day. And some crazy sun damage, gnarly sun damage on the hood. Yep, yep. Oh, well, I like the other one. Yeah, me too, me too. Anyway. Alright. I don't know, caveman, maybe. Yes. I mean, alright, so we have to flight test this. So let's go over here. Flight test. Save. Overwrite. We have to prove the fairing logic works, so get rid of that. Get rid of this. Guys, look, 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 look. Tube. Great. Where do you stand on pickles on pizza? If you like pickles, I guess that would be useful, I suppose. Actually, we proved that last time we don't need those. In fact, if we auto strut. Whatever. Okay, so I need... There. Now I have a 78 F-150 4x4 Ranger with a flatbed and Edelbrock carburetor. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, words. Words. There was something important I was supposed to do today. F5 DAC. Nah, you remember to do that. Okay, that's an obstructed hatch. We know that from last time. So what we will do is take one of these. those down there. We need to test to make sure that the cargo bay is still, we can still get in. Like it's still a hollow cargo bay. So we'll do that now. All right. Tube. Satisfactory keeps crashing on you. Okay. What did you mean by testing the fairing? Hired, we learned today that the fairings work a lot better if all of them are in a closed state. Interesting thing is that, say I have like one fairing with another fairing behind it, another fairing behind it, and another fairing behind it. We have 4 fairings, 4 Lamborghinis, and they're all closed. They're all, we like closed up the fairings, or we closed them on something, right? Oh, I forgot to put engines on it. Can't get far without those. That's what I forgot. So if you have 4 closed fairings, right, that are attached node in line, right? All the aerodynamic information will go to the back fairing, right? They'll all be they won't make a lot of drag. And then whatever's at the back of the hierarchy, that's where all the drag will get transmitted to, because the game understands that they're in line. And say those 4 fairings that are closed make 100 kilonewtons of drag at 100 meters a second, okay? Just random numbers. All right, so now, here's the thing. That means that each one of those fairings is making 25 kilonewtons of drag, right? They're all going to be the same, and cumulatively you make 100 at the back, right? If I have closed fairing, open fairing, closed fairing, right? Here's the weird thing. The first fairing will make next to no drag. The second fairing, so say the first fairing is making 10 kilonewtons of drag. The second fairing will be making like 40. The third one will be making 40, and then the back one will be making 10. The open and closed state of the fairings really make a difference in how the vehicle flies through the air. You could put the fairings in line, but we found that closed state inline fairings are the ones that work the best. So what I had to do was I had to take my payload bay fairing and close it on my tail cone fairing and then gizmo it into position. And then I had to take my aft skirt fairing and I had to gizmo it into the nose cone, or close it onto the nose cone and then gizmo it into position. So the second fairing is closed on the first fairing, and the third fairing is closed on the fourth fairing. And then we just moved them into their right positions. I had to redo the whole fuselage. Right now, what I'm testing here, or what I want to test here, is whether what we did worked. I'm just confirming that it works. The idea is that because I was running closed, open, closed, right, with the fairings, because we were doing that, it would have, cumulatively, no matter what you do, they both make, like, if you have closed, open, closed, and then closed, closed, they'll still make the same amount of drag. It's just where the drag is applied to the vehicle. If you go closed, it applies it to the back, like it's flying through the air. If you go closed, open, closed, it'll apply drag to the center of the vehicle. The 2 fairings, number 2 and 3, the ones that are open, it'll apply drag to those instead of the one front and back, which is weird. But I guess that kind of does make sense. The game doesn't understand that they're not in line. Which, I mean, it makes sense. But yeah, that's something that we learned today. It's, you know, open fairings and closed fairings. It's actually super useful for doing complicated builds. Hey Vanguard, 29-month resub. Tweets, how you doing? The nose of this one looks better than the real one in the pictures. Well, thank you. Okay, we put the jet engines on. Let's roll. So basically, the closer to the center of mass you have the drag at, the better it'll fly. I want drag to be applied to the back end of the vehicle. The way we had it hired was basically putting speed brakes at the, like on the front of the vehicle, which is not, yeah, it would have flown, it probably would have been okay. I didn't want to take the chance, and we're not that far into the project, so making a good change like that is probably a good idea. Hey, Max. Good to see you playing the right Kerbal. How goes it? Yeah, the occlusion system for Kerbal is something I would have loved to do an improved version on at some point. The way it's built is going to generate a million caveats. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a little strange, Max, but I think I got a good grasp on it. Closed state fairing, even though it looks like it's open. And then my payload bay fairing, which is closed state, but it looks like it's open because it was closed on something. And then tail cone open is going to give us the best result here. We actually did subscale testing with this a little bit earlier in the day just to confirm it. So that's the number 2 fairing. Let's close this. Actually, no, that's the number 1 fairing. That's the number 2 fairing. Now we need to go here. That's the number 3. So that's the payload bay. And then that's the tail cone fairing. Now, the last test that we did, I had the front fixed and then the back not fixed. The front was actually slipping through the air, no problem, but the back was making insane amounts of drag, especially around here. If we did this right, the back should be making the most. Give it some gas here. The shape of the fairing makes a big difference, Sega. Throughout all my tests with closed, 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 and closed, open, open, closed, the fairings were literally the same shape. It's just the closed or open state. That's important to understand. It looks like the payload bay is still... So you're faking it? Because in reality, the back should be the second highest drag, with the front being the first, and the middle section's not that much. Your third fairing is not doing what you want, though. The ACD is too high. It may not be closed. I just closed it, dude. I just closed it on the tail cone. It's absolutely in a closed state. I'm 99% sure, dude. I literally just redid the fuselage for this aircraft that I'm designing, Max. And it took me like an hour to redo it to make sure that this wasn't happening, which is... That's not the whole story, though. I have an SRB spine working up in here, and we have robotics in the mix here, too. So it's second fairing, hinge, hydraulic, 2 SRBs, third fairing. So that might have something to do with it. But I thought as long as the main node was covered that it would understand that they're in line, but... Hey, MGB. The base of the third fairing might be unincluded. What you trying to build? This is the fuselage for Rockwell's Star Raker. It's the fuselage for this thing. I'm trying to make that thing on the right. Yeah. It's a big plane. Yeah. It's gonna be hard for Kerbal to understand this. Yeah. This is gonna be a long-term project. It ain't gonna take one stream to get this right. But yeah, when we get it, it's good. But what you're looking at is kind of the fuselage from here forward for the most part. Like the V-stab would be like right here, the vertical stabilizer. The reason why I have it tapering off like that is because there's supposed to be a fuel tank in the back. But we're getting to that. Sorry just to jump in here, I actually don't fully understand how the parts are connected and throwing guesses at you like part of the regular peanut gallery. I'm sure you work it out. No, it's all good, Max. You can backseat all you want, dude. I don't care. Why not an I-beam spine? 2 SRBs, save part count. Yeah. Okay, Pato, question. Any reason you know of that the aero simulation would get less reliable the longer the game's been open? The more launches and reverts you do, sim speed still green. If you fizz warp, Pato, there's a memory leak around fizz warping in this game. Don't fizz warp. Don't fizz warp. Don't load quick saves. You can time warp. Time warping is okay. Don't revert a save. Don't load a quick save. It screws up. It'll break your craft. It won't break it. It probably will still be fine. But Pato, think about it like this: every time you reload a quick save, every time you revert a launch, take your vehicle that you made and drop it on the runway from about 5 meters and just crunch the dang thing. That's what happens every time you quick load, and that's what happens when you revert. I've played this game so freaking much, I know that I took the same vehicle, put it out on the runway on the first try, did something with it. I forget exactly what vehicle it was. We did something with it. We got X for a result. I reverted save, loaded up, reverted to launch instead of reverting to the hangar and then back out to launch. Did it, and it worked differently. And then I reloaded a quick save, and it really worked differently. Part of the reason why my mission mode rules had no reverts, because reverting will screw up your simulation. It'll bend stuff. It'll break things. That's why I don't like it. Even now, when I could just revert to launch, I always go back to the hangar and then come back out, because that's going to give you the same physics every time. And never fizz warp. Never do the 4 times physical warp. It breaks things, because you're skipping simulation. You're skipping frames in the simulation. In lieu of going fast, the game will just basically throw away frames because it can't keep up simulating at 4 times speed. Playing the game for long periods of time will screw with the garbage collection, but fizz warp is what screws it up, Pato. If you sit here and just revert to spaceplane hangar and then hit the launch button, you could do it 1,000 times, have game open for 9 hours a day. Know from experience, you'll get the same result every time. Kerbal Simulation is absurdly consistent if you do the same thing every time. So if you have a vehicle, and you hit launch and you put it out there, right? And then you go and fly it around, and then you crash the thing, and then you revert to launch and then try to fly it again, it's not going to fly the same. not going to fly the same. Always go back into the spaceplane hangar and launch. Do the same thing every time in Kerbal. It'll work the same way every time. I learned that from doing reusability studies, like reusing equipment. You got to do the same exact thing every time. It'll wear the equipment in the same exact way every time. If you don't do that, you're going to get a different result. It's pretty simple. Yeah. So, Max, in this particular case, dude, the third one's still causing a ton of drag, but are there parts inside of it that are occluded? It's still occluding parts inside of it, which is interesting. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this isn't the worst result, to be honest with you. I'm wrong, actually. It's occluded in the y-axis. It's the third section. Is the third section just extremely long? The third section goes from basically right there. You see the texture seam? Right here. See that texture seam? It goes from there all the way to the base is over there. It's just a big part, dude. Yeah. But the ACD is showing that drag is being transmitted down the stack, which is good because my tail cone is making look at the ACD on the tail cone comparatively to the skirt fairing. See what I'm talking about? That one just makes a lot of drag because it's a big part. I'm not sure. I closed it on the tail cone and then gizmoed them into position. This is what I was doing right before you came in. This is me actually testing it to make sure that it didn't work. It doesn't work, but here, let me do one more thing. Let's go down the runway again. And at 30 meters a second, I remember that the third segment was making 1.54 kilonewtons of drag at 30 meters a second. Let's see if there's any different results here. Just out of curiosity. It's the same. It's the same, but the tail is making more drag, and that one's making next to nothing. Interesting. No, you're correct. Third is fully occluded along the axis of flight. That's why YP and YN are 0. Third is fully occluded along the axis of flight. Interesting. Do the fairings really mess with center of lift? Well, Doom, if the game thinks one of them is out of line that's at the front of the vehicle, then yeah, that's really gonna screw up your lift. Yeah, absolutely. See what I'm talking about? This is why I've been sitting here like testing this over and over again, dude. This isn't just me being incessant, I swear. This thing needs to get to orbit. It needs to go 2,300 meters a second. We really can't screw around with the aero. Like if it's the K90, like the other blended wing fuselage plane that I made, that goes 150 meters a second. I don't care. I don't care if it makes a little more drag in the front. We gotta be careful with this thing. This thing's gonna get off the runway real fast. We really can't afford it to be making a lot of drag or else we won't have enough fuel. Interesting. It's skin drag. XP, XN, ZP, ZN are high. Skin drag in KSP is unrealistically high, while pressure, vacuum, and drag are unrealistically low, because it makes planes somewhat easier to build, less instability from the front being draggier than the middle. See, Max, now I wish I'd taken these numbers down from the previous test. I wish I'd taken those numbers down because the ACD seems to be about the same, but the tail cone is definitely sapping more. Like, the front is making drag because it's the nose cone. This one in line is making next to nothing. And the drag is being transmitted down the stack. YPYN over here on the back. See what I'm talking about? The YP, it's occluded there and there. But the front and the rear are not, but the two center fairings are, which is... I'm going to call this golden. I think we're good. That was with the smaller one, Aqualux. I think we're good. I'm gonna call this one good. If someone wants to go back and check the VOD and check these numbers, do it. Take a screenshot right now. I'll wait 15 seconds. Well, you'd have to go back to where I paused the game. Sorry, guys. Anyway, all right. That's what I wanted to see there. Now we need to make sure, we need to do a couple of other confirmations here with this test. So shut that off. Shut that off. Go here like this. Set my friction control onto those to nothing. And now, let's go in here, aim camera. I may have put those a little bit too far forward. Well, oh, it's that thing back there. Oh, jeepers. That's what's bending that thing down. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Max, if you're still here, what I was telling you is that those are in the main line. It's second fairing, hinge, hydraulic, SRB, third fairing, fourth fairing. What I'm really measuring here, and I had a theory that this was right, but what I was really measuring here is as long as you node attach, the nodes on the fairing are covered with stuff in between them, the game will think they're in line. And you just kind of confirmed that for me, which is pretty sweet. Thank you. Actually super freaking useful, or else I would have... You just saved me a ton of, like, thinking work right there, you know? So, good. Excellent. With some hybrid tech, that thing will get nice and strong. How's it going? It's going good, man. All right. So let's leave that flight test file. We're good. I'm gonna say that we're good enough. I'm much more confident in this now. So let's go back over here to R4. And now we will take our master blueprint and there we go. Yeah, gotcha. You're correct. The fairing is going to think it's still closed because that only gets calculated when the vessel is constructed. Excellent, man. That's perfect. All right, so we can take our guide, the guide tools that we're using to get profiles, and we can move that down there. Cool. Nice. So the wing's gonna have to be full tessellations or just parts of it. Bucket, I honestly don't know. I don't know. I've never made a wing this complicated in KSP. We've made stuff close to this. The shuttle's TPS, my space shuttle's thermal protection system is pretty complicated. The K90's wing sections are pretty complicated. But this is like combining all of that together. This is a hardcore freaking build. Like, I'm almost like, for jumping back into KSP, I'm almost like maybe I shouldn't have done this for the first try, but it's okay. Screw it. I'm in. I want this thing to work. I've already invested too much time. We've already invested too much time. We're in too deep, man. Yeah, Pato, this is wicked, dude. This build's gonna be freaking hardcore, man. It's not a crane, but it looks awesome to me. I hope you're gonna keep up with it, Max. You have no idea. You have no idea, dude. This thing. So this is the Star Raker concept. It's that thing on the right. It was an idea for making a SSTO to build solar panel transmission platforms. To generate power in space to beam microwaves of electricity back down. They wanted to build a 3-mile by 5-mile platform of solar panels with a microwave transmitter on it in geosynchronous. And they wanted to use this thing to get to it, to build it. The high alpha wings will wreck you on drag, though. It's going to be really hard to do a K90 style wing to orbit. I got it. This thing... So, Max, listen to this. Listen to this. They took the payload bay from a C5 and said, yeah. And the tonnage from a C5 and said, yeah, well, let's make that go into space. This thing has a C5 payload bay in it. Seriously. We have a very, very primitive analysis technical document. It's a C5's cargo bay. They say it in here. They're like, we need C5 cargo bay. We need a C5 cargo bay. We need our cargo bay hoist mechanisms derived from the C5, and we need the tonnage that a C5 can move around, but to space. This thing was like, they even proposed putting a gantry crane in it, dude. That's what I mean, gantry crane. So this thing would have had a bridge crane in it, right? Like, that was one of the things that they were talking about in this PDF up there. So, like, a crane could telescopically move out when the nose gets out of the way, right? And pick up stuff and put it in the payload bay in lieu of a ramp, right? And here's the nutty part. The telescoping bridge crane that they wanted to do with this would be the docking mechanism for space. So if this thing wanted to dock with a bigger space station, the crane would extend out, the bridge crane would extend out, and it extending out would latch to a bigger structure, and then the crane could just go down the structure. Dude, it is nuts. Like, this is so ridiculous. It's totally crazy. So like, you say, oh, it's not cranes. Yeah, you're right. But also this, I don't know if we have the budget to build that. to build a crane mechanism inside of the cargo bay, but no wonder that never happened. That's a lot of extra dry mass. SSEO can't afford that kind of ridiculous. Oh yeah, no, it gets even nuttier. Somebody was eating too many Kerbal snacks when they came up with this idea. So listen to this. Star Raker has 10 air-breathing engines in it, 5 on each side. These are liquid hydrogen fueled turbo ramjets, liquid hydrogen SR-71 engines. Yeah. All right. In the center, you have 3 RS-25s because how much complication do you want? All of the complication. And then you have 2 AJ-10 ohms thrusters on it. It was designed by Rockwell, people that designed the space shuttles. That's a space shuttle engine section in the back there, flanked by 10 liquid hydrogen SR-71 motors. The thing would have had liquid hydrogen wet wings for these things here. Liquid hydrogen wet wings. And behind or in front of that shuttle engine section, quite literally an external tank. The ET, the shuttle external tank is sitting right here in this design. Look. That's the ET. Well, it's close enough. That's the external tank. The LH2 tank from the external tank. Whereas the oxidizer, they have wet wings. Wet wings hold oxidizer as well because whatever. Ullage, the ullage tanks are in the V-stab. They were proposing 2 types of thermal protection system. One was the tiles, the shuttle tiles, RSI tiles, silicate tiles. The other one was a metallic TPS structure, a metallic thermal protection system. Someone was high on something. The crazy part about this, dude, is this PDF has some analysis done. So someone started doing the math. Like, they didn't make anything. They never fabricated it. They never got even close to fabricating stuff. But somebody did preliminary analysis on this, which is at Rockwell, which is the crazy part about it is that the math checks out. They wouldn't have started proposing this if it didn't. Also, they're thinking of getting to Mach 6 with a turbo ramjet. Yeah, I know. It's so nuts. I'm like, what the frick were you guys on? What were you doing? That's not gonna work. I'm not even mad. Like, this is just ridiculous. This looks like something somebody would think up in KSP. Huh. If you dream, you must dream big. Dude, how much thrust do you want? All of the thrust! I am invincible! Like, it's just... Okay. Okay. I'm gonna... Some overclocking will be involved here. This is getting a little nuts, man. Not gonna lie, this wants me... You want to make a simple KSP version of this just for fun? Dude, do it. Do it. How can you achieve Mach 6 with a ramjet? Liquid hydrogen? best part about it, the technology was already there somehow. I'm thinking liquid hydrogen turbofan ramjets probably weren't there just yet. But the SR71 motors are. Those run off JP7. Shouldn't take much to change them to liquid hydrogen. You know what? I felt really stupid saying what I just said. That you might as well just make a new engine. Yeah, no, one does not simply just make a jet run off liquid hydrogen. That's not really how that works. Remember that the ramjets and rockets overlapped on their run times. Yeah, they did. I mean, like I said, this is an absolutely insane idea for real life. We're gonna make it in Kerbal, and we just proved our structural fuselage design here works. So this is good. I do need to make, for mass distribution purposes, we need to figure out how to make an overclocked 1.8 meter turbo ramjet. That might be difficult. Check the landing sites on the cross-range slide. They'd also be the launch sites. For instance, there's one site in San Francisco. What? I think I went past them. Yeah, that just a liquid hydrogen turbo ramjet. All right. Multi-cycle air-breathing engine, turbofan air turbo exchanger ramjet. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You just have that lying around, huh? Oh, okay. You can't get to Mach 6 with a turbo ramjet. The key is in the turbo part. You can't actively cool turbofan blades. You could try to do something like Skyline with an intercooler ahead of the turbine, but at some point it's not an SR71 engine anymore. It's its own beast. I think that might have something to do with it. Because I think you might be right, and I think they may have known that. It looks like it's LH2 cooled. I think. So this is kind of Skylon's engines, but kind of not. It's open. It's an open loop cooling system instead of closed loop helium exchanging with the propellant. I think. It's a little bit out of my league, man. It's a little bit out of my league. But there's a compressor right at the front. Yeah, I think this may have been, you know, you're right. I think this may have been a little bit wishful thinking here. Maybe they ramped the intake? Maybe a ramp intake? Because I know they talked about, oh yeah. I know they were, if we go down here a little ways, maybe the intake design did something with it, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's got a freaking ET shoehorned into the back. Just on like, what the what were you guys doing? Can you like help me out here? Like here, let's read. The multi-cycle air-breathing engine system. Figure 7 is derived from the General Electric CJ805 aircraft engine, the Pratt & Whitney SWAT 201 supersonic wraparound turbofan ramjet engine, and the Aerojet Air Turbo Rocket, the Marquardt variable plug nozzle, ramjet engine technology, and rocket-dying tubular-cooled high PC rocket engine technology. I hope so, Blue. I hope you're right. This is... Look, they have a variable geometry ramp intake there. This is... That was MTRS! Nice. 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 The multi-mode power cycles include an aft fan turbofan cycle, an LH2 regenerative Rankine air turbo exchanger cycle, and a ramjet cycle that also can be used as a full flow turbojet core and bypass fan flow thrust augmented turbofan cycle. These 4 thermal cycles may receive fuel in any combination, permitting high engine performance over a flight profile from sea level takeoff to Mach 6 at 100,000 feet. You just combined the words of a bunch of jet engines. Oh yeah, the Super Turbo Ramjet Plus air-cooled, liquid-cooled, air-charged cooler, liquid-cooled, intercooler stage combustion cycle turbocharger engine. Think they'll believe that? Yeah. It's the turbo encabulator in engine form. The thingy-me-do. You just said a bunch of words. Man-Bear Jet. It's Man-Bear Jet. It's real. So it's the Skyline engine plus the SR-71 engine all mixed together. All right. Well, shoot. Well, anyway, it'll work in Kerbal. It will. Max, actually, you're the guy to ask. I mean, some of chat was saying use Rapier engines. But I'm not sure if Rapier engines are going to do what we want them to do. I'm not sure if they're going to work like this. I don't know. Like, what would you use if you were trying to do this in KSP? Would you use a whip or a Rapier? How the J58 did it. Well, I'll have you know, I don't believe in Magic Aqualux, so I don't need to click on that link. Whip, Rapier. I'd use the whip plus vector for verisimilitude. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. I'm not sure if we're going to need to overclock some stuff, dude. They also, if we figured out that scaled, they need to be 1.8 meters, so. And we need to get the mass correct. Like, all of these have to, like, we need to shoehorn a bunch of stuff into the back of this thing to get it to fly correctly. Right? Because center of mass can't be, like, up here. It has to be back here somewhere, right? Like, actually, we would probably want the center of mass to end up being, like, right here. I was actually thinking about using mammoths, dude. We were talking about doing these because they're 1.8 diameter, and I think some overclocking is in order here. But that could work. I mean, yeah, this is what's going to be on the back end of this thing, guys. But once again, we need pre-coolers. We're going to need pre-coolers, a lot of them. But we need to shoehorn it all into the back here. Like my engines, if you look at the if you look at the side profile of these engine inlets, most of the inlet is variable geometry, and the engine's only at the very, very freaking back. We need to match that mass, or else our distribution's going to be terrible. What's the plan for the ohms? Terriers. 2 Terriers will probably do us right. Maybe. know how the hell that's gonna make anything move, but yeah, I don't even think they got far enough to figure out where the damn RCS on this thing is supposed to go. Maybe like right there. I don't know. I think they wanted to use ullage for RCS because the wingtips are ullage tanks. That makes sense. I mean, we can't really do that, but it says the TWR is 2.09, but then again, this is 2.09 when it's moving literally a shell and some I-beams, so. But yeah, we have to make like a 1.8 meter variant of this thing, and it has to have pre-coolers and it has to fit like in this area here, each motor. And then we got to figure out how to mount them. And then we got to figure out where the heck we're putting all the damn fuel tanks to keep this thing going. It's freaking nuts, dude. And then we need to figure out a 1.8 meter shuttle engine. They can make a fairing and use a fairing to put a little nozzle extension on that thing. I really wish they had at least attempted to make this. Even having that hydrogen... Even having this thing. Dude. That type of tech is not a bad idea. I think so, of course. The next step we're really gonna have to do is the next step we're gonna have to move to is that our fairings are working correctly. We could work on the hinge door if we want to work on that today. The next thing to do, believe it or not, would be figure out landing gear locations. Yeah, that would be the next thing to do. That's a critical structural component. Those need to be close to the mainline hierarchy or else oh, we're very far. Okay. To go with my last, if I recall correctly, the limiter for the SR-71 was the inlet taps and melting the area where the air decelerated. If they had some form of meaningful cooling on that thing, they could have pushed harder. Crazy part about the SR-71 on Lexus Mach 3 was the fastest acknowledged speed. It can go faster than that. It can go faster. Interesting, Hellfish. Alright. So, landing gear. Might want to wait until the wing structure is done. Well, I know approximately where the wing structure is going to be, dude, so I'm kind of more on board with figuring it out now. Or at least put some type of placeholder in like what we did before. It's Gran Turismo music. So, with LH2 cooled ramps and flow path, I could see them at least getting meaningfully close to Mach 6. Pratt and Whitney were asked, and they would know better than us if they said it was possible, and I'm inclined to believe them. Pretty good at that. Can you go over what this build is? Yeah, sure. Hired Gran Turismo music is what I'm listening to. You could see in the cross sections that the main gear retracted into the main body. Yeah. Yeah. That means the main gear would be like right here. But that's impinging on my cargo bay because my gear can't fold inwards like theirs. The structural piece between cargo bay and the liquid hydrogen tank is where the main gear folds up into. That's kind of what I'm thinking. This is where the bottom of the wing is going to be, right at this point there. So it'll work better with rapiers. Yeah, but we would need to use rapiers in an air-breathing capacity, Louiso. I think we could do it with some overclocked whiplashes. That'll get the job done, I think. Why wouldn't Sabre use LOX to cool air instead of helium? Helium is in a closed loop system, Hellfish, and the helium is in a closed loop system and it's being chilled by the hydrogen. The idea is that you run off super chilled hydrogen for the majority of the mission, and that means you carry a smaller LOX tank. Because helium is is hydrogen's cousin. They know each other. That's why. That's the really, really short answer. Is this an SSTO? It is, lol. Sorry, I missed. Yeah, give me 1 second. It is an SSTO. This is Rockwell's Star Raker. It's another one of EJ's ploys to make some god tier reusability vehicle in KSP. Will you rebuild this in KSP2 later? If KSP2 could support... When KSP2 gets to the point where it can... Where it could handle a build this technical, abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, yeah. Isn't your gonna computer with the melt gonna melt with that many parts? No. Conversely, my computer can run 1800 part builds. It's a little laggy, but it can do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not gonna be crystal clear, but it'll be good enough. That's where that needs to be to match up with this. Last. Hey, Nuclear. I haven't been keeping up with KSP2. Why hasn't there been an update in about 2 months? The dev team's working hard, man. They're crunching. They've been crunching for some time now, dude. Yeah. They opted to go, Nuclear, they opted to go for smaller updates. Or not smaller updates, bigger updates over longer periods of time. That was the reason. Sorry, took me a second to remember. Yeah, I labeled everything. We measured out the scale. This thing is going to be a 2-scale, it's a 2-scale build. Yeah, Novus, exactly. So, Versity, this is a Kerbal scaled version of Star Raker. So... Kerbal scale is about 62% of real life in terms of the parts in game. So this is a 2/3 scale model of what Star Raker was supposed to be. Basically, a Kerbal is about 2/3 the height of an average human, give or take. Give or take, maybe a little bit shorter. So this is Kerbal sized. You know what I mean? How's the wedding, by the way? Great. Good time. Got to drive the truck, Nuclear. The truck runs. I drive it whenever I can. Drive to the grocery store. Take a look. There she is. Literally, I've had no problems from this thing. The transmission is leaking a little bit because the transmission pan gasket is kind of gacked. Kind of happens when you drop it. Who knew? But, yeah. We're good, man. Everything is A-okay. I've had no complaints, except I had a tooth fall out, but that's another story. How about you? Are you going to build a paint shop in there? You could paint in there. Some drop curtains and a HEPA filter, you could make it happen. Yeah, Gold Falcon, I drove away from my wedding in it, dude. Yeah, that's the gear. Thanks, Gold. Yeah. I mean, I think this will be okay. Galaxy 37 is in 2 hours. Sweet. I can't wait to start school. Leaving my job to focus on the last 2 semesters. Went to the doctor, so I should be able to focus a lot better and stay on task for longer now. Went to the doctor. Careful. Careful with that stuff. But good for you. I'm not sure that this is going to be able to hold this up with all this gear, dudes. I'm honestly kind of huh. If it's needed, it's needed and will help immensely. I never said it wouldn't, Aqualex. I said be careful. Okay, Nuclear. Blackbird, I got my truck running and driving too. Can I drop a picture? Hell yeah, you can. Dude, I'm never gonna not say don't post a picture of your truck. Absolutely. Link me up. Link it up there, guy. Oh. Yeah, Nuclear, be careful, bud. That's all. Yep. That's awesome. Yeah, that's kick-ass, Blackbird. That. Yeah, that's nice. Good, dude. That's freaking killer, man. I love it. I love everything about it. I love it. I love that somebody will drive. You'll be driving down the street and somebody will look at that and say, "Piece of junk." Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Nah, that ain't no piece of junk. I see, Blackbird. I'm spying it. That ain't no piece of junk. I'm looking under there. I'm seeing some stuff in there. I don't think it's a piece of junk. I think it's just supposed to look like it. Oh, that's so money, dude. Put the money in where it counts. Bingo. Everything mechanical is mint. I see the steering stabilizer under there. That's a dead giveaway. No one puts a steering stabilizer on something they haven't gone over with a fine-tooth comb. It's freaking sweet, dude. That's nice. That's really nice. I'm super jelly, man. Taking mudding and no one will be able to tell. Fresh blueprinted 400. Oh, dude, that truck's so killer, man. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I said it. That's awesome. Just 10 out of 10, dude. Blackbird, if you gave me this truck right now, and I'm not saying you should, but also, if you gave me this truck right now, I literally wouldn't change a thing. I would drive the piss out of this thing just the way it is. Just drive it. Just drive the snot out of it. Yeah, I saw the headers right there. I see them. Dude, this is sweet. This truck's awesome. Freaking 10 out of 10, man. I would geek the frick out over this thing if I saw it at a car show. Dude, F100, 4x4 single cab short bed. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm in. Have you made your truck in KSP yet? No. It's freaking awesome. 10 out of 10 build, dude. 10 out of freaking 10, Blackbird. That's freaking money. You showed me this before, I remember, but you showed it to me when it was a roller, if I'm remembering correctly. I remember you showing me that before, I think. It's been a minute. Yeah, when you showed it to me, it was a shell. There was nothing on it. And it had some crappy frickin' tires that looked like they're from the Stone Age. I remember. But dude, that thing's come a long way, man. It's come a long way. It's pretty. But yeah, that's awesome, man. Are you putting 4 nose gears like the C5? You think I should, Tigris? What does the C5 gear look like? Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. What in the ball sack is this? It's like three bogies put together. How the heck do those tires hold that? How does that hold that thing up? Like, what the frick? Like, don't get me wrong, like, I know how it holds it up. It's physics, but also... Alright. I mean, a lot of Star Raker's components from this PDF seem to be borrowed from a C5. So, I mean, I tried to... That's why I went originally with the doubles. Because the doubles look like it. See, there's these things called engineers. Yep. What are we making here? What's up, Karmas? I'm making this is a prototype plane that never got off the drawing board from the 70s called Star Raker. Star Raker is an SSTO that has jet engines and rocket engines built in. We're calling it Star Chungus. That's the flag for it, by the way. It basically, Karmas, it's basically a C5 that flies into space. Yeah. It's a C5 that flies into space because frick you, I guess. Like, right? Am I going to use sabers for the engines? No, it actually doesn't use sabers, lols. It uses some deranged thing that came from the annals of engineering complexity. It's half it's half SR-71 motor, half Skylon motor. Yeah, we were looking at it a little earlier. And there's 10 of them. Yeah. Oh, and it runs on liquid hydrogen too. And it has liquid hydrogen wet wings. Cryogenic wet wings. Because who the frick thought of this? You want to see insane? Look at the retraction headphone warning. I'll just keep it muted. That's on another level, dude. It's on another level, Crash, for real. Oh yeah. Isn't someone nowadays trying to take a Star Raker inspired design? I think the closest thing we have to something like this is Skylon, where they combine the engines together. But yeah, Carmers, this is what I'm trying to make. It is a vibe. It's gonna be hard to make. I'm kind of like, but yeah, I have my block out Wings Wednesday style here, trying to build it, and we just kind of certified the fuselage to be ready to go. I just put on the landing gear for how I think, or how and where I think it's going to go. Smart psychos, but psychos. EJ, something so wide, does it really need a tail fin? Yeah. I would say yeah. Yeah. It's freaking nuts, dude. Yeah, exactly, Oculus, yeah. Dawn, yeah. You should place more panel cross-section, Bucks. You know what? It kind of does. Kind of. Here. Oh, dude, blast from the past, man. Gonna have canards? Hell no! Hell no, it's not! How confident are you that this will get off the ground and actually sustain flight in this game? Yes? I'll get it off the ground, Weather Guy. What it does after that, no guarantees. I'll get it off the ground, though. I'll get this thing to fly. I just don't know how far and for how long. It is a good tune. That seems to be about half. a good tune, man. Doodly 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 doodly. It's from the game RimWorld. Yeah, yeah, of course, man. I hate that game. It makes me want to pull my hair out. But it's a good game. If you hate yourself. You know, that's good. I'm listening to it again, screw it. No, I don't trust you, Pythos. Be quiet. Shh. Shut your punny mouth. Yeah, wrecked. No, that doesn't look right. So when are we playing it? No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not playing it. Screw that game. I hate that game. The song's good though. I'm using panels to kind of sculpt out the shape of the wings here, just so I can kind of get a better idea what we're getting into. Space Haven is a game like RimWorld plus FTL. Okay. I'm not sure if building panel box like this is gonna work, but maybe. I think I could probably come up with a better way to do this rather than using these square panels, but I'm using these square panels for now. This is just, like I said, it's just a blockout. Is it going to work? Don't know. I wasn't in sim. I want to listen to more of that damn RimWorld music, but
It's incredible. Can you believe it? Kudos, kudos, kudos. Kudos, 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 Lord. Kudos, Lord. Kudos, kudos, Lord. Kudos, kudos, Lord. Kudos, kudos, Lord. Kudos, Lord. Kudos, Lord, Lord. Kudos, Lord. Kudos, kudos. Order today. Order windows. Order windows today. Kudos, kudos, kudos. Kudos, 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 kudos.
there we go. Yeah, I've looked at them. Who knows? Just got off the road from my way back from Antares. What a trip! And sheesh, that was a long drive today. I mean, Balkan, if you're going back down south, yeah, that's a tough one, dude. I used to drive down 95 to Florida from here, from Boston. It's not bad until you get out past the Northeast Corridor. So like once you get south of DC, that's when it starts getting very rural, and yeah, it drags, especially going through like North and South Carolina. It just goes on forever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I jetted over to Atlanta to see the family today instead of straight to Florida. Oh God. Oh. I'm building Rockwell's Star Raker, Falcon. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to do wing tessellation. Right now I'm just building a form so I can actually have something to build up against. It's horizontal takeoff, horizontal landing, Admiral. 10 liquid hydrogen SR-71 motors in the back with 3 shuttle main engines and 2 shuttle ohms engines. Yeah. Air breathing up to Mach 6, shuttle engines from there. Thing literally has an external tank shoehorned into the back. It's basically a C5 with an external tank attached to the back. And hydrogen wet wings. Liquid hydrogen wet wings, because... You know, oh yeah, I was supposed to build that, by the way. Yeah, they did make the turbo encabulator. Yep. That was Ox's thing right there. Yeah. Anyway. Vulcan, what do you got? Ooh. Something tells me headphone users might need to check the 60 of them, 2 a year. Oh, even better. So why did we make that? Oil crisis ended. What happened to that guppy? Nosedive. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. Very nice, my friend. Very nice. This is great. One more time. You might be able to see why you're proud of this. Yeah. That's awesome. You guys mind if we, what's the point of this? 8. Just give me 1 second. Okay. We still had the BFE stuff teed up from the other day. Sorry, what do you want from me? You had it up on the first try, of course. I do this for fun sometimes. I just take a song that I like and just start syncing rocket launches to it. It's just... Okay, we can't listen to that for too long, or else someone will get mad. But also, I will be retweeting this. Crank it up. Speaker. There you go. That retweet will work. Like. Oh no, that Twix. Like my Twix. No. No, we're not. We're not. We're not. Remind me not to say that again. Anyway, Vulcan, fantastic. Had to put some rock and roll over it. Made it even better. Not by much, though. Like my Twix! I'm saying that from now on, guys. Guys, just retwix my comment. Be sure to like my Twix. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm doing that from now on because it's horrible. That's cringe. Oh, we're just doing that. It's gonna be sweet. Rocket and roll. Yes. Yes, precisely. Left or right Twix? Both Twix at the same time, man. Damn straight. Always wanted to do that. What is the tweet called on Blue Sky? Never mind. If you want to listen to that sweet version of the Kinks, here, just boop. I'll link it up in chat. Sometimes I will put you on in the living room with the surround sound and subwoofer for rocket launches, and it will shake the room. Sup, I am not gonna lie to you. I won't lie. If I could, albeit with headphones and maybe a blast shield, I would stand right here. But that's crazy. I'd do it. Maybe just once, just to see it. I'd have like the craziest hearing protection and maybe like some perspex or something. Like an acrylic wall or something that you could see through. I'd do it. Oh, absolutely. I'd just be worried about getting hit in the face with rocks. These speakers so loud they blow people's clothes off. Now you're talking. Clink. Some people did this for a Soyuz. They were about, well, however far away the edge of the flame deflector is, or the edge of the flame trench is for Soyuz. It's not very far. Less than a kilometer away. Maybe like 100 meters. I'd do it, man. Abso-freaking-lutely. It'd be awesome. Wait for the cannon's fire to get it going. Yeah, dude, for sure, for sure. No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Like, I've told Das this, and he kind of looked at me funny. I'm like, dude, if NASA spaceflight could get, like, a press box, like, right here, with a hardline connection, so you don't have to worry about transmitting anything, oh, I'd do that. I'd be like, I'd Jim Cantori this. I'd be like, oh, the engines are going! Oh, that's awesome! You know, like, and you can just hear me above the wind for the... You know, oh, I'd do that. Yeah. It'd be friggin' sweet, man. Hot shots are doing work tonight. It'd be like, you can just see that we're right on to the point of engineering this. There it is! You know, like... It's such a bad idea, but I'd do it. Just once. Maybe twice. Okay, yeah. My great uncle watched a atlas from the pad perimeter at the Cape. Dude, I'd do it. I'm sorry, I'd do it. Like, I'll sign a waiver. That's fine. I'd do it. That would be sick. It'd be so freaking cool to see. That would be rad. Vulcan, this shot's awesome, man. I'm getting fired up just freaking looking at it, man. Just freaking looking at it. Getting fired up, dude. Anyway. Alright. Back to the rakers. You'd wind up sounding like that Australian announcer guy? Dude. We got her now.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It was a moment years in the making, and
That is the best rocket commentary I've ever heard. Go! Yeah! Still awesome. One more time. One more time. One more time.
3, 2, 1.
it was a moment.
That's so freaking awesome, dude. Oh my god. Yeah! That's the best. That's my Australian counterpart. Yep. 3, 2, 1, go! What is this? You remind me of these people? Oh, yeah. Don't sit here and judge me like you wouldn't do this. That's freaking awesome, dude. I'd do that. Yeah, I'd do that. Okay, keep looking up. Okay. That's freaking awesome, man. That thing is super low. Dude, dude, you can reach up and touch the gear, man. I wouldn't do that. Now, see, that I would not do. That's a great way to lose some digits. Shouldn't they be getting ear damage from the engines? The engines aren't throttled up all the way, Phantom. If you're standing next to one of these bad boys going full blast, then yeah, you'd probably wear hearing protection. I do like being sandblasted. That's so hardcore, dude. Yeah, I'd be, you know what? I'd be more worried about the sandblasting than anything, dudes. Hang on. I'm just making sure these are spaced right. Actually, it's not. That needs to be right there. Actually, that one is spaced correctly. So that means that this one is not, that one in the center is not right. Also reminds you of this photo from SDS20. Yeah, dude, I'd be sitting there. I'd sit there in that M113. Absolutely. Yeah, the people being sandblasted by the turbo. Alright. Now, Bram, I'm not so sure I'd do that. I don't need to sit behind a jet engine going full blast like that. That's probably... I don't think I need to do that. There we go. Now that one is centered where it needs to be. Now I need to check it. Did you break your neck? I don't know. Where are those orthos? Come on. There we go. No, I think the line is more gradual. Probably something along the lines of this. I suppose as long as the panel crosses the line here, it'll work. Yeah, I don't have a solution for how we're gonna do the wing tessellation for this part, fellas. I don't have a solution yet. I'm kind of hoping it'll come to me here. You know? Are you going to do the rear gear mechanism? No, my gear are going to be fixed. The thing jettisoned these things. 3 of the 4 bogies got jettisoned after liftoff. I'm not doing that because that's... Honestly, in Kerbal, the mass of the landing gear would make a big difference. In real life, it would make no difference. It doesn't make that much of a difference in Kerbal. Not no, it's obviously some kind of difference, but it's only like 1 or 2 extra tons. That's nothing compared to the overall mass of this vehicle. That's literally, it's inconsequential. So I'm, yeah, not too worried about it. You don't think the triangle wing tessellation would work? Oh, triangle wing tessellation is what we're going to do. I just don't really have a way. Some of these shapes are very weird. Some of the shapes are very, very awkward shapes. It's going to be hard to do. It's going to be a challenge, man. I'm in, though. There we go. So shade weight on this behemoth, they removed its only way to safely land after takeoff. Well, they could fuel dump Zenton by firing the rocket engines or just dumping the fuel. I mean, the hydrogen will just boil off. You could dump fuel like a regular jet, from what I understand. So that one actually was, I eyeballed that one as well. That needs to go right there to make sure that all my sections are equidistant from each other. And then that one needs to be right there. Ah. See if that gets us in the ballpark. Yeah, that looks a little better. Once again, the panels aren't going to match the shape completely. This is just kind of a block out to kind of see if I can find a better way to kind of visualize this. What are you going to play tomorrow? I think we should keep doing this. We should keep working on this. What do you think? I agree, but the factory must grow. Oh. Oh. That's a good point. Young EJ on Maya would be an awesome stream. What do you mean, Elb? But Star Raker must rake? Your modeling skills. Oh, you... Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. See, some of these transitions here so like building up here, not going to be too bad. Building back here, probably not going to be the worst part. This part's going to suck. This part right here, that's going to be hard to make. I might have to use panel tessellation to get that done right. That is a very complicated shape. This shot kind of shows that shape. This would be... That's going to be difficult. Hey, Funzister, did I see your last? No. Wing triangulations look cool, but they will give you nasty drag. Better to stack wings parallel to the airflow, in your opinion. No, I'm not doing that. No. It'll be fine. The leading edge also looks much thinner than what your shows. Yeah, you're looking at this part right here. Also, I said that the panels are kind of an approximation. Yeah. This is based off of what we saw with the ortho views. See? Look. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, they kind of are, John, but they're kind of not. It's like a cross between Concorde's wings and the Space Shuttle's wings. It actually thins out basically to here. Once you get to here, the wing actually gets super thin. Yeah, see? Once you get outside of the engines... Yeah, you might be right. Actually, no, it's outside of the engines. Yeah, it is outside of the engines. See, it's converging. The top is kind of like super straight like that. See what I'm saying? Still thinks this is going to be sub 1,000 parts? I'm aiming for about 900 to 1,000 XJ. Yeah, it's going to be beast, but it'll do it. Yes, no, sub 1,000, we could get it done for sub 1,000. The wings take up a lot of surface area, guys. Won't be any more parts than the K90, I'm pretty sure. We're at 669. Nice. We're at 669 parts right now. Because of all this extra, all the panels, all this stuff, all these jigs, all the jigs, all the extra pieces, all the struts and everything. Yeah, no. I mean, how many parts is the K90? Let's go take a look. K90 would be the closest thing to this. It's 652 parts. Yeah, I think 900 to 1,000 is pretty reasonable. It should be about right. I have the PDF locally, Hellfish. I have no idea where it came from. Top and a bottom filled with tanks. Papa Bear should do it right. Have the tanks inside of fairings like I did with the X-33. It's not from Mario Kart, it's Gran Turismo. Hey. Once again, these are not part of the final design. This is the jig that's going to make this thing. It's going to help me kind of see the shape before we actually go and make it. When you're building something this complicated, you got to do something like this. It is a tedious task. It is a tedious task, but it works. Did you get it, Hellfish? Nopers. Dude, I'll find it some other time, or I'll ask when there's more people in here, dude. Corey, you have the PDF? Yeah, if you could just do me a favor and just give me a link to that, that'd be great. Yeah, the wing right here is going to be a little bit right there. That's the size we're going to have to deal with. There it is. That's the sections that I can see to the best of my ability here. Just managed to pull over. Found a PDF on an alt history set, alternative wars or something in the page. And the page it was on was dead, so I managed to pull it from the Wayback Machine. That's where you got it from, Aqualex. Yeah, the Wayback Machine. I'll see if I have the link cached. Thank you. There it is. Got it. Thanks, buddy. Getting back to driving home. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. Drive safe. Are you staying to cover the launch? That was the plan, Bree. Yeah, we got Galaxy 37 on Falcon 9 in about an hour. It's not Starlink, S-Master. It's Galaxy 37. No, Yeah, 12:15. Galaxy 37, baby. Intelsat Galaxy 37 satellite will operate in the upper portion of the C-band spectrum of a range of wireless radio frequencies that is used for critical telecommunications and data connectivity around the world. With this mission, Intelsat will meet accelerated C-band spectrum clearing timelines established by the US FCC. Geostationary transfer, Falcon 9. 1077, Flight 6, 59-day turnaround. Launching out of Pad 40. 117th orbital launch attempt this year. SpaceX's 256th mission. 52nd mission of 2023. 1/5 of all SpaceX launches were launched this year. Can you see its final longitudinal position here? It doesn't say what slot it's going into. Maybe they'll say during the cast. I mean, Intelsat C-band spectrum, I'm guessing it's somewhere west. That's just a huge guess, dude. I'm pulling it out of my tail. And Aqualex, thank you. I know you're driving. Thank you very much for that link. I appreciate it, buddy. Potential cost to orbit, about $22 to $33 per kilo. If they had, I mean, Rockwell, this is Rockwell in the late 70s, man. I think they could have done it. This is an insane problem to solve. But they would have had a lot of problems with the wet wings. That's a lot of math science right there, and a lot of finite element analysis is needed. But if they had gotten it right, oh man, this thing would have been beast. Oh, that's right. These go up here. That's the wing. That's the wing foil design. Oof, okay. They made shuttle off Gemini's funding. If it has the funding, it could have been done. You aren't kidding, man. $127 west. Okay, so I wasn't that far off. I had the right hemisphere, so that's good. My industry uses something known as NOAA Port SBN, Satellite Broadcast Network, how local National Weather Service offices get their data. It now passes through G31, but that thing is like 120 west, and many of us wonder why they did that. G28 was at 89 west. Ugh. Not ideal for sites on the East Coast, so I was just passingly curious, since this one is also C-band, where it might end up. Yeah, there's going to be internal foam and hot. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't have so much been wet wings, but fuel tanks inside of a wing structure, which Venture Star. I mean, Aqualex was talking about that a little bit earlier. Yeah. Are you going to go to the SpaceX launch, or are you just up late? Dude, Galaxy's in an hour. Yeah, we're going, man. I told you guys we'd have a long stream today. How long have I been watching your streams? I've enjoyed every year of it. I really appreciate it that you like a lot of the same things I like. Punzister, how long have you been watching? 8 years? Yeah, 8, 9 years, somewhere, like maybe 7 years, somewhere in there, a couple of days. Phone sister, it says you started following me in 2021. I know you've been watching longer than that. Way longer than that. Yeah, you've been here a while. To say the least. It feels like I'm new here. Jarvis like, I've been here a few months. Dang, I'm in the wrong class. Yeah, ArcSign, when we figure out a way to get these wings to work, it's gonna look real nice. Last. Way longer than I remember you and your aviators at your parents' place. The last time I streamed from my parents' house was September of 2018, and the last dedicated like sunglasses streams were in 2017. So yeah, it's been a while, dude. It seemed like only analysis was done, Fish. I don't think there was any blueprints done. I mean, I don't think there was any hardware made. Sorry, I'm starting to get tired. Have you considered getting blue light glasses? No. They did analysis, man. They did preliminary analysis, meaning that they started crunching the numbers to see if the math checks out for something like this being made. And yeah, it could have been made. Those hydrogen wings, the hydrogen wet wings probably would have been the hard part. That would have been the most difficult part to make. Last, if you get a chance, is there a command to see how long I started watching? I can just click on it. See, Kraken, you started following in June 3rd, 2021. You've been following for 2 years. Yeah, I remember. Let's see if I still got it. Dude, you started coming around the I was about to say the SSTO. I want to say the SSTO. That sounds right. Both LOX and LH2 were going to be in the wings. LOX closest to the fuselage with LH2 further outboard. I'm usually good at this. If I've had any significant conversations with anybody in chat, I can usually remember when they came around, what conversations we've had. I'm pretty good at that. It's gotten a little bit harder over the years to do. Back in like 2016, 2017, albeit when the community was way smaller, I literally knew everybody. I knew everyone that talked in chat. It was very rare that we got like a viewer that I didn't know. Nowadays, I see a lot of fresh faces around. But hey, whatever, that's fine. I remember you working on a shuttle launch pad. Are you ever gonna go and finish it? Cody, I don't know. Semi-famous. I wouldn't call myself semi-famous or a big streamer at all. Farm, what's good, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dak, Glad to be here. I've learned so much watching you. Right on, man. 30, 18-month resub. Thank you. Actually, we figured out some logic figured out the logic, RJ, to get a shuttle pad working. I forget what we did. I remember I proved it out when we were working on the SSTO pad, right, going up until right up to Kerbal 1. We proved it. You could have the two SRBs down and then snap dock them into position with the external tank, and it'll prioritize. It'll work. It'd work. Yeah. I would need to test it, but we proved theoretically. I forget what we were doing, but we did prove that it could be done. 30, 18-month resub. Bob Bear, we got a tweet from SpaceX. New T0 of 1245. Damn. Super has been here for a long time. So you can get two different vessels to dock to the ET. Yeah, you can get them to snap dock. It's doable, risky, but doable. Yeah, you can do that. I remember I started following during the Apollo 50th anniversary stream. That was a good stream, ArcSign. That was a good stream. The first time I checked that stream was when you started the Space Station Freedom Project. Yeah, Bucket, I remember. I remember that conversation. I came in and said, Bucket! And you thought that was hilarious. And now I do it every time I see you. Yeah, I remember that. That was funny. Sup, you've been around for a long time, dude. Hicks 2016 for you, Condor pads. I don't know why I remember that. It's very strange. I don't know why I remember that. That's needless information. They wanted to make a mini one. I knew about that. They were comparing it to NASP. I think I started following during Condor Pad and launching before the robotics. That's correct, Ordon. Yeah, that's right. I remember you linked up... Now, don't get me wrong, this was not right when you started following. This was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. You linked up a song that you played in, and it was alright. Some pretty hard metal. It's pretty good, dude. Hey, Tigris. Farm, we have Galaxy 37 launching in about an hour and 15 minutes. I remember you using launch clamps to hold down the Condor pad. Oh, yeah, that was 2016, 2017, RJ, yeah. Super. Against EJ's advice, I ignored doing schoolwork to watch stream instead. Yeah, where did that get you? Crashed CTS 51 because it was still recent CTS 51. Ugh. Or maybe that was CTS 21. Don't remember. I do not want to know what you remember about me. I remember everything, dude. Any significant conversations element, yes. I'm weird. I don't do it on purpose. I don't try to do it. I just do it. It just happens. When did you make that the Kerbal catapult thing? You had a spinner using vectors to see how far you could toss them. That was your first sub after that? The Kraken bolt! That was late 2015, dude. I remember that. With the gears riding around. That was funny, man. That was a good time. Is there a launch tonight? Yeah, Galaxy 37 in about an hour and 15 minutes. I think the most pertinent point is that they wanted LH2 ullage tanks in the wingtips, like they want, like where they wanted to put it, RCS. Yep. What's this? I've seen EJ end streams because kids were watching him instead of paying attention to school stuff. That's correct. I'll still do that. If I figure out that somebody's here and not doing their work, I'll shut the stream off. Haven't done it in a little while. I think everybody got the message. Either that or they just don't tell me. Like Super. Frank, I remember you telling me to shut the stream off and study for my test. Well, needless to say, I aced it. My guy, see? I wouldn't let you down, man. Wouldn't let you down, trust me. Did you ever finish making the small and big reusable rocket you were making? I made the small one, Cody, not the big one. And then we switched projects to something else. Going back to the shuttle. I made it to university with all A's, so it worked out okay. You can watch a stream to your heart's content, but make sure your schoolwork's done before you go dicking around on a Twitch stream. Trust me on this one. Guys, you know, I'm not saying this to be your freaking dad about this stuff. I'm saying this because guess what? Guess what I did instead of going to school and learning how to actually make rockets? Guess what I did? I sat and played Counter-Strike all day. It was Counter-Strike Source, but sat and played Counter-Strike all day. Guess where that got me? So, just, yeah. A little bit of words there. Trust me, dudes. You don't want to do that. Not everybody could sit here and freaking be a successful streamer. That's not something that's going to happen. House on Cape Cod. Yeah, but see, Kraken, all right, let me rephrase that question because, I mean, yes, I've been very fortunate for sure, and I'm not complaining by any means, but if I had the choice between building rockets in KSP and building rockets in real life, I think the vast majority of you guys would understand me taking building rockets in real life over doing this. Don't get me wrong, I love this. This is fine. This is cool. I can build whatever the frick I want. It's great. But also, I skipped CS but played Battlefield 1942. Fish, I played in the Battlefield 1942 beta in 1999. You only had Wake Island and there was only 32 players and the sound was atrocious. Yeah, I lied about my age. Oops. Yeah, played a lot of shooter games. Guys, I'm actually a pretty good shooter player. I got a pretty good flick. Most of you guys have seen it at this point, but yeah, I grew up playing shooters. I played semi-pro Counter-Strike. So like, yeah, we made it into Cal, Maine. So semi-pro, amateur leagues. Back in the day, it was a long time ago. I mean, practically is another life. No, PUBG sucks. I hate Battle Royales, Bonesister. I really don't like them. I'm a comp 5v5 shooter kind of guy. I really don't like... Battle Royales aren't fun. I mean, they're cool, I guess, but... Yeah, exactly, Papa Bear. Don't go to school. Just get good grades. Even if you don't want to go to get into a good college, getting good grades is sweet. That's a good thing. It'll make you better at whatever you want to do. Just trust me on this one. I have not played BattleBit, no. Merely VR respect his battle rifle. Nice. I played Halo. So, Bucket, you want to hear something crazy? I played Halo 1 over the internet using the GameSpy tunnel, plugging your Xbox into your LAN and then use GS tunnel and get GameSpy pipeline to play Halo 1 multiplayer. I played Halo 1 multiplayer over the internet. I played Halo 2 on live right when it came out. I was pretty good at Halo back in the day, but console shooters. I mean, the shooters that I've played, guys, is... Let's see. Doom, Tribes, Starsheets, so Starsheets, Tribes. Not Tribes 2, Tribes 1. Played Doom, obviously GoldenEye before that, but that's console shooter. What do you want? Let's see. Unreal Tournament. What else? So, Battlefield 1942, all the expansions for 1942, Battlefield Vietnam, Battlefield 2, Medal of Honor Frontline, Call of Duty 1, 2, 3, 4, Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3. What else? Battlefield 3, when that came. I didn't like Bad Company. I thought Bad Company was stupid. All the Modern Warfares. So Modern Warfare 1, Modern Warfare 2. I didn't play Modern Warfare 3, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah, and I was semi-pro Counter-Strike. Dude, I got a nasty flick with the op. If I can get a good op shot, you're done. Yeah. Did you play Reach? I did play Reach. I did play ODST. I didn't play Rainbow Six at the time, Malachi. It's too slow. I miss those days. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I played Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I got a lot of shooter experience. I'm pretty good at it. I forgot Fallout. That's not a first... no. You've been in the Air Force like hand in a glove. Yeah. Sorry I didn't stick around for your full explanation. I thought a student wasn't going to come and he came at the last moment. 95 fairings. If all the fairings are the same shape, all closed, they make the same amount of drag. If the fairings are the exact same shape and having some of them open, it's where the drag is transmitted on the vehicle. So wherever the open fairing is where a lot of drag is going to end up. But we did figure out. I actually had Maximal come in here, who's a KSP 1 dev. He came in here and helped me figure this out. I did the double closed fairing. So 3 is closed, 2 is closed. They're closed in on the nose cone and closed in on the back. They are making drag off of the skin. The skin is what's making the drag. So the outside shape. So the bigger the fairing, the more drag it's going to make no matter what, even if it's closed or not closed. They are not in line. They are in line occluded. Yeah, they are in line occluded, and a lot of the drag is being transmitted to the tail cone. That's what we found in it, which is pretty sweet. You didn't help that much. Well, Max, I'll be honest with you. Until you said what YP, YN, and ZP, ZN, and PP, and big PP, whatever all that stuff is, I never really bothered to understand what that stuff meant. But now I know. Yep. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 when it came out, W. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, Loopy Landscapes, and Corkscrew Follies, and Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. I actually beat RCT 1 and RCT 2 with the 2 expansions. When I say I beat them, I beat every single map on all of those. Your boy played a lot of video games, dude. A lot of video games. If you ever want more of a digression into drag cubes, how drag cubes work, let me know. I mean, it depends on how much we keep playing KSP 1, but yeah, maybe. So if the center fairing is in a closed state, how are the robotic parts not auto-strutted? Hollow fairing. Because the part that we attach them to is at the back. Yeah, my parents used to say that, weather guy. Yeah, they used to say that all the time. But look at, yeah. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Yeah. Yeah, you remember when you used to say that? Oops. KSP, for better or for worse, uses the exact same system, though. They aren't exposing the debug info as well. That, Max, that's one of the reasons why I'm letting KSP kind of cook for a little while, letting KSP2 cook for a little while. There's no debug, so I can't sit there and debug a craft. I can't sit there and look at rates. I really want the debug menu back, and I need my Aero UI. It's really hard to see what a spacecraft is doing without the telemetry. Go figure. No. 95, oh. Excuse me. With all of my models, it's shuttle cockpit, Mark III cockpit, nose cone fairing, aft skirt fairing, robotic hinge, robotic cylinder, SRB, payload bay fairing, tail cone fairing. Yeah. It's registering it as being in line in a closed state. Yeah. So, doesn't make a lot of drag, dude. Yeah. Now that all the fairings are in a closed state, the drag is applied correctly. So the tail cone is, the game understands that that's the back end of the vehicle, and the nose cone is making a lot of drag because the game understands that that's the front of the vehicle. This has a lot of skin drag on it, the payload bay, because it's really long. But it is inline occluded. It is making some drag though because it's just a really long shape. Because apparently the surfaces of stuff in KSP literally is made out of like corrugated steel or whatever. I know, especially with procedural wings, you'd think they'd expose that info. I think I saw a post from Near Terry where he said that for some reason they don't want to do that. I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, Max, I'm kind of hoping that they end up throwing that kind of stuff back into the game when the aero is and the thermals are more dialed in. Yeah. Actually, them getting rid of the aero menu and the debug menu is kind of one of the reasons why that was one of my main things for deciding that KSP needed more time in the oven. It's just a hard game to stream right now. That's all. It's just a tough game to stream. It's really hard to make content for it. I can't do this. I can't do this in KSP2. Can't do it. Not right now, at least. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to knock the devs. I'm not trying to be a dick. I love those guys. I know they're committed. I know they do it right. It's just right now, it's just really tough. Big part of the design. The root of the wings were going to be the walls of the cargo bay. The floor of it was what they wanted to copy from the C5. It's the same size, though, Hellfish, but yes. I can't blame you. I have very mixed feelings about it yourself. I would have done it a lot differently, but it's not your project. Interesting. Interesting. And DJ made an F-150 rocket? No. But Tig, if I can get this vehicle, if I can get Star Raker working, we should be able to drive a truck up in it like we're driving it into a garage and then fly that thing right into space and just deploy it. Yes, vehicle has been deployed. What kind of vehicle? The truck. We deployed the truck. No, you're supposed to deploy the space vehicle. Ah, my bad. Sorry. I don't know if you'd want to, but RCS build aid would really help figuring out where your wet COM and dry COM is and figuring out where they need to be with the payload inside. They moved the launch to 12:45, Bree. You got to make an F-150 now. I made pickup trucks in this game before, Bucket. Yeah, out of panels and stuff. Still covering it? If it delays again, no. If it delays again, no. Okie dokie, we have to be up at 8 tomorrow. Oh, balls, that's right. Oh, no. Crap. Yeah, I don't want to, guys, but I'm going to have to. I can't. We have some real life stuff to do tomorrow. I have to. If the launch was happening in 30 minutes, then yeah, but, you know, I don't want to miss a Falcon 9, but I have to, dudes. I gotta go to a funeral tomorrow. Yeah. So, real life moment. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to cut it. Yeah, gotta be responsible for a change. Freaking sucks. Doesn't look like KSP. What? Sorry to hear that. Get some sleep. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, so tomorrow, guys, I'm probably gonna be I'm gonna set the start time for 4. Because yeah, funeral's a little ways away. Gotta go for a little bit of a drive. Yeah, but you know what? We'll keep working on Star Raker tomorrow. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe we'll play Derail. Maybe I need a chill day tomorrow. But, yeah, the launch is in about an hour. I can't do it. I can't do it, mate. Here, let's keep the Kerbal Space program going. Rocket Guy is playing KSP. Let's go raid him. Rocket Guy is an actual aerospace engineer that plays KSP. He plays kind of similar to how I play, so if you like what I do, like with the nice, complicated builds, yeah, go give him a raid. Anyway, yeah, fellas, I'll see you tomorrow. Sorry I couldn't stay up for it. Like, I can't miss this. It's close family, so can't miss it, dudes. I gotta be there. So, good night. If you stay up for the Galaxy 37 launch, well, hopefully it was good. Hopefully you get to enjoy it. We'll maybe watch a replay of it in the morning, or well, not in the morning, or when I get back. I'm gonna set the start time for 4, but I might be here earlier. So, yeah, I'll see you guys then. Yeah, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow afternoon. Have a good night. Okay, go raid Rocket Guy. I'll see you then.